A lot of teams came in here with a dream in their mind, but now they're only a few steps away from achieving it. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the semifinals of BGIS 2023, where I'm going to be your hosting, Castor Necro, and John alongside with me on the panel is my good friend, Salty. Salty, a moment that we all have been waiting for since a long time now is finally here, the semifinals of BGIS.
Absolutely. I mean, the stakes couldn't have been higher than ever, to be honest. We were talking about off broadcast that teams actually made it through round 4. Teams actually made it through the lower brackets. They've seen everything. They've seen the trenches of hell. But now everything is washed off and it's a fresh start, Necro.
That's a good fact that you brought up the trenches of hell. Ladies and gentlemen, just to let you know once again what the trenches of hell were, it was the losers bracket that we witnessed the previous week. And to spice things up inside the losers bracket even more, we added the power card system and also the map voting systems where teams needed to adapt on the fly.
Absolutely. I mean, that was the fun part about it. You went to the lower brackets. You thought you're going to have an easy journey. No, absolutely not. I mean, the power card system changed so many lives of so many teams, to be honest. We've seen teams get more than 40 points from one single game, and the overall standings just completely get shattered.
And not just that, out of 64, only 16 teams could make it over here inside the semifinals, from which already from round 4, 16 teams made it in. So the competition was quite cutthroat. It was quite tough to qualify inside the semifinals itself. But now we're finally over here. Quite a lot of teams, personally, I did not even think that they could make it over here. They're over here.
Exactly. One of the teams, in fact, was Team Empire, as a matter of fact. All of a sudden, just came out of nowhere, and we witnessed them completely dominate the competition. These are the underdogs that we are looking for, coming into the lower brackets, getting 2 chicken dinners, and all of a sudden, they're in the semi-finals. Maybe might even book the ticket to the grand finals, Necro.
That is true. Anything can happen. But once again, to let you know just a little bit more, is that now all the shenanigans from the losers bracket are not going to happen inside the semifinals anymore. Everything will be on the even playing field. The maps will be decided. Everything will be pre-decided already. The regular schedule is what we're going to kick things off with, but also to let you guys know, we've also added a little bit of group system, considering there's 32 teams in total, and each and every single team needs to play the equal amount of games.
Exactly. I mean, it's sort of similar to the grind, the last phase of grind that we had witnessed, and I think this sort of invites a little bit more aggression and a little bit more variety, because you've got multiple groups of teams playing together, right? And a certain group will obviously play 4 games per day, but that sort of spices things up. You face a particular set of opponents in the first half of the day, and then you go on and face a certain type of opponents. You have to adapt on the fly.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we're speaking about the losers bracket a while ago, and the losers bracket teams that have qualified inside the semifinals, they're in front of us. As I mentioned, quite a lot of teams that I personally did not expect to make it over here, they've made it. I'm speaking about Team Empire, I'm speaking about CS Esports, and I'm also going to mention Blood Rose Esports. They had showcased quite a lot of struggles in the past, but now they're finally over here.
Absolutely. Blood Rose Esports, as a matter of fact, they came a full circle. Initial phase of the tournament, they were absolutely dominating, and then we've seen their form of dip as well. But of course, when they came back from the lower brackets, they came back extremely strong, and now they're looking very good. It's not just them. How can we forget Team System and Troublemakers?
Exactly. That's a good point that you brought up, right? Team System especially. Whenever I saw this Team System, it didn't feel like anything was in the system for them. They were just playing so randomly, but then they still managed to qualify over here from the losers bracket. That in itself is such a massive thing, right? Considering from each group from top 16, you needed to be inside the top 4 to make it inside the semifinals itself, and Team Systems has pulled it off.
Absolutely. I mean, both Team System and Team Troublemakers, they sort of have similar characteristics in a way where we can't really predict their next move. But it's sort of brilliant, right? It keeps that question mark, that big question mark on the other team's list as well, because they can't predict what this team is going to do. They can't predict where they're going to rotate from. And all of a sudden, they're just every single time consistently being in the top 5, top 3 position. It's phenomenal how they've pulled it off.
Hey, but you know what? Now enough talks about the loser bracket teams. It's time for us to take a look at the teams that qualified in the semifinals from the round 4 directly. Now, it was a massive leap for them, but they have been performing consistently throughout the BGIS 2023, and that's why they directly made it from the round 4. A lot of the teams are the known teams, of course, but there are a couple of unknown faces as well.
Couple of unknown faces, in fact a lot of great faces to actually see as well. Let's just focus on Night Owls as a matter of fact. How dominating they were inside of the round 4. I mean, I can't even begin to fathom how their particular players just absolutely pulled off. Then there was TWM Gaming, Autobots as a matter of fact. All of these names, of course, you've got the likes of Team Soul and Blind and Gladiators, which are like usuals.
They're all like the no names, but then we need to focus on growing strong. A team that came in out of nowhere, just dominated the competition. None of us expected. We're just sitting back and relaxing. We're like, wait, what the hell's going on in the overall standings? Growing strong is just mowing down the lawns without any pressure, without any problems. They had no issues whatsoever in any of the games that we witnessed. The same thing can be said for the likes of GlitchX Reborn. Now, GlitchX Reborn was one of the most consistent teams that I saw inside the round 4.
Absolutely. You know what, Necro? From this particular set of teams, my favorite will be Brave Esports, as a matter of fact. Simple, and dude, how can we forget that particular duo? Every single time a clutch situation just comes up, they're like always present. They're always ready to pull off those 1v4s. And now these are the underdog teams that we'll be watching out for. I mean, for sure, it's going to be tough competition. You've got Blind, you've got Gladiators in the same lobby. But how can the players, how can the likes of Simple and Dude go up against the likes of, let's say, Mania or a Joker? That is something which I'm so excited to see.
I mean, look, speaking about Brave Esports, they stand true to their name. Their name is Brave Esports, and the entire team is actually quite brave. As you mentioned, the individual firepower is insanely high inside this team. And all the time, they rely on that firepower and inside any of the fights. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, speaking about the firepower, speaking about all that good stuff, another good stuff that's on our screens is the prize pool. It's 2 crore rupees on the line. That's some big numbers.
That's certainly some big numbers, and we are actually very close to find out who gets the very big bank of 75 lakhs, 37.5 lakhs as well, and 25 lakhs. I mean, I'm also pretty excited to find out who the MVP of the BGIS or the MVP of the finals is going to be, because those are some massive, massive feather on top of your cap. Every single player would dream of becoming the MVP of the BGIS.
That is true. I mean, look at that prize pool. Big share is on the champions team, of course, getting 75 lakhs. The second spot getting 37,50,000, and then the third spot getting 25 lakhs. The top 3 is going to bank up a lot of money, that's for sure. And then, as you mentioned, even the special prizes that are down there underneath the graphics. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, that's just the prize pool. That's going to motivate these teams, or also add on a bit of more pressure.
Actually, I mean, to be honest, it does add pressure, but I think every single team is just sort of playing to win the competition.
That is true.
They want the fame and the acclaim. The prize money, yeah, for sure. I mean, when you get famous, you always get rich. That is, of course, is going to be there. But I think every single team, every single underdog team, their dream has been to just go in a LAN event and actually pick up the big trophy which is there. So I'm pretty sure like there's going to be some big dreams. But, I mean, speaking of the cash, I mean, we saw that every single team who makes it to the grand finals does win something. So from this point on, I think there's going to be a lot of pressure to actually qualify for the grand finals.
I mean, look, ladies and gentlemen, at this point, we've been speaking about the semifinals and the grand finals a lot, but now it's time to take a look at the overall structure of the tournament, which is the format. How the tournament began, how was the tournament functioning up till now? As we all know, we started things off all the way from grind, and then the round 1 came along where things were so spiced up. 2,048 teams joined us from the in-game qualifiers.
Absolutely. I mean, there were, just like you said, there were in-game qualifiers, and of course, the eligibility criteria of that in-game qualifiers was having an account which is Platinum 5 and level 25, which is pretty decent, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, if you play on a regular basis, you will be able to get to this particular criteria.
That's the best part, right? The eligibility criteria wasn't that high. Anyone could actually make it over here inside the in-game qualifiers. And 2,048 teams joined us, from which, as I mentioned, the journey already started from the ground itself, where 256 teams were invited. But then only the top 16 64 teams from the grind had a chance to move in forward inside the BGIS 2023, from which the top 32 moved in inside the round 3, the bottom 32 moved in inside the round 2.
Absolutely. It was sort of an advantageous position for the top 32 teams, of course. They did not have to play the previous 2 rounds, but just like you mentioned, the teams who could not be inside the top 64, of course, they had to come in from the in-game qualifiers once again, where they had to play 15 classic matches, out of which their top 10 would be calculated. And of course, from that, we create a massive, massive pool of 2,048 teams. I can't even begin to fathom how big that number is, Necro, to be honest.
Exactly, that's a big number. But as I mentioned, the best part about it is that the eligibility criteria wasn't too big.
Yeah.
So even anyone, a normal person, could actually participate inside the tournament. But once again, it's all done in the past. We're just trying to get you guys a run through of the tournament on how exactly things happened in the past as well. Inside the round 1, as we mentioned, the top 384 teams made it forward inside the round 2. But then, even from the round 1, the overall standings, top 96 teams had a chance to make it inside the round 2.
Exactly. Now that becomes 480. And of course, if you remember, ladies and gentlemen, from the grind, of course, there were 32 more teams. So for round 2, we had a total of 512. A lot of math. I can understand that it is very hard to actually begin. But 512 teams qualify from round 1, which is like a quarter of what we had in round.
Exactly. Imagine 2,048 teams narrowed down to 480. Now that's a big cut down.
Yep.
This is how brutal was the entire BGIS. But then as we move on forward towards the round 2 itself, then we knew with how the top teams were over there, right? 224 were there inside the round 3, which qualified in from the round 2 itself. This is where the competition was even cutthroat.
Exactly. I mean, it was extremely cutthroat. Round 3, as we were talking about, it was a round of 256 teams. Just like you mentioned, 224 teams came in from round 2, top 7 from every single group, and then the top 32 teams, which kind of add up to that. I mean, it's been very cutthroat, just like you said, but every single round, teams have been trying to stay consistent, and being consistent was the only thing which was important.
Exactly. Then from the round 3, top 64 teams moved in forward to the round 4. And then, of course, the teams that were ranked from 65th to 80th moved down to the losers bracket. And then from the round 4, top 16 teams had a direct shot at the semifinals, and the rest remaining teams moved down forward inside the losers bracket. Now, in total inside losers brackets, there were 64 teams. And from those 64, only 16 could move up inside the semifinals, from which where we are currently.
We both have to agree that the losers bracket was sort of like a second lifeline for all of these teams inside of the BGIS. I think this has been like a very game-changing move, to be honest. Teams have been performing really well, especially the ones in round 4 that deserve that second chance, and they've showed us why they deserve that second chance, especially when we see their gameplay. But speaking of the finals, ladies and gentlemen, we talked about how top teams from the loser brackets and top teams from round 4, they are coming together. And now all of that past performance, just like I said in my opening line, all of that past performance is going to be washed away. It's a fresh start for every single team.
It indeed is a fresh start, but once again, momentum is something you really need to rely on. These teams need to understand if your past has been quite good. Once again, the semifinals journey might just start in a pretty smooth way as well. But then, one more thing needs to be explained over here, ladies and gentlemen, and that is only top 16 teams can move on forward to the grand finals of BGIS 2023, which will of course be a grand event in Mumbai.
I mean, to be honest, Necro, especially when you said grand finals, the word sort of brought in a very big smile on my face. Top 16 teams from these 32, of course, are going to the grand finals. And I mean, it's going to be a LAN event. It's going to be a huge event, just like you mentioned. And I'm pretty sure we are going to find the best team in the country from that event itself, from those 3 days of action.
Indeed, we will be able to find those top 16 teams inside the Indian region. That will be for sure salty. I mean, already these top 32 teams, they're quite packed up with a lot of skills, man. It's tough to even narrow down the teams anymore, but still, we have to do it. In the overall standings, whichever team's going to stand inside the top 16, they will have a chance to move on forward inside the grand finals. Now, as we all know, all the teams over here, they've went through a lot of thick and thin, especially the teams that made it through from the losers bracket. Now, I just want to know a little bit of your predictions on which teams do you think from the losers bracket could actually stand a chance to make it inside the top 16?
To be honest, I think it's going to be those two teams. Like we talked about troublemakers as well as team system, right? These teams, the way their progression has been, the way the improvement has been, it's not just progression. I mean, they have constantly improved as the tournament progressed, constantly adapted to other teams and different set of lobbies. And it seems like they have that particular caliber in them. They have that X factor. So maybe maybe these are the teams to actually watch out for.
Exactly. Speaking about teams to watch out for, now we need to watch out for this points distribution that's in front of us. Of course, the first spot getting 15 points, the second spot getting 12 points, the third one getting 10, and it's going to keep on descending downwards until you take a look at that special factor on the points distribution. That's each finish equals 1 point. That's something that adds on a little bit of aggression for these teams and also adds on a little bit more entertainment for us.
I mean, I still remember in the lower brackets we were talking about how each finish actually does equal 2 points if you actually use the elimination card, ladies and gentlemen. But all of the shenanigans are done and dusted. We are back to the good old BGMI format where every finish is going to equal to 1 point. But like you said, I think this does manage to be like the most important factor in the game. Of course, every team will try and survive as long as they potentially can. The 1, 3rd, 2 and 3rd position where you get 15, 12 and 10 points, that is going to be a sweet spot. But the finishes sort of add that extra bit of flair.
Now look, inside the semifinals, there are top 32 teams from the entire BGIS 2023. And how are all these teams going to play inside the game? We have divided all these teams into groups, and now you guys have the Group A and B in front of us. Inside Group A, we've got some big names, of course: Seoul Gladiators, Autobots, Four Crescent Men, Big Brother Esports, Metal Esports, Troublemakers, and MICI Esports.
I mean, it's stacked up Group B, to be honest. Look at that. Blind Esports, you've got GlitchX Reborn, Marcos Gaming, Brave Esports, Team Mayavi, X-Spark, Lucknow Giants, and Nest Esports. I mean, you've got to talk about Lucknow Giants. Nobody expected this team to be here, but they're finally in the semi-finals.
Exactly. I just love the fact that how Lucknow Giants made a little bit of tweak in their playing style and their strategy, and now they're finally over here. That puts on a big smile on my face. But now it's time to take a look at the second page and find out the upcoming groups, which are Group C and Group D. Inside the Group C, we've got some of the big dogs. Team Insane, do you really need to elaborate a little bit more on this name? No, you do not. Team Insane, especially when you hear the name, everything just clicks in your mind.
Absolutely. But then again, look at the name after that. It's got Night Owls, one of my favorite underdog teams as well. They're very aggressive. They're very lethal. If you find them in the battlegrounds, of course, they are going to hunt you down. WSB, Titan FTW, Midwave Esports, Empire, CS Esports, and Newman Gaming. All of these are fantastic names who have the potential to make it to the grand finals.
Then you take a look at the Group D, where you see the Undergods growing strong, TWM, and then you also see Blood Rose and Team System. These guys are some of the best Undergods we've seen so far inside the tournament. Trust me, ladies and gentlemen, when I say this, the semifinals is going to be an absolute exhilarating start.
I mean, the floor is lava, Necro, at this point. Nobody can stand safe. And it's going to be, like I said, it's going to be an absolute hell, to be honest. It's very difficult to actually predict which teams are going to make their way forward, because we obviously talked about multiple groups, right? But how are they going to play against each other? There's going to be a round-robin format.
Speak about the round-robin format. Now, we've got today's schedule in front of us, and of course, we're going to kick things off with Erangel as usual, but Group B and C are going to be the one to jump inside the action. That means we are going to see quite a lot of interesting teams in action. Team Brave Esports is going to play in the upcoming game.
Oh yeah, for sure. Brave Esports are going to play. You've got Gladiators as well. It's going to be an absolute exhilarating affair. But on the map of Miramar, it's going to be Group A and C. On Sanhok, it's again going to be different. And then you've got Vikendi mixed into the picture as well. I kind of expected a double Sanhok Necro, but I'm very happy that we get to cast Vikendi together.
I mean, look, inside Vikendi, unfortunately, Group A and D are going to be the one to duke it out for them. It's going to be quite a slow start, but then later on, that's where things just start to mix and match up. Things were starting to pick up the pace out and over. And we've got Miramar as well in front of us, where Group B and D will be playing that one. Then the last game, as usual, once again, as the cycle completes towards Erangel, Group C and D will be the one to duke it out things inside the last game of Erangel as well. But now, Salty, as we know, we're kicking things off on the first map, which will be Erangel, of course. There's quite a lot of talking points over here. Brave Esports is one of those teams that is being played so nicely, but then we also need to focus on Lucknow Giants, as you mentioned. Those tweaks that they made inside the playing style, they were quite nice for Lucknow Giants. A lot of these teams in general do stand a good chance to win this entire first game.
You know, I think one team which always deserves a praise and will be a very major talking point is going to be Team Empire, as a matter of fact. They are definitely playing in the first game. I still remember inside of the lower brackets, 2 chicken dinners, flawless gameplay every single time. I still remember that one Miramar match where Team Empire's Empire, the player, he actually rotated in the final circle. How beautifully he sort of dominated those fights. That's how experienced these undergod players even are. That's how knowledgeable these players as well. And that is one of the reasons why majority of these players, in fact 2 of these players in the top 10 Rebels, they are undergods.
Exactly. We've got the top 10 players off the entire BGIS 2023 in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, from which currently Zerif is leading the chart. from WSB. Now, just to let you guys know how the MVP will be calculated inside the BGIS. Now, as we know, the MVP will be starting. I mean, the calculation of the MVP eliminations will be starting all the way from the round 3. Then round 4 will be counted. Losers bracket will not be counted, my bad. And then inside the semifinals and the grand finals will also be counted for that calculation.
Yep. You mentioned it perfectly. I mean, Zeref right at the tippity top with 39 finishes, closely followed by Ninja Jod, Knuckle, Ronnie, and Cleo. It's in ascending order, Necro. It's 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. Not really a lot of difference.
Exactly. I mean, round 3, round 4. Then we've also got the semifinals, and then the grand finals will be calculated for this top 10 Rebels. And that, whichever player is going to be at the top will, of course, be the MVP of the entire BGIS 2023. And then the grand finals MVP will be a different one as well. If a player is able to outshine the entire competition inside the grand finals itself, then he will be also getting a fair share amount of money to himself. But as we've got the rest half of the board in front of us too, where we have got one man from the side of Gladiator Esports, which is Delta PG, Sarang from Team X Park, and then Pro from the side of Nate X, and Blackie as well from Team Seal is actually over there. I did not expect Blackie to be here.
Blackie was actually a great one-man army for Team Seal, especially in times where his team was in danger. But I kind of feel a little sad for Pro as well as Dora OP from Nade and Acid, because their journey is over. They can't really progress much on that top 10 Rebels. But we saw Zeref at the very top from WSB. What are your thoughts on WSB and their performance? They've been very consistent. Zeref has been popping off every single time. Do you think we have a winner material in Team WSB?
You asked me a question and you just answered it yourself. So see, you said W has been performing quite consistently. Yes, they have been. Zeref is, of course, the pop-off man for them. Scream as well is quite a good man. And then you can also take nothing away from Raiden. These three guys are like the main pillars of WSB, and they keep on performing consistently. As usual, the big power for these guys is the firepower, and they add on so much of the firepower inside the roster in general that it's really tough to take down a team like WSB, and they have been proven that time and time again.
And I think consistency has always been a good factor for them, but they have to maintain the consistency. Ladies and gentlemen, these are going to be the teams who are going to be duking out in the map of Erangel. Necro, we obviously every single time do some predictions. It's been a tradition at the English desk. I want you to pick a winner for the first game.
Team Insane. I'm going to go with Team Insane. I think so. They definitely do have what it takes to start things off in a fantastic note. That's what Team Insane likes to do, right?
Yep.
Start off aggressive, then later on maybe just start playing a little bit more passive. Not exactly passive, but just start doing whatever the hell you want inside the game.
I mean, that's a very good pick, to be honest. But Blind Esports and Brave Esports are going to be the two teams. I mean, if I have to go with one, I'd just go with Blind Esports because their form has been red hot, Necro. We know, as a matter of fact, how aggressive Team Blind Esports is. I think Blind versus Mayavi is going to be a very decent battle. That is a battle which I would love to watch.
That actually will be quite an interesting pick as well from your side, right? But then Tyne FTW is one of those teams. Recently, these guys have been performing quite nicely. Midwave Esports, too. They showcased so much potential in the losers bracket. They won a back-to-back game as well, back-to-back chicken dinner, if you remember. The first game was pretty bad, but then the second and the third game, Midwave Esports were looking unstoppable.
I think Midwave Esports is one of those teams who know how to bounce back. And to be honest, I think it's not about bouncing back in the semifinals right now. Just like you mentioned, you have to have a very good start. And these are the groups who are playing the first game all together. You want to establish yourself at the very top on the overall standing. So I think the first game is going to be very, very important, Necro.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The first game of the day, the first game of the semifinals of BGIS 2023 begins in front of us as the plane fly path starts all the way from Sosnovka military base towards Lipovka. Now, this plane fly path, as usual, is once again just tilted to a completely one side of the map, so teams will be having a lot of struggles.
Absolutely. I mean, this flight path especially is extremely short. Just like you mentioned, starting off from military base and moving towards Lipovka, it completely alienates the northwestern quadrant of the map. I mean, teams wanting to go towards Georgiopol, towards Hospital, Ruins, Rozhok, they will be at such a big struggle, to be honest. And this just goes to show that majority of the teams will try and drop towards that military base region. Look at the amount of teams, Necro, that have ejected already from the plane itself.
Exactly. I mean, everything's looking pretty nice for now. Marcos Gaming going towards that Primor side. Usually, Marcos Gaming likes to go towards Severny, but considering the plane flat path is way too far away from them, Marcos Gaming has realized the fact that it's better to drop inside Primors than go all the way towards Severny. It's going to be a tough extent for them. But then, as we do take a look at Brave Esports as well, as usual, dropping towards the southern side of military base, nothing really out of the box.
Nothing really out of the box, but to be honest, flight paths like these does induce a little bit of the drop collisions because teams tend to go towards their secondary drops or probably to their intermediate drops to try and get those vehicles together. And that, just like I mentioned, it does induce that little bit of a drop collision factor. And I'm looking at the clusters which are happening. Majority of them inside of military base. We've got 3 teams. And yes, Necro, the circle, I kind of love it. Has a lot of water coverage onto it, which means the land mass is very less.
Not just that, because the plane flat path, only 50% of the map is actually accessible.
Yeah.
So a lot of these teams will be limited down off the bat. Maybe a lot of drop collisions, as you mentioned, can be noticed in the upcoming lines. Before now, there's a big cluster of teams just heading towards the school area, and there's a chance we might just see a fight erupting over there.
Oh, yeah.
Even the players of Night Owls going towards Yasna Poliana, Lucknow Giants as well, towards that same side. Oh, I'm off to a good start. Not just me, even the game's off to a good start.
For sure. I mean, a very potential battle which I can see brewing up is between Blind Esports and Team Mayavi. They are, just like I mentioned, their drop locations were a little similar and they are in very close proximity, which just means only one thing. Look at this. Joker, he does have that M16 equipped. It seems like Team Mayavi, they sense the parachutes kind of pop off nearby them. Team Blind did manage to find their drop location for themselves. I mean, they're very close to school, and I'm pretty sure once they're done with their initial grocery shopping, I'm pretty sure they will try and extend towards the school apartments or the school main building. But that just interests me even more, because will Team Blind and Mayavi fight it out in the early stages?
A big question indeed. Team Insane towards Shelter. No one's got the guts to challenge that team. And no one ever will. Team Insane, they like to go over there. They haven't really changed their drop location up till now. They don't really need to change it, actually. The plane flat path was favoring them. DE as well, which is Team Empire. One of those teams that just surprised us. A wildcard entry, I would say, inside the semifinals. And the best part about Team Empire is that we haven't even seen a lot of this team, but still they have made a mark in our hearts.
Yeah, we just saw them in one round itself, and that was the lower brackets, but still, just like I said, they've won hearts. They've, sure, not just ours, but the audience as well. And now, of course, we have Team Blind Esports, one of the strongest teams, I must say, statistically speaking, inside of the lobby so far, and they are in really good form. Now, how do they manage to find this rotation is going to be extremely important, because we talked about the circle, which is toward the southern side of this of the map itself, towards that military base island. Majority of the teams will be looking for that early rotation. Do you think there's a possibility of a bridge camp, Nick?
Maybe there is.
Oh.
I mean, it's a military circle, then there is always a possibility of a bridge camp. And already we're seeing that happen in front of us. CS Esports, they've seen their foes closing in onto that bridge. And CS Esports knows now how to deal with that threat possibly in the future lines. FTW already taken a lot of shots against the players of Blind Esports. This can be a big threat to neutralize. And Blind Esports, they're not going to care about that at all. Instead, they've got their eyes locked onto the other side of this bridge, and that's where they're going to cross to.
I mean, 3 players are extremely low on HP. Look at this. Blind Esports, Ronnie, Mania, as well as Nakul. All 3 of them were hit. Ronnie's barely surviving by a sliver of HP. They had to take this pit stop to patch themselves up and come back once again back into the game. But it was good stuff from Titan FTW to try and capture the bridge in the early stages. It just depends on how long they're going to hold that territory. Are they going to stay there for a while, wait for other teams to come by, or are they going to chase behind Blind Esports and try and get them down?
Indeed. Considering at this point in time, every single team, they just want to make it down south as quick as possible. CS Esports would want to be one of those too. But then, considering even Titan FTW has moved away, now there's a chance CS Esports can find a free pathway if they want to towards the bridge line, and that's what the players of CS Esports are doing. They are moving down south, you can see on the map. Blind Esports can be a potential threat in the upcoming future lines, but still for CS Esports, at least for now, it's going to be a clear pathway in the military base. Brave Esports, I like that split that's came into play for Brave Esports. Mainly the reason why that split's over there is because they want to make sure they're looting as efficiently as possible.
Yeah, and Brave will avoid majority of the initial collision. That's how they sort of function, right? In the initial stages, they will try and be in the outskirts of the map, just like you mentioned. Just try and loot up all by themselves without inviting a lot of pressure towards them. But of course, in the later stages, when the action actually calls, Brave Esports just always respond. Something interesting which we also witnessed was the fact that Marcos Gaming went for that water rotation extremely quick. I mean, this is still the first circuit. They dropped it at Premox, loot up, and then right from the get-go itself, they took to the ferry and just completely crossed that entire water body. It's a good start from them. They're still targeting the shorelines, but luckily for them, it's not the territory which Brave Esports is holding.
Look at the Giants too up north. Now they're finally starting to move down south. I really want to know how that rotation is going to work out for the players of Lucknow Giants. It does look like a tough one to pull off, considering you're going to be such a late breacher inside the circle in the first place. So tying FDW towards the water lines. CS Esports as well, finally crossing on over towards the southern side inside the military base. They're going to find themselves a little bit of sweet spot to be there. Team X Spark inside Nova Repnoy, chilling. For Newman Gaming, if there's a boat around in that same area of Lipovka, they're not going to have any issues of rotating down south. But if there's no boats, then Newman Gaming's screwed.
Oh, for sure. I mean, that's a very long rotation which Newman Gaming needs to take.
Glider!
Oh my goodness, what?
Oh, it's been a long time.
It's been a very long time, and this looks so beautiful, to be honest.
I like the use of Glider to cross on over towards the military island. Now, considering, as we know, it's been a while since we've seen the gliders in use. The last time we saw the gliders actually being in use was inside the grind.
Yeah.
And now we're seeing that being used inside the semifinals as well. I really want to see for how things work out for the side of Midwave Esports, considering as soon as they try to step in forward inside the military island, I know there's going to be a lot of shots taken onto this flying glider.
I think this, in fact, can be a very good move if they can actually avoid any sort of collisions. And just like you mentioned, I think the glider has to be ejected or left behind somewhere far on the water bodies, and then he'll have to swim closer to the shorelines, because otherwise it's an extremely slow-moving vehicle. It will get destroyed instantly. And majority of the shorelines are being covered. Look at this Team X Park. They're just guarding the shorelines like an absolute Baywatch. Wouldn't let anybody. They know, as a matter of fact, there will be multiple teams from the mainland who will try and cross in from here. Will try and take those water rotations. And I like this idea. Try and capture the shorelines right from the get-go.
Yeah, Team X Spark in a really good spot towards the edges. They're actually trying to spot out a couple of boats, and they finally get their eyes on one. Constant spray, constant bullets just being unloaded in that same direction. We'll go for a fresh magazine, and once again, the Wrath keeps him going. This man's not going to stop anytime soon. At this point, this man is like a human turret that just keeps on firing against that boat. And then the players of Midwave now just caught out in the open in a big world of trouble. Even the glider's making its way towards the No Repnoy side. So the glider's not going to have any issues whatsoever. It's going to find a smooth landing.
I mean, Team X Park, good spot from them on top of Midwave, but it seems like Midwave did manage to survive, but now they are split up completely. 2 players towards Novo, 2 players towards the southern part of the shoreline. It's going to be extremely difficult for them to regroup, actually. Try and play together from this point on. They will have to bank on the fact that Team X Park just leaves that particular position, goes on their merry way as well. Speaking of Team X Park, I mean, we do still remember that their first day of performance inside of round 4 was extremely dismal. They only acquired like single-digit points, 5 or 7 points from that particular game. They could not come back on the second, and I think this is something which Team X Park should really focus on, to try and be as consistent as possible.
At this point in time, not a lot happening inside the game. Team's just desperate enough to make that rotation down south. Team Insane, though, still on that northern island, or on the main island, if you'd like to call it. They're actually gonna go for a swim rotation inside the down south military island. This is gonna be an interesting one to pull off. Human Gaming as well, just making it all the way from the back lines. Lucknow Giants too. They are going to be the late breachers. Look at this. The bridge on the Nova Repnoy side is completely left in the open. No one's over there. It's not getting camped. So that can be a smooth sailing for the teams if they do want to cross on over.
I think I sort of understand why teams don't really want to camp the bridge right from the get-go itself. Everybody just wants to get themselves settled in, just get themselves warmed up, taking those initial battles to try and challenge the teams coming in from the other side of the bridge. It's a very 50-50 situation, unless and until you've got the set piece practiced time and time again. It's a risk which is not worth taking.
I would say a team that's always camping the bridge, they have much more of a bigger advantage.
Yeah, they do.
And considering if you've got a good split going on for that bridge camp as well, where two players are going to be all the way in the back lines on the mountains,
Yeah.
they're going to give you so much visual. And also, a bit of a backlines cover. So I would say going for the bridge camp is a good thing if you are focusing on the elimination points, but once again, if you're focusing for the win, then going for the bridge camp's not going to be the way to go, because of course, you will try to close on up to the centric spot of the circle as much as possible.
And that is what majority of the teams are doing, trying to close on up to the central part of the circle. Look at this though. Team Insane, they've finally spotted out Team Newman Gaming. Still in the mainland though, they still haven't crossed on over, which is very surprising. Extremely late rotation, but from Team Insane, I think this is understandable. They always like to play that game, they always like to play that late game, where they are the late rotators, and later on, they switch gears, but look at this, Lucknow Giants. It seems like they have been swarmed by the players of Team Night Owls.
Exactly, speak about switching gears and Lucknow Giants, they've got so much trouble to deal with. That nade was way too close. Dawn is barely alive on a sliver of HP. Gonna go for a patch up. Doesn't really have a lot of first aids left over anyways. That was the only leftover first aid that he's going to use. But Dawn, he steps out in the open without any knowledge of the opponent team and still gets taken down. What was Dawn thinking?
He was just trying to run away from his opposition. He knew that against 4 guys, it's going to be extremely difficult. And now Lucknow Giants, they have been hit first. And Cleo from Night Owls is the first one once again to get the finish. First finish of the semi-finals.
That was scrappy. Spray was not able to find the connections that he wanted to. That could have been an easy knockout if Adi went for a prone spray. Would have been much more stable. But then Hirsch still continues the assault against the players of Newman Gaming. And the next circle shift down south even more. This is where it's going to be a big wall of trouble for a lot of these teams to make it down south. The only bridge that's currently clear is the Nova Reploy bridge. If you want to be quick enough to make it inside, you really do need to move right now. Lucknow Giants as well now. This fight finally breaks out as Night Owls is going to be on the receiving end as well. Austin Bot is making sure that the opponents are going to pay off for the shenanigans that they try to pull off against them. And even Rage God finds another knockout against the players of Night Owl. Even Cleo gets eliminated from the game.
Lucknow Giants, they actually have head back. They managed to find the 2 eliminations, but it seems like now they're suffering the fate. Dream is still there. Roxy was trying to rotate as well. This nade can actually be leader, and it is. Lucknow Giants, they have been wiped off from the game by Night Owls, Necro.
Lucknow Giants out of the game, and now we've got the players of Newman Gaming in front of us. A beautiful nade to find the initial knockout. Avi goes down. Rex's walt's going to follow up the fray, and now it's all down to Clutch God. And even that man softened up a little bit too much. Rex getting tapped away. Newman Gaming on the verge of getting eliminated from this game. It's all down to Clutch God. Clutch God needs to play this one with a little bit of more patience. Considering even Team Insane, they lost out on one of the guys. This is not the fight they wanted to come true, but sometimes you got to take the actions that you really did not plan beforehand. For now, the players of Newman Gaming, it's next to impossible to make it out from this bridge alliance. Team Insane's not going to let him go just like that. But for even Team Insane, the rotation has to be the main priority.
Yeah, I mean, the massive hard shift that we witnessed from the mainland towards the southern part of the military base, that sort of forced both these two teams, and even Lucknow Giants and Night Owls, to brew into a fight. They had to finish those engagements and then go on the rotations, and that's why we saw even Night Owls falter, lose a couple of players in the process as well. Lucknow Giants have been completely wiped off, and these two teams, Insane and Newman Gaming, talk about them. They have to suffer the fate of late rotation. We've always talked about it. When you've got such a long rotation or such a long path to traverse, you cannot do it at the fag end of the zone shift.
Oh no, he's going to get knocked out. He's going to get knocked out, Salty. Yep, he tried to patch himself up a little bit too late. Gets knocked out over there, and at this point, Team Insane, they need to let him go. If they stop over there to get the resurrection done, it's going to be a massive screw-up.
Yeah. I mean, look at this, CS Esports. It seems like they are taking some shots from WSB. Now, for WSB, I think this is a very good zone because their hold on top of military base is really fabulous. Shots being taken, but no real warfare as of yet. Teams have always found their corners to actually survive, but No real engagement so far.
Nothing too critical. Glitchx Reborn 2 just looking around, playing for that informational play. Lucknow Giants. This fight was quite a scrappy one, considering it just happened out of nowhere. Inside the blue as well. One thing is for sure, the late rotation for both these teams did not work out that nice. Even for Night Owls, they lost out on 2 players. Even for Lucknow Giants, they lost out in the entirety. So that was not really a well-planned situation.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, late rotation will never really present you with well-thought-out situation and well-thought-out set piece formats as well. But look at this. Aro, it seems like he's found a player from the distance. And Atanki from Team Midwave finds a knock and finish. Glitchx Reborn did have the lines of sight on top of that particular collision, but could not really grab that finish point. Still in this spot, and Zeph has been finished off. So many random fights, so many random bullets being shot at left, right, and center.
Yeah, so many just of these random fights breaking out of nowhere. Even Midwave Esports under heavy fire now. And these guys are actually going to find a little bit of a safe rotation, at least for now, from that spot, considering they were pinned down by the opponents. But then this nade sails in, and Team X Spark, they find a confirmation against the players in SD Sports. Nicely done. For Team X Spark, they've got all the players alive. For Nest Esports, they've been eliminated from the game completely. And this is how things really unfolded inside this one. Nest Esports, the last guy tried his best to fight back, but then he got eliminated in the end. And Team X Spark was the one to come out on top, and even out and over. You blink it and you miss it. The entirety of Midwave 2, they get eliminated within a flash.
Like I said, Necro, it's scrappy fights all along. It's such an open territory, and teams, definitely multiple teams, are just in their lines of sight. They do tend to find themselves temporary piece of cover behind these broken airplanes, but it's not going to last for long. We did see that Team X Spark, they had one good decision which was working for them, playing in from the edge line, just not being a part of the action. But now even Aditya has such a massive line of sight on him, and Glitchx Reborn tapping away from the distance, just trying to destroy the vehicle, but could not really manage to do that. It is really important for X Spark to retain the numbers if they want to win this game. We saw, as a matter of fact, look at this, right? Brave Esports still playing in that same approach, not really participating in any fight which is happening, just avoiding the central part of the circle and still getting the advantage of it. The circle hard shifting on top of them. This is brilliant for them.
Team Miyavi, they're right in the smack center. Brave Esports still trying to make it inside the circle. Considering Blind Esports still around the fray. For Blind Esports, the main priority now has to be to find a good position inside the upcoming circle, considering they're all the way on the northern side. There will definitely need to be the cleanup crew now. Blind Esports, they need to wake up. This is the moment, now or never. You would either go down as a warrior or go down as nothing inside the game, and Blind Esports will choose the first option. Before now, Team X Spark taking so many shots against the players of Glitchx Reborn. 2 of the players getting knocked out. They really desperately wanted to have that compound control, but it's denied.
It's been denied, and it was already under pride control by WSB as well. It does extend. Now just one player who's still surviving. I mean, revival might just come in for Glitchx Reborn. For how long? That is the question. Team X Spark, of course, will go their merry ways, but look at this. Blind, in fact, have been encountered, and it's Marcos Gaming who is reigning supreme. Just one player being knocked out, Necro.
Marcos Gaming a lot, then being knocked out. It's not going to be an issue at all. He should be back upon his feet whatsoever. WSB Scream! A pump to his face. Scream gets knocked out. Still the rest 2 players in the back lines, and eventually Scream instantly gets finished off as well in the game. WSB, that's a big mistake that they made in that fight. Shouldn't have been that aggressive. But then Team Empires versus CS Esports. This will be a fight worth watching. Spidey finds the initial knockout. CS Esports down to a 3-man squad. Now the situation's evened out. For the players of Team Empire, this can be the best chance to pounce on top of the opponents. Pulls out the TBS for the close range engagement and finds another knockout. Team Empire's doing a fantastic job, but then even the return knockout from CS Esports starts to follow up, but still Team Empire, they're holding on strong.
CS Esports, Ranadeep, is the only man who is still surviving on that second floor, and he has so much responsibility on his shoulders. And it's the Uzi. That's all she wrote for him. Free fight coming in, but man, he just turns around.
He missed all the shots, and what a swift return that was from the side of Team Empires to come back inside that fight.
He almost managed to find that knock onto Spidey. I just don't really understand. His magazine ran out and the man just completely turns around. But look at this, Marcus Gaming. Their next target is Team Mayavi. And Team Mayavi basically has just one player left, Necro.
Team Mayavi down to just that one last guy alive, and even he's quite softened up. He's wounded. Blacks underneath that high ground. This is indeed going to be quite a troublemaker for the players of Mayavi to survive, or especially Blacks to survive. But he can try his best to stay alive in these type of moments, just keep himself anonymous. Marco's Gaming, these guys are reigning supreme so far, considering they've got 3 players up and alive, but then even Brave Esports will slowly and steadily start to close on up from the back line. So Marco's Gaming, they've got a threat to watch out.
They've got multiple threats to actually watch out, and their positioning is brilliant. It's just a little outside the circle, but I'm pretty sure they will make it inside. But the high ground advantage that they have just gives them so much information to work with. Look at this! Sarang is just barely using his hit markers to try and spray down the opposition from Brave Esports.
Sarang is just able to find so many connections through the smoke, and he's not stopping anytime soon. He's just unloading his magazines back to back in that same direction. And this is how the fight really broke out between the players of Team Mayavi and the opponent Blacks with that single nade. He found that elimination against the opponents. Nicely done, Blacks. Good precision with the utilities. But speaking about precision, Sarang is showcasing the precision with the 6X and the M416. This man's looking unstoppable so far, but one thing is for sure, he needs a lot of bullets for that gun.
Oh, for sure, and I'm pretty sure he has quite a few as well. Now, this man has been consistent throughout the tournament. You don't really want to mess with him in a 1v1 situation, especially in long-range combat. Brave Esports, of course, I don't really know why dude just tried to make that very long rotation, but now he's actually paid the price. Glitchx Reborn, they're going to feed upon his finish.
Brave Esports completely out of the game as well. Even Team Mayavi, they follow up instantly. Tine FTW making that push happen against Raiden. He's all by himself, can't survive for long enough. And WSP, they get eaten alive.
The final 4 teams, Necro, and we have 13 remaining players. Majority of them, you've got Glitchx Reborn, you've got Titan FTW. These undergods, they're making it count in the first game of the semi-finals. But of course, Marcus Gaming, one of the top dogs, and Team Xpark, they will try and take the limelight away from them. It seems like Team Xpark, they've been hit. Sarang is still knocked out, but they're still yet to make a move. Where do they rotate? It's completely out in the open. No questions asked. Team Xpark has to try and push in and maybe try and take a fight against an opposition.
Team Xpark moving in from the southern side, and now they've got a threat to worry about in the name of Glitchx Reborn. Glitchx Reborn looking for to make a swift return inside this fight, but that spray from Romano 6 was quite nice. He finds that knockout. Roman OG looking for to press on up a little bit, even more against the opponent. And eventually the nade finds the perfect connection, that sweet spot, and he eliminates the entirety of Team Xpark. Or still at least one man's alive from them. But for how long is the question? Dreams is all by himself with a lot of dreams.
Oh, for sure, a lot of dreams, but I love Glitchx Reborn at the moment. Their split is fabulous. It's phenomenal to understand how they're actually dominating an open circle like this. And every player is just behind a single rock. Duke, of course, has been knocked down from the distance, and it's Titan FTW. Xpark and Dreams with big hopes and dreams, just like you mentioned. But the circle is right on top of this man. The ball is in their court right now.
This man's not stopping that nade barrage. It was in his court, but then from the backlines, it's going to be SprayGod knocking on the doors. And SprayGod sprays him down. Nicely done. Marcos Gaming once again back inside the fray. Looking forward to take down a couple of more foes in the front lines. Another man could be knocked out from the side of Glitchx Reborn, but then that return fire from Roman OG is perfect. He finds that connection that was needed, and now it's going to be the top 2 teams fighting for the supremacy. Tine FTW versus Glitchx Reborn. Who's going to come out on top?
Roman OG has 8 finishes to his name. This man has been the reincarnation of the Grim Reaper Necro. And now he's got 3 targets right in front. 3 targets can be 3 plays. Of course, out in the open. Sensei, what are you doing, my man?
And they're desperate enough to move out in the open. They did not have any other chance. They did not have any other option to pull off. And that's what they did. One man moved out in the open, grabbed all the attention onto himself, and then the other guy moved inside the circle itself. Punk is still all the way back in the blue, taking so much damage from that blue zone, but he's going for that constant med supply. And as soon as he's going to patch himself up once again, tying FTW, this man Punk will try to at least find one more knockout against the players of Glitch X Reborn, but he's making a run for the safe zone. He finds himself a bit of a piece of land, but it's not going to matter because he gets knocked out instantly. And then a nade comes in and even eliminates the last guy from tying FTW. That's it. Glitch X Reborn, they're going to be the one to seal the deal and come out on top in that previous game.
Who could have imagined, Necro, that an underdog team like Glitch X Reborn would dominate like that in that final circle, especially when you've got Goliaths in the form of X-Pac and Marcus Gaming into the picture. But how beautifully they moved, how beautifully they carried on their onslaughts. I still remember that one compound push against WSB, which they particularly won. That sort of set themselves up for this particular success. And overall, this game was so underdog-centric. We saw so many great moments.
Exactly, but in general, the performance that we saw from the side of Glitch X Reborn just showcases us that patience is the key to success.
Yep.
Glitch X Reborn, they showed so many patience in the final few moments because they knew Roman is out on absolute fire. All they needed to do was set up Roman for success, and Roman was just getting so many of these elimination points. Good nade utility utilization we saw from his side.
Yep.
Some nade connections that found the entire squad wipe, but then how can we even forget that nade from Blacks?
Exactly. I mean, that nade from Black sort of changed the picture. We'll still have to find out how many finish points he actually got from that particular position. But Team Mayavi, I think this game wasn't really the ideal for them.
Yeah, it wasn't really that good of a game, but still, considering we know there are still a decent amount of games left in the future line, so Team Mayavi, they've got a lot to look up forward to. But ladies and gentlemen, for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere, though, because on the other side of this break is going to be a lot of post-game stats.
पुश लेफ्ट ठीक है हम
पीछे आ
वो यूसी कितना है जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा
अबे ये कहाँ गया
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकलने
अलग ही जोन में ये तो
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों
रॉयल पास ले डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले
है
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था
अभी नहीं चाहिए
मुझे BGMI के नकली वाले कॉपी गेम्स नहीं खेलने चलो क्या जिग्नेश भाई
सबसे पहले गेम की सेटिंग में एंट्री मारो फिर ग्राफिक को करो स्मूथ जैसे मक्खन फिर फ्रेम रेट को सेट करो अपने फोन के स्वाद अनुसार ये लो भैया हो गई आपकी सेटिंग
जुगाड़ू जिग्नेश
समझे सब पॉसिबल है बस सेटिंग लगाना
सर सीन सेट है एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या
Let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसी बात है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो
बैटलग्राउंड्स चल दिखाता हूँ तेरे को आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर
रोड टू वेलर एम्पायर्स में बहुत सारे फैक्शंस है जैसे
जापानीज फैक्शन है रोमन फैक्शन है पर्शियन फैक्शन है नॉर्मन फैक्शन है
इंडिया फैक्शन नहीं था
Then I thought, okay, now this is the really great opportunity to design some Indian characters.
हमने डिसाइड किया कि we'll go for it.
जो भी कोरियन डिज़ाइंस बन के आए थे तो बहुत ही अच्छा था लेकिन इंडियनाइज नहीं था वो बहुत ज़्यादा कोरियन स्टाइल था उसको इंडिया ऑथेंटिक बनाने के लिए हमको बहुत ज़्यादा रिसर्च करना पड़ा
어메이징 했었어요.
Indian faction?
제가 어렸을 때부터 좀 보고 자라왔던 한국 게이머들의 열정이 저는 인도에서도 똑같이 보이는 것 같아요.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After that interesting first game, considering it was a military circle, Johnny,
Yeah.
things unfolded in quite an interesting fashion. A lot of the teams that went for the late game rotation, things did not work out for them, and the usual suspects who made it down south, they were able to perform quite nicely.
Exactly. I mean, this was the best start you could ask for the semi-finals, right? As you mentioned, we started off with the military circle, and that took quite an unorthodox military circle, sticking to the western side of the island. And apart from that, I mean, two undergod teams fighting for the chicken dinner in the variant out of which Glitch X Reborn, I mean, that was an impressive win.
Glitch X Reborn, Roman OG is one of those guys that I've always been looking forward to. He's been showcasing a lot of potential, and I genuinely think so. This man has a lot of great future in the front lines too. I think so he managed to rack up 9 or 10 elimination points all by himself, while his team had only had 1 elimination point to add on to the book. So that in itself just explains how good of a performance this man was able to keep up.
At the end of the day, the team won the game, so I think we can go a little bit easier on that guy, but still, I mean, I do agree with you. Majority of the heavy lifting was done by one individual, but if it all works out in the end, who cares?
I mean, all of that is fine. You speak about the individual performance, and then we see that big screw up from the side of Lucknow Giants. Now, these guys have showcased a lot of improvement throughout the entire BGIS 2023, but I don't just want to see things back to how it was.
I mean, I do agree with you on that. I mean, Lucknow Giants, their journey in BGIS had risen our hopes to like a different standard. Now we were holding Lucknow Giants back to the same old standards where we would hold Austin back in the days, like one of the best players in the region. And the stats were up there up until a certain point, but this is definitely not a start they were looking forward to. Luckily for them, I mean, they do have kind of a reset coming in. They won't be playing in the next map, so hopefully when they show up for game number 3, they do figure out what went wrong.
This fight between the players of Team Empire and CS Esports as well was quite an interesting one, considering the last guy, Rana Deep, he just ran out of magazine. But to be honest, when you've got 35 bullets in a micro Uzi, that should be more than enough to take down a guy. But once again, that's sort of like the upside and also a downside of a fast firing rate weapon, considering you will be able to unload your magazine quite quickly enough and take down your opponent quickly enough. But if you miss all the shots, you're screwed.
With the Uzi, you have to be very careful because when you engage in a battle, you have to make sure that the first few shots are connecting on the head. If you fail to hit, like within the first 10 rounds, if you fail to connect headshots on the opposition, you are done. That mag will run out so quickly, as you mentioned. But this was very interesting. I mean, Titan FTW, their approach to the endgame circles, that is what I enjoyed the most in this matchup, especially how they dealt with the fact that they were pinned in a corner and they just had to be patient and pick the right fights at the same time. Glitch Reborn, I'll give them that. I mean, the priority was theirs. They had the open position plus Titan FTW. They did make a lot of noise when they were running towards that endgame fight in the top 4, and that sort of gave an idea to Glitch Reborn as to where the opposition was coming from. And you know, in an open field, if you know where the threat is coming from, it is easy to close out the game.
Once again, you also have the circle, so that's just going to add on a little bit more advantage to you. But speaking about the whole micro Uzi conversation, right? So it's sort of like a high risk, high reward. And I genuinely think so the reward that it gives you is quite nice, especially inside the DBS meta.
Now, that is what I wanted to talk about. Like, since we're talking about weapons, right? Against the DBS and Uzi, what's the rate of fire going to do when you're just like one shot in the head and you're out?
Yeah, but once again, imagine if you're able to bait out the first initial shot of a DBS, and if you get a chance to strike down the opponent. I think so a big example over here has to be Drigger. He's from Orangutan. He likes to use a Vector inside the gameplay. That's the only close-range weapon that he uses.
Vector is still more preferable than the Uzi right now, because if imagine you talked about baiting out shots, right? If you bait out shots from someone holding an Uzi, that guy is not coming back in that fight. He will eventually be forced to switch his weapons, and with these weapon switches mid-fight, you still have that 1.5-2 second window between which, if you are armed with the DBS, you can actually peek the corner and finish the opposition off. I mean, it's just like micro plays, and in the heat of the moment, it's very difficult to have this clear of a thought process running in your heads. That is what the experienced players have, and that is, I think, the added benefit that they have inside of the game, that when things get heated up, when you have 2 players, 3 players pushing in your directions, you will think about every single detail of the game that you have available for you. You will think of all the options that are there on the table for you to utilize and to come out on top of that fight.
I mean, there's always like two ways to look at a thing, right? Considering, as I mentioned, Vector and Uzi, they're sort of like a really good conversation to have over here. If you find the extended mag for a Vector, we know what it's capable of. Even in the previous times, we've seen how deadly it can be to shred apart your opponents. And as I mentioned, Trigger is a big example of that. And I think so the similar thing can be said for Uzi as well, considering you get 35 bullets in the magazine. But as you mentioned rightfully as well, if you do completely empty out a magazine, you will need to go for a switch up. And the chances of you emptying out a magazine are quite a lot compared to a DBS that's against you. But once again, in a 1v1 duel, I genuinely think so. If you're a good enough player, if you have good enough movement, you can't successfully bait out a shot with the DBS and then try to just barrel stuff your Uzi in the opponent's throat.
But the key word over there is good enough.
Yeah. I mean, we're over here witnessing a pro league. Come on. So I think so every single player is good enough to bait out a shot.
How do you define who is good enough when all of these players are basically at an even-steven position in terms of their skill level? I mean,
there's always one thing that you know is the peeker's advantage, right? And if a DBS that's trying to hit against you, what you can try to do is give a shoulder peek. And then as soon as the first shot's baited out, you instantly peek out and try to shove him down.
Not going to work here, Necro. I mean, the other person will just wide swing you and shoot you in the face.
I mean, there's so many possibilities that can happen.
There's so many possibilities.
There's so many possibilities that can happen, right? But ladies and gentlemen, let's move on forward and take a look at the MVP of the previous game, because we did see a lot of individual performance, but Roman OG was the man who stood out the most, and we've got him on the board with 8 finishes and 66.6 finish contribution.
Yeah, I mean, it was an impressive game. We were having this conversation at the start of the segment as well. I mean, this is the guy you also brought up first, right off the bat. Like, it was Roman who secured majority of the finishes for his team, and he was one of the reasons, like, especially the team stood up above the rest of the competition in the end game. But we do have Krish following him up in top 5 Rebels as well. I mean, 12 eliminations on 2 plays combined. This was a brilliant game to start off with for Glitch Reborn.
And then we see Sayam as well from the side of Marcos Gaming with 4 elimination points wrapped up. And then we also see another guy from the side of Ty and FTW with 4 eliminations. And then Blacks, of course, from Team Avi. This man tossed one single nade and wiped out a squad instantly.
But are we satisfied with this sort of a start from Team Mayavi? We expect big things from them, right?
Once again, we know their fairy tale. That's how they like to start off, right? On the first day, they like to start off slow. Day 2 is where they start making the comebacks happen.
True. I mean, that has been the case. That has been the trend for Team Mayavi. And we're going to wait for tomorrow, I guess, then for us to actually witness the bounce back from them. But talking about starts, I mean, this was quite a brilliant start, as we mentioned. And we are mentioning again for Glitch Reborn, for Titan FTW, both the teams crossing that 20-point marker. And then we have Marcos Gaming on the 3rd position with 17 points. And that is also quite a decent start. I mean, you have 7 eliminations, 10 points for placement, not bad.
Then we need to take a look at the latter half of the board, Johnny. This is where we're going to find some big upsets that I personally thought had a big chance of performing pretty nicely inside the initial game. Nest Esports, CS Esports, even Brave Esports is another name. Blind Esports, too, was not able to perform in that previous game.
Why are you skipping Newman Gaming?
Listen, Newman Gaming, they've had a rough pass, all right? They're quite inconsistent in their approach inside the game. Now, I'm going to be a little bit rough onto every single team, and stats speak that Newman Gaming haven't been
They finished top of their group every single time.
I know, but once again, you need to understand the amount of consistency Newman Gaming has showcased in between. They have an inconsistency where you do not know if inside one game they're going to pop off or not. There's always a big question.
That is true, but that is also true for any other team. And we have teams drop 20 points in one game and then 2 points in the next.
But once again, in the previous stages, the competition wasn't that good. Now over here, every single team is just like a known team over here. Speak of this, right? Team Insane, Blind Esports. You've got some of the big giants that are looking forward to take it down within one single mistake that's been made inside the game. Especially that bridge rotation as well that Newman Gaming tried to pull off. That was one of the biggest mistakes that Newman Gaming could have made.
I do agree with you, especially after the kind of military circle rotations we have seen in the previous low bracket round losers bracket. I mean, those are something else. But we are moving on to the next game now, I guess.
Exactly. We've got the matchup in front of us for the match 2, ladies and gentlemen, where Group A and C is now going to be the one to chime inside the action. We're going to see a bit more of Team Insane once again. Newman Gaming 2. Let's see what Newman Gaming's got in the backpack, because I want to see a little bit more of a better performance. The same thing can be said for WSB, but then if we focus on the new upcomings, this is where we're going to see Team Soul, Gladiator Esports, Autobots Esports, For Aggressive Men. The entire group is quite stacked.
Yeah, the whole group is stacked. I mean, you talk about Big Brothers, Medal Esports. We've seen a few brilliant games from them now and again as well. Big Brother Esports have been pretty consistent in the last few matches, in the last few rounds that they played. MICI and Troublemakers, two upcoming names that we have witnessed for the first time in BGIS. MICI, I mean, they have developed themselves so much over the time, especially during the losers bracket itself. Their growth was clearly visible. When things weren't working out on the aggressive front, they were very comfortable playing for safety, playing for survival as well. And Troublemakers, as the name suggests, they are troublemakers in the lobby. You're going to see this team make the most unorthodox plays in some of the weirdest zone, and still they manage to win a few games every now and then.
Now, that's a really good conversation that you brought up, right, about MICI Esports. When I initially saw this team perform inside the BGIS, I did not think they stood a chance to make it over here in the first place, inside the semifinals. But then when I saw them in the losers bracket, these guys were performing pretty nice.
Yeah, especially Mudit. Mudit's survival game was something else entirely. Every single game you would see him, he would be there for his team, breaking into the top 3, breaking into the top 4 one way or the other. And I believe that combined with the amount of effort that was put in by Surya and Sanchit, and of course the last individual as well, was all put together was the reason that we see this team now in the semifinals.
Exactly. I mean, MICI Esports, not just them, a lot of these teams have showcased so much improvement, an immense amount of improvement. Speak about MICI Esports, then I also get a reminder of Team System, a team that we did not expect to make it over here. Troublemakers as well can be a really big part of the conversation. Troublemakers is someone that none of us expected to make it over here. These guys were just inside the lobby, chilling around, and somehow they made it to the semifinals, and now they're probably going to be eyeing out for the big shot. But ladies and gentlemen, we've got the second game of the day rolling in, as the plane flat path's going to start all the way from Impala towards the opposite side, which is the Ladriella. Now, I want to see how teams will adapt on the fly. The plane flat path is completely down south.
Exactly. What is its flight path? It starts, as you mentioned, between Impala and Porto Paracio and goes between Ladriella and Valle del Mar, completely sticking to the southern half of the map. And as you all know, Miramar, it is a big map, the biggest in the game. And anything beyond San Martin at this point is going to be a dream for these players. They're going to have to look for vehicles along that highway if they want to head towards even Cruz del Valle, Tierra Bronca. El Azar is going to be far off.
Just like the Erangel. Once again, this map's just going to be up for grab till 50%.
Yeah.
Only 50% of the map is actually going to be usable. The rest, it's going to be tough to go all the way up north and try and get some loot secured for yourself. You're just going to be wasting a lot of time. You might just be the latecomers inside the circle, just like how Newman Gaming were. Try and make it in. And I think some Newman Gaming, the biggest point where they got screwed up was they dropped towards Lipovka. They thought that there might just be a boat to rotate all the way down south, but then they figured out, oh, there's no boat, so we're screwed up.
I mean, that is a problem with late rotation. Even if you find the boat, you're going to be very paranoid about teams gatekeeping the shorelines, and that can cause a lot of trouble. But ladies and gentlemen, look at this. We were talking about these teams, Necro, at the start of the game, and it seems they have collided just a little bit northwest of Los Leones. MICI up against the players of Troublemakers, TMZ.
This is going to be an interesting one. Surya's taken down a bit too low. But still, it shouldn't be that big of an issue for the players of MICI to try and make a comeback once again inside this fight. There's 4 teams in that same vicinity towards Los Leones, Midwave, MICI, TMZ, and there's another team that's right next to them. I think so. It's the players of Night Owls, if I'm not wrong. This is going to be an interesting one, Johnny.
It is going to be interesting and intense. And if you remember, Night Owls have always dominated this early Los Leones fight. MICI, TMZ, both of them have to be careful about the threat that awaits both these squads in the distance, because while MICI and TMZ waste time scouting information against each other, trying to get into engagements, trying to find the opening, Night Owls and Midwave, both these squads have time to loot freely on the other side of the city.
Oh, MICI, these guys are positioned in quite a good spot. I like the spread. I like the high ground control as well from them.
Yeah.
But as soon as that first initial knockout's found from any of these teams, that instant pounce will be made. And for now, the players of Troublemakers, they're just playing a little bit too safe.
Look at Kunal as well. As you mentioned, MIC's positioning, the amount of freedom Kunal has away from this fight actually can allow them opportunity to look for a lot of utility, throwables in terms of Molotovs and nades, and then Kunal can later regroup with his team, see if they can find an opening with that. Troublemakers don't have that luxury right now. All of the 4 players are pinned down.
They indeed are. But what I've noticed is the players of Troublemakers, they do have a decent loot. So they can try and fight back inside this fight. Considering it's still the early phase of the game, Nothing can be set confirmed. But one thing that can be set confirmed, and that's for sure, is the circle. It's on the left side of the map. El Pozo is going to be a little bit of a hot city right now, considering Team Insane at 4 a.m. They're right next to each other. And Team Insane is not one of those teams that's going to back out. They're quite stubborn.
Yeah. I mean, if they look for that early fight and if they find it, it's going to be quite interesting to see who actually ends up surviving and controlling the city of El Pozo. Another note would be Metal Esports, actually. Smack in the center of the circle. Monte Nuevo, they are the only team there. And they know for a fact that any team heading towards them right now, apart from Autobot, of course, is going to have to fight the other squads before they actually make it to the Monte Nuevo position. So things will be a little bit easier for Metal to deal with during the mid-game stages as well.
Oh, might be. But for now, MICI, they're definitely taking a lot of shots. Those two players who try to jump down, they're quite softened up. But they've at least made it out safely. And look at TMZ. These guys are on a hunt. They know the players of MICI, they're in a big world of trouble. And also those two players are quite softened up. But then TMZ, they should be happy with the fact that they finally got the freedom to move around. And look out of the windows and look at the sun and just admire that beautiful sight. Oh, already the eliminations are now starting to hit the deck. And as I mentioned, El Pozo is now going to be the hot spot. And this is where the initial knockouts found. Team Insane, they lose out on one of their players.
I think they've lost one already. The second man just got knocked out in that situation. But look at the feet, Troublemakers. As we do see them, we know the team they were up against a few moments ago. It was the squad of MICI. And as MICI chose to back away from the situation with Troublemakers, they run into the players from Night Owls. Had to pay the Night Owls toll over there.
Yeah.
One of their players picked off the board.
These guys, their name is Night Owls. That means they're supposed to be awake at night and sleeping at day.
But they always wake up on the sunniest map of all.
Yeah. And for now, for Aggressive Men, these guys are off to a great start inside this fight. These guys were the fire starter inside El Pozo. It's going to be tough to escalate this situation, though, considering Team Insane, they're playing quite pushed back, right?
Yeah.
And Team Insane, they would try to take things a little bit more cautiously, a little bit more calmly. So for 4 Aggressive Men, it's better to just move out of this El Pozo city, considering they've got a decent amount of loot already. Just move out.
They are actually doing that. I mean, as you mentioned it, we see one player from the side of 4 Aggressive Man looting the compounds in the center of El Pozo. The other 3 players have actually already moved to the western edge of the city, and slowly and steadily they look for vehicles. As soon as they find them, they'll be back for their boy, pick him up, and they'll be along their merry way. And just a little bit of an update for the viewers as well. You see at the bottom of the rankings, the live rankings, we see Newman Gaming having lost 1 player. There was a little bit of a scuffle between Newman and Big Brothers a few moments ago, and it was Big Brothers actually who have secured that finish point for themselves.
So even though Newman Gaming, they've topped the charts in the past lines, I do understand they're quite a solid force inside the game. But it's about a level of trust that you build with a team. And for some reason, it's really tough for me to build that trust with Newman Gaming.
There are 2 individuals on the side of Newman that I trust, and one of them have been picked off, Savitar and ClutchGod.
ClutchGod, yeah.
They have been playing out of their mind this entire time. And Avi as well. I mean, Avi is a brilliant IGL.
I mean, once again, all of these players are like the known players, right? Everyone's going to be playing pretty good. Everyone, they have got some sort of role they want to fulfill inside the squad. And they have been doing a decent job with that. But once again, I said decent. They haven't really been doing it perfectly. Now, I do not exactly know what needs to be fine-tuned. But if they do make it inside the grand finals, one thing is for sure. Go back to the drawing boards once again and iron some stuff out even more. Because right now in the semifinals, I'm not sure how the approach is going to look like. Because in the first game, it wasn't really too good. Even inside this game, the start isn't too good. So off to what I'm seeing, things aren't really looking that great.
Yeah, I mean, Savitar was picked off a few moments ago, and just now we noticed on the finish feed that even ClutchGod has gone down. But we'll come back to that a little bit later, ladies and gentlemen, because it feels like Midwave Esports Atanki has some unpure intentions towards the opposition, as all of them have together just decided to exit the city of Los Leones. Wow.
Oh, it's a big cluster of teams, and then you look at down south towards completely down south actually on the map, and then you see the players of Gladiator Esports make a safe rotation. These guys are like the peace takers.
Yeah, up until stage 5.
Yeah. Or you can also call them the peacemakers. Right now they've made their own peace, considering they're rotating all the way from no man's land. And then if there's someone challenging against them, or if there's someone that's really disturbing their peace, they will try to take them out of the game and they'll create their peace once again. Before now, the next circle shift comes into play. Midwave Esports 2 making that rotation. There's a chance we might just see a collision happen.
I mean, there's a possibility of a collision, but Midway will have a lot to worry about. They have teams up north, and as you mentioned, Gladiators a few moments ago, you see them take that southern highway that connects Porto Palacio to Valle del Mar. This has been a standard rotation for Gladiators in a position like this. Anytime there's a western zone on the map of Miramar, this is the same route they take, and they know how to deal with the terrain that lies up ahead. Another interesting rotation is being made by Team Empire, actually, all the way towards Cruz del Valle. Well, they have made all they are almost reaching water treatment right now, but they're going to have to worry about quite a lot, Necro. There's WSB, Newman, Big Brothers blocking their way as they enter the zone.
Just want to see how 4 a.m. they make the rotation happen. Team Insane's in the front. Once again, we might just see that collision happen. Team Soul in front of us. Once again, another team that's rotating quite peacefully. No issues over there. But as I mentioned, towards the left side of the map, we might just see a collision happen soon enough. 4 a.m. versus the players of Team Insane. I want to really see this fight and find out how things are looking like over there. And yes, Adi is taken down a bit too low. Karan's right underneath. And he doesn't really need to do a lot. Team Insane, they're trying to close on up towards this teammate. And straight up, the buggy's going to climb on top as well. Now the players of Team Insane, they've got the high ground to play with. At 4 a.m., they're making that rotation happen. One thing is for sure, Team Insane, they're going to be pinned down in this same spot for a long time.
They've chosen to go for the western edge of this map. And that is the direction where the zone seems to be leading all of these teams. But it's going to be quite interesting to see if the zone eventually moves off these cliffs and towards the eastern side just a little bit. How will Team Insane react to that? Because now 4 a.m. has the information as to where the opposition is. And they will have the opportunity as well to just deny them the exit, deny them the drop from that cliff. Meanwhile, though, Titan, on our screens, we did see on the finish feed, Nano was the man who was knocked out a few moments ago, but luckily for him, the backup arrived in time. He was revived, and he is being taken to a safe place, a safe house.
Speaking of the safe house, at this point in time inside the circle, there's a lot of these safe houses.
Yeah.
A lot of compounds are up for grabs. You can find some good ridges to play with as well. Every single team just waiting for the upcoming circle shift. Big Brothers as well, starting to breach in inside the safe zone from the northern side. WSB right next to them. We might just see a drop collision over there too. Not a drop collision, a rotation clash over there as well. Oh, Gladiator Esports and MICI way too close and personal right next to each other in these rotations. But do MICI Esports really want to go for this fight? That's my question, and I highly doubt MICI Esports would want to go for that, but still the shot's taken from Delta PG. It's almost going to spin out that vehicle, but now Surya, he finds a swift exit.
Almost getting the tire of that vehicle to burst. Surya as well. Again, this time it was Destro taking shots on him, but Gladiators, they might have engaged in a little too soon without even realizing that Night House was also present in this position. But finally, we get to see Justin take that point-blank duel against Surya, secures the opening for his team.
Yeah, finds the opening, and now Gladiator Esports in a really good spot inside this one. But the players of MICI, they just want to take an exit from the fray. Do not want anything to do. MICI Esports, they've already moved away. Night Owls are right above them. If Gladiator Esports, they try to press up a little bit, the problems would have knocked their doors. And Night Owls is not a team you would want to take so lightly. The next circle shift comes into play, shifts away. It's right on top of the Monte Nuevo. Metal Esports in the prime spot.
Metal has just been in the same position since the start of the game till now. They haven't been forced to move, but now I think they're going to be forced into a few fights, especially against the players of Team Empire, who, by the way, have done a brilliant job of closing in to the center of the circle so quickly. Because a few moments ago, if you remember, we talked about them being all the way in water treatment. From there, they moved just a little bit east of El Pozo, but now here we go, fight breaking out, and Team Empire, even though they have lost an individual from their side, they are still looking to force the push.
Team Empire in front of us. Oh, that nade was really close to Metal Esports. Team Empire is one of those teams, as I mentioned, recently these guys have been showcasing a lot of potential. And we haven't really seen a lot of this team in general, but still they have created a little bit of mark in our hearts. Out of nowhere, came in inside the competition and just started rocking the floor. And right now, there's 3 players of Empires just trapped in that upper floor, but the nade finds 2 knockouts. Storm goes down right next to Empire himself, but there's still 1 man in the back lines in the name of Spidey. Spidey's going for that desperate resurrection, and Spidey knows it's a little bit too late. He would need to go for that fight, but that instant slap in the face from Metal Esports to shut him down.
The first squad wipe of this map of Miramar, and it is Team Empire being picked off and kicked out of the game, back to the lobby. Team Metal do that. They hold on to that compound without losing a single player, but I think we're going to face or witness the second squad wipe of this game as well. Necro, MICI, they're down to their last player, and this time it is the lads from the side of CS Esports pushing in. Just a simple nade from Leo, and the job is done.
Yeah, CS Esports, nicely done. 3 eliminations point accumulated. Eliminating the entirety of MICI before now. Over here in front of us, we've got another fight erupting. Big Brother Esports against the players of 4AM. Skillful trying his best to fight back, bounce back. It's going to be a bit of a tough one to bounce back from, but still 4AM, they're not going to give up just yet. Big Brother Esports, this is indeed a big hurdle to climb up from, but Skillful, he misses that nade. Now he needs to back out. 4AM, they do realize now they're in a big world of trouble. Skillful might just be taken down over here. It was way too close for personal. But still WSB from the top. These guys have got some good sight lines.
Well, the height advantage is going to be there, the information as well. And 4AM now facing immense pressure against the opposition. 2 teams blocking their way, their entry inside the circle. Especially WSB, a bigger threat than Big Brothers at this point. Raiden moving to the lower grounds. I think the intention is there to just check upon the players of Big Brothers as well. At the same time, while getting a little bit of information of the individuals from the side of 4AM, but the plan backfires on WSB as one of their individuals, one of their players has also been knocked down. It was Scream who went down and hit the floor.
It's not an issue though. Easy resurrection anyways on the board will be followed up. WSB, Scream should be back upon his feet for aggressive men. Still looking out to hand out some haircuts against the players of WSB. Autobots as well move out in the open. The man's in the open as well. Eventually knocked out. Orlo is on the verge of getting confirmed. Another man's in the open. Mr. Spray. Oh, he's lucky to be alive. Was so close to make it inside the cover, and he makes it too.
That was a close call right there. World of Hurt being dropped upon them, but Raiden just going for a reload. Let's see, WSB, I mean, focused on protecting their numbers, focused on controlling the high ground for as long as possible, and I think it is a good opportunity for them as well. Good plan of action. First 2 squad wipes of the game. Oh, bounced off the wall right in his face over there.
Yeah, it was a really good nade. I mean, one thing we've noticed so far, as the stages have been increasing inside BGIS, inside this tournament, the utility accuracy as well has been insanely increasing.
Especially from the individuals who used to mess it up every single time in the previous round.
Yeah.
Because Leo Whitey from CS Esports, we have seen him do team nades as well.
Yeah, we have. Especially Lynch, right? I mean, of course, that team's not over here from ORB Esports, but
he's a
Lynch,
legend,
if you remember,
yeah.
right? He eliminated 2 of his teammates with 1 single nade, and then in the previous week, this man single-handedly took down 15 players.
Recently, there was a compilation made of Lynch just messing up every single play, well, majority of his plays, and then in the last game, he just pops off, plays like an absolute madman.
Never give up. Keep fighting warriors. And Lynch is a prime example of that. And for now, Night Owls. They spot out TMZ. All the players' positions known. Tyne FTW out in the open. Nowhere to go. They're pretty much done for. Yeah. The Wall of Death is now starting to move in from the back line. So many teams. They've just got their eyes pinned on the players of Tyne FTW. It's done for. They cannot survive anymore. At this point in time, you might as well just give your elimination points away to WSB, considering these guys are reigning supreme on the top.
Or just give it to the play zone. Deny the opposition the opportunity of securing the last point from your team, and also the satisfaction of being the ones who wiped you out. But WSB, they're going to have to move away from this cliff as well, as the blue zone, the wall of death, as you like to call it, is moving in their direction. And we do see the players from the side of Titan FTW, as we were talking about them, being in the worst possible position in this matchup. And look at that, even the zone just completely abandons them and moves towards that city of Monte Nuevo, southeastern shift.
CS Esports in the prime spot, Johnny.
Yeah.
Looking really good in the smack center of Monte Nuevo. And they also regroup up against next to each other. But considering how for aggressive men they've been looking like inside the game, for aggressive men, this started off in quite a nice note. They took down one of the players from Team Insane. And after that, these guys have been off to a great start. But they did lose out on King KO a while ago. King KO is supposed to be like the pop-off player for these guys, but they've lost out on him.
This is a confident push coming from the players of Four Aggressive Man. Skillful is the man starting things off. Sarvit spotted out, but Lamborghini a little too quick. Faster than a speeding bullet, apparently.
Yeah, purple Lamborghini. But this was a green one. Oh, Skillful now is just facing a bit of a karma. Players of Big Brother Esports taking shots against him. Uzumaki was in the back line, still in that same spot, pinned down, and eventually Uzumaki eats him alive, devours him from the game. Skillful! Oh, before getting taken down, he almost found those 2 knockouts, but then the second one denies him instantly. It's Skillful eliminated from the game, and with that, the entirety of 4 AM, they go back to the lobby.
Yeah, but Big Brother, they don't have time now. The blue zone is moving towards them, and they're going to have to pick up those vehicles. Sarvit, look at him. He's being abandoned by Saif, Rishi, Sarvit, and Rishi, Saif, and Uzumaki, my apologies, are going to be the 3 players moving forward. Autobots, though, Mr. Spray caught out. Orzi in the back lines. Can he bring his team back into this action?
Oh, TMZ, all the 4 players inside this building, and now they're getting pounced on by the entirety of Night Owls. But that beautiful return nade finds a knockout against Stream, and Cleo gets knocked out from somewhere else. This is not the start the players of Night Owl wanted to have, but hey, the utility barrage is just not stopping anytime soon. Troublemakers, they've got a clear advantage inside this fight. Another nade tossed in the front lines, also moves on forward, gets the confirmation rolling in for himself. Optimus, this man is not looking stoppable anytime soon. And Troublemakers, they keep on pressing to the charges.
Causing a lot of trouble for the Night Owls, Draco and Roxy in the backlines. Now it's a 2v4 situation. Look at how Karanjot and Optimus are moving in tandem along with Adil on the flank. They are securing those knocks. No, it wasn't Troublemakers. It is actually CS Esports from the backlines who've gone ahead and knocked down Draco. But he is burning in that Molotov. Still has managed to survive just with a pixel. Getting out slowly and steadily. Roxy in the backlines. Night Owls, all of a sudden, their best map has turned into a nightmare for them.
Yeah, look at the next circle shift. Right on top of the players of Gladiator Esports. The circle is not a friend of anyone. It just keeps on favoring teams after teams after teams. And now this time it's favoring the players of Gladiator Esports. And I think so Gladiator Esports, they're going to be a good friend of them for a long time. But speak of friends, right now, amongst friends, we've got a foe. And it's in the name of Roxy. Against the players of Troublemakers, and Troublemakers, they've got no clue that Roxy is one of the barrels. He is the prop right now, and the players of Troublemakers need to start prop hunting. But I highly doubt Troublemakers, they've got any clue, and yes, they're going to let it slide.
Running out of ammo on that DBS. A weapon switch might be coming in for that individual from the side of TMZ, Adil Jod, but let's see. In the meanwhile, though, WSB picked off from this game. 9 teams, 28 players remaining.
How is Roxy alive?
Stealth.
That man, I don't even know. He's dead silent right now. He's moving his muscles, but he's still quite dead silent. Rex gets knocked out from Newman Gaming. In a world of trouble out in the open, Newman Gaming nowhere to go. The players of Metal Esports, this is going to be a clear pounce, a clear opportunity for them to wrap up these elimination points, and that's what they're trying to pull off. The next nade's going to be tossed in, and it might just be tossed to perfection Look at Top Dog. He's already closed on up. The next nade finds the connection, softens up Ovi a little bit more. And Metal Esports, I highly doubt they're going to be stopping anytime soon. And that's it. The nade's going to be perfectly tossed. It finds the connection, shuts down the entirety of Newman Gaming, and everything's looking pretty good right now. The wind is in their sails, but somewhere else on the map inside Montenuevo, even this fight starts to break out. The players of Seoul in a big world of trouble.
And it's CS Esports that they're up against this time. CS Esports not off to a great start of the day, but the recovery on Miramar is actually looking brilliant. Team Seoul down to their last player, and Akshat, he's being hunted down this time. Won't be able to pull the clutch for his team, as it was just an absolute hunt inside that corner room.
It's done for. CS Esports, Leo IT in front of us. And all the three players now starting to back out from that initial compound. Dark Lord is getting pounced on as well. Middle Esports 2 in a big world of trouble now. Too many shots to dodge. It's the players of Gladiator Esports just unloading magazines constantly, not stopping. And now Top Dog's taken down a bit too low. One single bullet, Top Dog might just be eliminated from the game. And Gladiator Esports still just looking to find that connection, that visual piece of information that they need. And out of nowhere, a big drop in the chaos.
Yeah. In final endgame situations, you know the zone is heading out in the open position, and Gladiators right now is the only team that can control the circle all to themselves. They can deny the entry to every single individual, every single squad that is present. One of the biggest threats for them right now are going to be the players from Insane and CS. Apart from them, every single team in the top 7 is down to their last surviving individuals. But look at the utility exchange between CS and Insane, and it's going to be Dark Lord hitting the floor. CS with a man advantage in this duel now.
Insane is pretty much done for. It's a 1v2. Dark Lord knocked out. Adi's in the upper floor. Para BTC. Oh no. Oh no! This is a little bit embarrassing, but eventually finds that confirmation. Team Insane, these two players, Hirsch and Adi. A little bit in the outskirts, still moving around, and Adi is now going to try to pull off the impossible escape, the great escape inside this entire scenario. And Sevi plays, wanted to pull off a couple of shenanigans, but Hirsch, he steps out of the weak goal, he fonts that knockout. Sevi plays goes down, but from the back lines now, Leo Vite will try to press on up to the charges. Hirsch goes for the confirmation before he gets taken down, and he does so perfectly. CS Esports down to a 2-man squad.
Secures the finish and ruins the game completely for the players of CS Esports. Troublemaker still surviving in the action with all 4 players alive. This team has just been patient all along, picking off just a few individuals whenever it was required. But now let's see, they are about to go up against the Gladiators themselves. We have 4 teams, 10 players still alive. Big Brother Suzumaki is the last man behind the containers.
Oh, this man's going to be the surprising effect inside the cave. He's indeed going to be Astonisher. But no, I guess, well, he gets astonished by Para BTC. Instantly just extinguished from the game. But then Guri from Troublemakers, even he's got a really good position, Johnny. He's looking forward to surprise the opponents, that's for sure. Peeks out, gets the knockout, an instant confirmation too against the opponents. CS Esports out of the fray. Now we've got the final 2 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen, but Gladiator Esports, they can feel it. They can feel it coursing through their veins. They are going to be the winners.
Well, they know for a fact that TMZ is pinned in a corner, and Gladiators, they have control of the zone as well. Guri can be a game changer though. From the flank across the road, if he can secure the opening, it will be a comeback for TMZ, but that's not going to happen as 2 players hit the deck, and Gladiators, now all they have to do is just finish off that last individual, Adil.
Gladiator Esports, all the 3 players, or at least these 2 players, now starting to make this bounce happen against the foe. One more shot connection is needed, and that's what is done by Delta PG. Gladiator Esports, they come out on top inside the second game. Once again, the freaks of natures are going to be the one to reign supreme.
And they have been the freaks of nature, especially on this map of Miramar Necro. You and I, we have seen this team in the past as well. They always do well on Miramar when the zone is furthest away from them. Even now, Porto Palacio is where they start from. Impala, Porto Palacio, and then rotated down the southern highway, along the southern highway, made it to Montenuevo, held the circle for so long. And that southeastern shift, when Gladiators just found themselves the only team in the middle of the circle, I think that is when Destroyed decided, all right, this is going to be our win.
Exactly. I mean, Gladiator Esports, they could pretty much feel the wind coming in, considering the circle moved out in the open. All the teams inside the city, they needed to move out in the open itself. And as soon as that happens, if you remember, even the Los Leones circles that we witnessed in the past, right? In the initial few stages of the circle, it makes us think that, okay, it's going to shift inside Los Leones. But then out and over, a hard shift comes into play, and then it just favors a team out and over, which is out in the open. And then that team just gets a big advantage to win the entire game.
Yeah, but mad props to CS and TMZ as well. I mean, especially TMZ. CS, they tried to fight. They have secured a lot of finishes as well. But TMZ, we saw them in Los Leones, and then it felt like they just vanished from the map and showed up in the end game.
I mean, look, TMZ could have been the biggest hurdle in the way for Gladiator Esports to stop that chicken dinner from coming in. But Gladiator Esports is Gladiator Esports. As I mentioned, they're the freaks of natures. But ladies and gentlemen, for now, it's time for us to take a short break. But you guys don't go anywhere, because we know on the other side of this break is going to be quite a lot of interesting stats to break down. So we'll be right back.
पुश लेफ्ट
पीछे आ
वो यूसी कितना है?
जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
पुश पुश चल
स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा। अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकलने।
अलग ही जोन में ये तो।
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर।
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है। ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले।
हैं?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए।
मुझे BGMI के नकली वाले कॉपी गेम्स नहीं खेलने। अच्छा लो क्या जिग्नेश भाई।
सबसे पहले गेम की सेटिंग में एंट्री मारो, फिर ग्राफिक को करो स्मूथ जैसे मक्खन, फिर फ्रेम रेट को सेट करो अपने फोन के स्वाद अनुसार। ये लो भैया, हो गई आपकी सेटिंग।
जुगाड़ू जिग्नेश।
समझे? सब पॉसिबल है, बस सेटिंग लगाना।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसे ही वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। Get ready to play pure.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen. 2 games done for the day. We're going to head towards match number 3. But before we head to the match, Salty, we just witnessed a lot of smooth gameplay on the map of Miramar and also a few instructions on how our viewers can make their gameplay smooth.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, gameplay smooth. You can just tweak in the settings and try and figure out what's the right balance. I mean, for me, it actually works the best when I'm actually on smooth and 90 FPS. That's like my favorite settings. But anyway, I'm not really sure if you just witnessed me. I was almost about to jump when TMG
Yeah, I
just
did.
got that final knock. I was like, yes, finally. I mean, I do tend to understand as broadcasters, we're like supposed to like be at the fence, but the entire story of TMG just feels so wholesome. I just feel so connected to this team.
Yeah, you can't help but root for these guys. Them, Empire, even CS Esports for that matter. I mean, TMZ and Empire in particular, I mean, one of the key reasons I've been following these guys closely is the fact, like, at this point in the semifinals, we only have a few teams that have made their way through the open qualifiers without ever being stepping foot into the grind at any time. And these are one of the few teams that we are seeing their names pop up for the first time, and they're doing so well. They are improving, they are adapting, improvising, whatever it takes is being brought on the board by these lads, and it has been an incredible effort being put on the board. But at the end of the day, I mean, we all know, if you step up in front of the gladiators, you bring 100% of your firepower. 75% is not going to work, and they lost one player because it was a 3-1 split approach that they tried to make in that final top 3 teams remaining situation when you had a few players from the side of CSC Sport on the flank, and I believe they should have just held back for just 10 seconds more.
I mean, yeah, technically Guri in that position, who was on that flank, of course, was, I don't know why did he get actually picked off. He shouldn't really have been the first contact, but this fight was also pretty brilliant. I mean, a lot of people, of course, have massive expectations from Team Seoul, considering their recent form. Of course, they've been winning everything that comes their way, but CS Esports just made them look like child's play.
We just saw an incredible play from Justin as well. That spray trace on the players of Medal. I feel so bad for him. You know why? Because those finishes went to the players of Insane.
That's what happens. That's what happens when a Wild West circle on Miramar just appears. I mean, look at this team, Insane. Still in a very good position, but that was when they actually got picked off.
Yeah.
Or Medal Esports as well. I mean, they've been consistent, but that final rotation was just not in the mix. I mean, when the circle just moves away from them completely out in the open, the story was done and dusted.
I think they were just too complacent. They just thought, all right, the zone has been on top of us for 5 stages at this point. Maybe the next 3 will just be ours as well. Did not really happen. This is how the game betrays you, ladies and gentlemen. When you get too comfortable in one particular position, instantly you're going to see a hard shift of the zone and you're going to be forced to move out of your comfort zone. But, I mean, now we did see a little bit of a consistent run from a few of these teams. I mean, especially we expected big things from Titan. They did secure a decent number of eliminations. Not decent, I mean, they took an early exit in the game. But I feel even after this performance, they should be able to keep themselves in a decent spot on the overall leaderboard, at least in the middle pack. On the other side, I mean, good pop-off from the players of CS Esports. They have pretty much more than made up for what went wrong in the map of Erangel.
Exactly. I mean, I think the last time I saw them was they were about somewhere about 8 to 10 finishes. Third or the fourth position finish, if I'm not mistaken. So that's like decent number of points to be accumulated. And I think they also sort of screwed up the game for TMZ as well, because Guri sort of tried to finish off Team CS Esports while they were coming, and that gave his position away. The entire flank was just completely laid upon in front of Gladiator Esports, and they could just pin him down. But once again, like for CS Esports and all the other undergods, I mean, the first day is extremely important. We know it's a round-robin format. I'm not really sure how often these teams have actually played in a round-robin format, but to see yourself inside the top 16 at the end of the first day or at the end of the first couple of days is extremely important for their morale. Experienced teams, they will be able to come back.
Yeah, plus it gets a little bit more confusing because every single map that you play, different teams are going to show up, so you're never really sure which team shows up with the mindset, oh, they aren't doing well, let's put a little bit more pressure on them, let's drop around them or just drop clutch them on their preferred drop spot so that we can take advantage. Because teams do have that notorious mindset, especially with so much on stake. I mean, 32 teams in the semifinals, 16 moving forward to the finals, fighting for that 2 crore rupees in prize money. That's quite a lot.
I mean, to be honest, I'm still imagining how the finals are going to be looking like. I mean, I'm pretty sure we're at that stage of the tournament where we can almost visualize. But speaking of visualizing, Medal Esports top dog. This man visualized himself at the very top. That's why he's got top in his name, top dog. And he is at the very top, ladies and gentlemen. 5 finishes, 62.5% finish contribution. Great stuff from them.
Yeah, I mean, Medal was one of those teams that was just having fun in this match. They did not really have to move a lot. They dropped in Monte Nuevo. We saw the zone stick to Monte Nuevo for such a long time. And Medal, they took full control of that situation. But moving forward to the late game stages, I mean, the rotation was really messed up because we saw them rotate out in the open. It was a desperate move as well.
Yeah.
They did a brilliant job picking off the players of Newman. But from there on out, I mean, we knew for a fact they would get sandwiched between Insane and Gladiators, which did eventually happen towards the end game situation. But then in the top 5 level, we also have the players from CS Esports show up. Not a surprise. Para and Leo were just absolutely incredible. 10 eliminations on these two individuals combined. Then we have Delta PG from the side of Gladiator Esports and also Uzumaki from Big Brothers. Uzumaki was just phenomenal. I remember Necro just went insane when we saw him just hiding behind those containers. Last man surviving for his team. I thought Big Brothers was done a long time back in this match. To
Exactly,
be honest.
but I mean, as soon as he said that he can be like Uzumaki can be the game changer, the man just gets taken down. But we'll just focus on the scorecard up front right now. Gladiator Esports, 24 points for them. CS Esports, 23 points as well. Troublemakers. Now, this is where I am so intrigued because this team almost 80% of the time is inside that podium finish. No circle, no particular zone has sort of managed to trouble them so far.
Yeah, because Troublemakers is just focused on one thing. That is survival. They don't care about finishes. They don't care about fights. They don't care about flexing on other teams. Oh, we beat you. Oh, we did this. They just want to survive as long as possible in the match, and they will do whatever it takes to make it happen. We have seen this mentality from a few other teams. Gladiators used to play like this in the past.
Yeah.
Team Soul played like this in a few earlier rounds. Blind Esports does the same thing, but Blind Esports, I don't know, sometimes they get triggered a little too soon and they're like, all right, we'll just destroy everyone right here, right now to prove a point. And they do end up doing that as well. But they have the luxury of having that firepower within their team. For teams like Troublemakers, lacking experience, lacking certain amount of firepower, this is just phenomenal. Their approach, I mean, it will take them time to sort of get used to the amount of aggression that some of these pro teams have on the board, and they do utilize it against the undergods in every single match. You would notice this. It will take them a lot of time to get used to it, but once they do, I do see a lot of hope for this team. But for now, I think this strategy is just working out too well for them.
I mean, this strategy is certainly working out. I mean, they have managed to qualify multiple rounds with this strategy itself. What wrong? I mean, you just don't fix something which is not broken. That's my mentality. But ladies and gentlemen, these are going to be the two groups that are going to be fighting, duking it out on the map of Sanhok. Now, Sanhok is where I've always said things actually turn around. Of course, since we have multiple groups right now playing every single time, that just means that these two groups will just have the advantage position. They just get to play the map of Sanhok, acquire the most amount of points that they want, and try and make that big jump. Which name, of course, just pops out of these teams?
Lucknow Giants, I have to say. Because if you notice, and I wanted to talk about this before as well with Necro, because in Group B, if you notice, you have Blind, you have Glitch, you have Marcos, Brave, Mayavi, X-Park, Nest. All teams that have at one point set record for the amount of aggression they bring to the board. And then there's Lucknow Giants. I mean, nothing taken away for Lucknow Giants, but this is a team that was focused on taking fights to a certain extent and then just completely backing off.
Yeah.
None of the other 7 teams know how to back off. I mean, they just brute force their way through any given situation. We've seen X-Park go into that survival mode when they lose out player early in that game. But Lucknow Giants, I think there are few individuals in their team as well who can be game changers. Prajwal has been incredible. Dawn has been quite incredible for their team. Austin, we know the amount of experience it brings to the table.
Yep.
So Lucknow Giants, I mean, the start of the day wasn't great at all. I mean, the first team to be wiped out on the map of Erangel. But now is an opportunity to pray for recovery. And Sanhok, they can utilize the amount of chaos on this map to their advantage, bring themselves, just play for survival till stage 5, stage 6, and then just start taking fights.
And I think whenever it comes to Sanhok, Lucknow Giants has always been sort of a major stakeholder. Like, they've always been inside the final circle, just out of nowhere with 4 players alive. So, yes, for sure. I mean, you mentioned it properly. I just noticed it right now that they're one of the least aggressive teams from that particular group. But I also would like to term their gameplay as controlled aggression. Like, they do manage to go aggressive at times whenever there's like a 4v4 fight. But again, they know which fight to take, which fight not to. And it definitely was a surprise when we saw Lucknow Giants actually whiz past multiple rounds. At one point, we felt like this team was going nowhere.
Their rotations are very good. Their 4v4s are very good. But in a game of BGMI, you won't always have all 4 players. You won't always have the advantage of being in the perfect spot. You will have to deal with disadvantages. And that is what seems to be the case with Lucknow Giants, that even a small disadvantage can be game-breaking for them. But talking about the game, ladies and gentlemen, the game of Sanhok is on our screens. The flight path starting from the northwestern edge of the map, from the northwestern edge of Camp Alpha Island, in fact, going all the way towards Lakavi. Quite a central flight path, I have to say, but on Sanhok, who cares?
Nobody cares at all. I mean, my focus is going to be on certain locations. For example, Painan Boot Camp and Paradise Resort, expecting a lot of action to be there. I mean, especially when there's a map like Sanhok, you do expect that aggression right from the get-go. You do expect the teams to try and be a little aggressive. But the general trend of the semi-finals has been rather passive play, or I would say defensive play. Try and get yourself oriented well inside the game and then maybe progress forward.
I got confused for a second. Omega was moving in so much sync with the players of Marcos Gaming. I thought he was switching teams for a second. But no, Marcos Gaming, they need to be careful now, because look at this. Soul, they have a lot of area control in that particular spot. Omega is dropped onto the compounds towards the northwestern edge of that Ruins Island. Hector just a little bit underneath. Akshat has been given full control of Ruins. And then you have Goblin, who's just going to be there blocking the way for Marcos Gaming to get out. And even in this situation, we have an eastern zone. A lot of the teams are in a comfortable spot. But ladies and gentlemen, talk about comfort, and everyone thinks of Paradise Resort.
And of course, Gladiators just all by themselves, and they've got Medal Esports somewhere in the vicinity, but I guess they're still not going to fight. I mean, certain teams have gone from massive splits, Johnny. I mean, we do have the map feed in front of us.
Yeah.
And just look at the wide variety of drops that we get to witness. I mean, you talked about the Soul split. Blind Esports, as a matter of fact, split way apart on that Camp Alpha Island. You've got 4 aggressive men, a very split approach toward the southern part. Lucknow Giants, as a matter of fact, just trying to secure all the med kits from the southern part towards docks as well. So I think Lucknow Giants are actually going for it right from the get-go. The survival instincts have sort of kicked in.
I mean, they definitely have kicked in, and right in the nick of time as well, because everyone wants to recover. I mean, if your first game is messed up, you will make sure that no matter what happens, you recover a certain amount of points in the next game, so that in a situation like this, where you have 32 teams fighting on the same leaderboard, you know, do not get too separated from the competition. Especially if you are outside of the top 20 by today. Tomorrow, it's going to be additional pressure, and if you are outside the top 20 on day number 3, then it's just going to be brutal hell when you step into the matches on day 4. So from day 1, you need to prep that safety cushion. So at least at no time you're outside the top 20 or even the top 24.
For Lucknow Giants, it's also, especially in round-robin format, it's also very important for not just Lucknow Giants, but for every team to even have a look at how many games that they are playing every single day. I mean, when you're playing a maximum of 4 matches per day, you know, as a matter of fact, that those are the days where you have to perform the most. Those are the days where you have to try and do your best. But very surprising rotation, in fact, from Nest Esports, just trying to scramble through compounds. And they just got themselves closer to the Grim Reaper of the map of Erangel. It's Roman OG.
Yeah, but Roman this time realizes he does not have his teammate around him, so he needs to back off. And he just instantly starts sprinting as far away from those compounds as possible, which is a brilliant decision. But now, Glitch Reborn, they have the information of where exactly the players of Nest Esports are. And Roman, I believe he does not really have a scope on that M4. Otherwise, he would have stayed in a distance, a little bit of a safe distance, and just kept an eye on the players of Nest Esports, relaying that information to his team and just allowing them an opportunity to secure the opening. But talk about openings, and ladies and gentlemen, Medal Esports. I want to talk about this, because on the map feed, you might have noticed even Medal went for a 4-man split drop, and 3 players were in one position. One of the individuals is on the extreme northern part of the map, just a little bit west of Paradise Resort, and now that man Encore has finally started moving, but it's too late at this point. Autobots, they found the opening on Paradox, knocked him down, and finished him off as well. Medal off to not a preferable start of this map of Sanhok.
There's also a very surprising factor in this entire fight. I mean, Autobots and Medal Esports, they were very in close proximity right from the get-go itself. But Team Soul, right from Ruins, they've made that early rotation, and now they're involved in the mix. Of course, you wouldn't see them in the radar, but they are at the smack center of the circle, and now they are in close proximity to Nest Esports, whom we just witnessed a couple of moments earlier.
I mean, as they've just slammed for that center control super early, And as you mentioned, I'm quite surprised with this quick rotation from the side of Team Soul. But maybe I shouldn't be, because this was the same strategy that they've been running since round 3. But look at this, medal against the players of Autobots. Here's a trade from Kyoya. Orlo knocked and finished. Now it's a 3v3 between these two teams, but at least for now, it's going to be a 3v2. The advantage still in the hands of Autobots. The reason being quite simple. Again, as I mentioned, the last player from the side of medal is not with his team.
Kyoya is under going to be a lot of pressure, but I think like Autobots, for them, the stakes are very high because they're completely out in the open. They are pinned down. And the ridge that kind of separates Kyoya and Autobots, it's going to find, or is rather going to give Kyoya that natural cover to actually work with. But from the backlines, he's been taken down by Goblin. Now, this was something which I actually feared about. Team Soul from the backline just completely spoiling the plans of Medal Esports right now. And Autobots just being given a lifeline, a breather.
Yeah. This is what happens when you get 2 tunnel vision on just one fight and you forget completely that there are other teams present in the lobby as well. Kyoya, he's going to pay for his mistake with his life, and his team is going to sit at a massive disadvantage in the future fights. But let's see, Top Dog. Orzi picked off from the side of Autobots, and Autobots down to their last 2 players. Skrills and Mr. Spray pinned out behind that rock in that dip. And Top Dog, he's just waiting for Encore to join him. Encore is along with him, in fact. And they're going to have to deal with this 2v2 first with the players of Autobots before they even decide to move towards Kyoya. At Esports, they need to be quick about this. Otherwise, Team Soul, they have an opportunity of just moving up to that high ground, finishing off Kyoya, which they can't really do now. Because Kyoya's pick has been picked up by Autobots themselves.
This is just extremely weird. Even Team Mayavi in the backlines now, they are completely out in the open and they're going to suffer the price. I mean, look at this Encore. Having that 6x scope does have the visibility on Team Mayavi. Now, initially, if I remember correctly, Team Mayavi loved playing that edge of the circle gameplay, but all of a sudden, we just have a massive, massive cluster right at the smack center of the circle, and every team is taking shots at each other.
I just love this map so much. I mean, Erangel was off to a slow start. Miramar was so slow. And then you have Sanhok. First zone, you have like 7 different teams in the center of the circle just fighting for control. Everyone shooting at each other. So much fun. For us.
For us.
Yes.
For neutral fans. And maybe for the camp of Team Soul as well, because they are at the smack center. They have the high ground to actually work with, have a lot of visibility and map awareness, of course. And that massive rotation actually played a lot of good things for Team Soul, to be honest, because that was a great move.
Marcos Gaming, though, as we talked about them, Team Soul surrounding their drop spot of Tampang, they were forced to move out of that drop so quickly. So they moved down south towards Nakam first, then Sami. And those are small cities, not a lot of compounds to work with, especially for an entire team. So that is why in an ideal situation, team dropping towards that southwestern shoreline, you're going to see teams drop in a 4-man line split, where you're going to have players on Tambang, Nakam at the same time, 2-2 split drop, or maybe one individual towards Sami. But Marcos' rotation has been delayed because of that early, not a drop flash, not a gatekeeping position, but just that early interaction, a threat that was lurking on the sidelines. They managed to avoid it, but how did it transition to the mid-game stage? Look at how precise this was.
This is one of the reasons why it's very important to set your settings really well inside the screen, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, you have to look at those pixels very minutely and try and spray them down, and that's what Encore did over there.
The smooth extreme in terms of setting is the standard. If your device supports 90 FPS, that is what you're going to go for. But, I mean, so here's the reasoning behind it. I mean, in any game, you're going to want the maximum number of frames per second, FPS. Out of the game and your device working in tandem. So you're going to sacrifice your graphics and just turn that frame rate to whatever is the max it goes.
Or you can just sacrifice a device for a little bit better graphics and frames in tandem, let it heat up and let it explode on your face.
So that way you're going to stuck in a situation that I was in for a long time, where you play one game and then you take a break.
A break for 30 minutes, guys.
Yeah.
Have to cool down my device and get back onto the game once again, but on the map of Sanhok, it's going to be extremely important because so many teams in close proximity right from the first circle, so many fights happening. You need a lot of frames to keep on chiming. But Nest Esports is still alive.
Look at the zone shift. This game is so evil. Everyone is towards that southwestern half, the western half of the map, of the circle. The eastern side is completely empty. Lakawi, there was supposed to be a team there. There's no one present in Lakawi. Camp Bravo, Mongnai, no one present in these positions. It's going to be fun mid-game on Sanhok.
To be honest, I think now we're going to witness the cavalry moving northwards, especially Team Xbox. They're already on their merry way. They know, as a matter of fact, none of these teams have gone towards the northern part. In fact, none of them actually dropped in that northern part. It was always about the south domination of these teams. And now I think there will be a lot of interest towards Camp Bravo or even Mongnai, as a matter of fact. I wonder where Blind and MIC are going to come from, though. They're the only two teams outside the circle at this point.
I'm wondering what is Blind doing at Camp Alpha Island so late in the game.
Why are they not fighting? Why never firing bullets? So uncharacteristic from them.
Yeah. Is that Blind Esports? Where the fight? Where the finishes? I mean, we're going to see them in the late game stages, that is for sure. But all jokes aside, ladies and gentlemen, I believe one major fight is about to break out. We have 4 aggressive men moving towards the players of Troublemakers, and I believe this move was made without having any information about any players on the other side. But now they finally see them, and it was a 2v1 situation for Optimus, but does not have a prime in his at the back of the name. And Optimus is going to be picked off. Aggressive man, hold the man advantage. 4v3, in fact, in their favor.
TMZ, they have been struck by lightning, as a matter of fact. 4 aggressive men, they dropped in and they slapped a player down. And now TMZ is certainly in the back foot. And especially look at this, Guri and his position on top of that hill, which is southward of the compound. That position is very crucial. But I think if 4 aggressive men can isolate these 1v1s and turn them into 1v2s or 1v3s, I think they will have the opportunity. And one good thing for them is that there is no exit strategy. Apart from Guri, the other players, they're completely out in the open if they do decide to fall back from this fight. Yeah, but there will be a potential to actually spray them down.
I mean, there is a potential and a high probability, in fact, for 4 aggressive man to win this fight. But if they mess up and Guri secures the opening knock, then things change completely. Because you will have a few teams closing in from the backlines as well, of 4 AM. And they're going to cause 4 AM to get sandwiched. And there's one more team on the flank, but we're going to talk about them in a little while because they are at a decent distance from this entire fiasco. That is Team Soul. You see them on the high ground in the distance. And I don't think they're going to look to chime in into this neighborhood quarrel.
Like you said, like no information was there on 4 aggressive men before starting that particular fight. They just went in with instincts and they just wanted that compound no matter what. And now, since the fact that they've got one side of the territory, they're comfortable. But look at this, Marcos Gaming coming in from the backline, still trying to pave that pathway inside. What are you doing, legit? Outside the window. Did that man just try to climb and fail horribly?
I think he was just talking to his teammates through the window. Like, hey bro, what's up? I mean, shots coming in on our heads. Where are they coming from? And Marcos Gaming, they answer their questions with just a lot of bullets. A lot more, in fact, than the previous one. But look at this, the return fire is going to be a little bit more precise, and this one is coming from the men on the flank from Team Mayavi, in fact. Should be easy revives considering the blue zone did put Marcos Gaming under a lot of pressure, and they were forced to move out of that spot. No way of re-engaging in this fight. But still, Marcos Gaming, it feels like they're forcing the push.
And now Lucknow Giants chime into the picture. They've actually caught both the teams, both Marcos Gaming as well as Team Mayavi. And it seems like Mayavi were the first one to actually suffer. Thunder has been knocked out once again. Now, this is such a scrappy fight. Once again, Lucknow Giants, apart from them, both the teams, Marcos Gaming and Team Mayavi, had no business engaging in that particular situation. I mean, you're inside the blue zone, just try and rotate. Marcos Gaming, you still have the opportunity of taking a big exit, going in for a longer rotation and entering from the shorelines. But instead, they focus on aggression. which is something which I'm a fan of.
Yeah, I mean, we can be fans of it, but they are stuck in this third blue zone. We're going to see the fourth zone in a few moments. Marcos Gaming's entry into the next circle, it's going to be so difficult for them to execute. But talk about things being difficult and troublemakers. It is not that easy to take this team down. How is Guri on the flank of 4AM all of a sudden? We saw him on the hilltop in the backlines a few moments ago. But this position changes everything for the players of TMZ now. They have an advantage. Players from 4AM pinned out in the shack, and if nades connect, then things change. Otherwise, without utility 4AM, they're just going to be pinned out in this shack, and TMZ is just going to force them to stay there for as long as possible. Plus, we all know when team is huddled together, it becomes very easy for the opposition to pick a lot of them at the same time. Just a few... Did King just lob a nade in the wrong direction?
I think so. I'm not really sure, but look at this. This nade actually was pretty accurate, and he finds the opening as well. And now Guri and his position is going to be completely neutralized because he's just way too far off. Completely isolated one player in that fight, and now 4 aggressive men. Once again, that advantage sort of pops out.
Brilliantly with the man advantage, skillful, looking to go for a push. Karanjot in the back lines could be finished off. But again, from the flank, shots connecting. Adil is going to be dropped as all of a sudden 4AM, they just close in on that shack from every single direction. Every open door, every window is going to be in their control. Guri still stuck in the back. And Team Soul from the distance is actually causing a lot of trouble for 4AM as well. 2 finishes on the board. Entry to the zone is going to be a little bit difficult for them to deal with, to be honest.
It's been such a big disappointment, honestly. Team TMZ had such an advantage in that particular fight, but we'll talk about that a little later because so far it seems like MIC, look at Kunali. He is cooking a nade, and that was a very risky revival which Ryzen was trying out. I'm not really sure if I'm a big fan of it, but MIC, they're starting close in.
They wanted to close in fact, in that position, but Kunal, as you mentioned, his position was perfect. That revive was a little bit risky under the shacks. The final shots from Sekiro, they do connect, and they do manage to secure a save Sanchit from that fiasco. What just happened in that fight? Nest just messed it up completely. Too much commitment in the wrong direction, completely ignoring Kunal's position as well.
Yeah.
They have to pay for that with an early exit in this game. 14 teams, 44 players still alive. TMZ Guri. Do you see this man pinned out? Last player remaining for his team, and Lucknow Giants in the back lines. As soon as they see him, they're going to finish him off, show him the exit, and then move on.
A lot of these teams just making a mess up of their mid-fight shot calling, and this is one of the reasons why I feel like a filter IGL is so important. Even TMZ, as a matter of fact, Guri's position was so quintessential, but he did not even play a part in that particular fight. I mean, the front lines, the other players from TMZ, they weren't not really active. And now look at this, Brave Esports, how beautifully they are moving in tandem with each other. Team Soul might just be overwhelmed with numbers.
Well, they can be overwhelmed, but with Brave Esports self-nade again, then they're going to be done. I mean, that is why the players are running in with just sliver of HP. And Hector secures the opening for his team. They can go for a revive, but Goblin in the backlines is looking to see if he can provide some sort of suppressing fire for his teammate to bring him back into this game. Not really going to work out for the lads of Team Soul. Hector is going to be finished off. And Brave Esports, they recover from this fight. They recover from this fiasco.
I mean, amongst this commotion, 4AM actually managed to find the rotation as well. They were like, Team Soul was their biggest problem or the troublemakers for them. But since Team Soul has been struck by a lightning, 4 aggressive men, they could find the rotation, but Goblin's position is actually pretty good. He can hear him and he can strike him. Still, that sense of death remains. Team Soul still being a threat.
Yeah, looking for a few extra finishes in the mid-game stages. Goblin, the last player remaining for his team, has done a brilliant job just securing 2 eliminations just now. Element of surprise working out for him. Let's see. Moving forward, it's definitely going to be a challenge. As soon as he climbs up to the summit of this hill, he's going to be exposed to the threat on the other side, especially the players from the side of Brave Esports, who right now seems like are dealing with a different team in the form of Gladiator Esports and Gladiators. They just lob a nade, run back, lob another nade, run back, cover up distance in steps. This is just brilliant rotation tactics from this team. But now they will be forced to fight. Brave Esports, what are they going to do to find the opening in this one?
I'm a little concerned with this split, to be honest, because Brave Esports, once again, in familiar situation. It's Justin as well as Shogun. And look at this, Shogun isn't even looking. Justin might be the one who is guarding them. One of the knocks has actually been found out on top of Brave Esports, but it seems like they still have an advantage, and now they have an idea of where the players are. But look at this, Destro all by himself, just pushing up against Marcus Gaming. What is happening? This game is so scrappy, Johnny.
Yeah, scrappy fights all over the place, but ones who maintain their composure even amongst this chaos are the ones who will eventually come out on top. It seems like for now, at least for now, in fact, it is Gladiator Esports, because they have made sure one of their players is in the front line, securing the information of the edge of the circle. And 3 individuals are just there, protecting themselves, protecting the backlines, keeping the players from Brave Esports. But look at this, another brilliant shift of the zone, and all of a sudden, Blind Esports, a team that we haven't seen in this game for so long, find themselves in the prime spot along with the players of Big Brothers. Blind, finally we see them name on the finish feed, picking off one of the individuals from the side of Glitz Reborn, but Gladiators see the players of Brave moving, and a brilliant spray from Justin and Delta in tandem. The UAS blows up, 2 players, 2 bodies drop to the floor, and the finishes are going to be secured by Gladiators yet again.
That was so unfortunate, to be honest. Brave Esports, they did not deserve to die like that, but it's what the cruel game does to you sometimes. Marcos Gaming as well, just trying to play in from the edge of the blue circle, trying to make that last-ditch entry, and I think they will manage to actually do that. They have that entry point as well. It's been Big Brothers who is constantly being tried to taunt them out, and even Spray God, as a matter of fact, has been knocked out as the vehicle collides.
No hope alive for Marcos Gaming, except Wexy, and he fails to react in time. Just a little bit of delay between him seeing the opposition, the information reaching his brain, and then the signal from the brain reaching his fingertips. But it was enough for Sarwit to just open the door, say hello, and then just go back inside that cover. 9 teams, 23 players still alive in this match. Make that 8. Brave Esports also being shown the exit.
Big Brothers defending their compound in such great fashion. I've become a huge fan of this particular team so far, but out of nowhere, another team who barely had any sort of screen time. It's Team X Spark. Saram was cooking a nade. What just happened? Did he not see the guy jumping out of the window? What?
His teammates let him cook, but the dish got burned.
That was weird.
You gotta take it off the stove at the right time.
Yeah.
But hey, talk about turning up the heat. In fact, Gladiators, they are turning things up. 7 eliminations on the board. Justin, Delta, 2 of the best players in the team, still alive, still holding their ground. There's going to be trouble in paradise for them because the zone is not really theirs. Plus, you have a team like Blind who's in the circle with concrete cover available to them. Well, concrete shacks, haystacks.
Wooden cover. Yeah. Let's just call them wooden cover now, but yeah, even Gladiator Esports, right? They've tried to make that entry point, but where do they actually try to infiltrate from is the question. Of course, Justin did find Chris OP and his position, but man, just precise, so precise with the nade itself. One other player from Gladiators just been knocked out, but I'm so curious on how Big Brothers are stationing themselves. Yes, Johnny, go on.
That nade from Krish was so perfectly cooked. The timing was so perfect that Justin had not even a single second to react to it. The moment he went, slammed in the vehicle on that window, the nade just popped and he blew up. And you had to think about it. Krish had to cook it and lob it.
Yeah.
The throwing time is also there.
Medium rare. Just like I actually like my steaks as well. But look at this, Blind Esports. Even they are starting to chime into the picture once again. 5 finishes on their name already. But the circle shifts away from them. This might be a massive game changer.
Oh, talk about game changer. Krish is trying to change the game for the side of Blind, as Manya expected the man to wait behind in the back lines, but he refused to do that. Delta is finally going to get his revenge. 8 eliminations on the board for the Gladiators. And ladies and gentlemen, we're down to the top 3 of this match. Gladiators, with just 1 player in this final top 3. Blind, they are dropping bodies to the players from the side of Big Brothers. And Big Brothers, let's not forget, top 3 finish in the last game. Gladiators as well. In fact, the winners of the previous match, Blind although on a path of redemption. Their first Erangel wasn't that great. They will look for a big win in this map of Sanhok. Not really working out that well for them. 5 eliminations on the board, 2 players remaining in fact. 3 from Big Brothers. And the circle is in no man's land at this point.
The objective for Blind Esports is simple: to try and lob those smokes and reach those stones as quickly as possible. Try and get yourself into cover, but Joker, it seems like he's been spotted. He's also taking damage from the blue zone. Certainly not the best of positions where you want to be, especially when the circle is out in the west, especially when it's out in the open, and now they are going to bear the brunt of it. Delta PG, of course, did have 5 finishes to his name, but Big Brothers, what a way to actually put a full stop to that particular game. Beautifully done, beautifully executed. Yeah. But Johnny, one very important thing. Delta has been supremely consistent in the last 3 games. It seems like he might just have crossed the ladder on the MVP rankings.
What a salty man. What a game spoiler for spoil sport for the players from Blind Esports, I have to say though. I mean, as you mentioned, Blind's plan was simple. Lob the smokes, get to the rocks, get behind cover, protect yourself. And Delta was like, I know for a fact I'm not winning this game, but I'll make sure that I'm going to ruin this game for these teams as much as possibly can. He did almost take down one of the individuals from the side of Big Brothers as well. Yeah. But Blind, their smokes became like a smoke signal for him. Yeah. So he knew exactly where he had to aim. He was aiming for Joker. Sees that one individual lying out in the open without any cover. He's like, all right, you go down first, then I'm going to spray the entire smoke. Your teammate has been in the blue zone for a while, so I know for a fact that he's going to be down there with a sliver of HP. Even if one shot connects, I get those 2 finishes. And Gladiators, they finish the game with 9 eliminations. I think Big Brother is going to be close enough as well. And congratulations to Big Brothers. I mean, consistency on the board. 2 matches, top 3, 1 win, 1 third place finish. Not bad.
Not bad at all, and I think this was expected as well. Big Brother, we've been considering them to be one of the top teams inside of this circuit right now, inside of the semi-finals, and them being consistent is just another reassurance that this team can actually proceed to the grand stage, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, but hopefully we're going to see the numbers on the leaderboard as well in a short while. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a very short break. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be right back after this.
Push, left, ठीक है हम
यार पीछे आ
वो यूसी कितना है
जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया
पुश पुश चल
स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा
अबे ये कहाँ गया
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें
अलग ही जोन में ये तो
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों
रॉयल पास ले डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले
है
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था
अभी नहीं चाहिए
मुझे BGMI के नकली वाले कॉपी गेम्स नहीं खेलने। चलो क्या जिग्नेश भाई।
सबसे पहले गेम की सेटिंग में एंट्री मारो, फिर ग्राफिक को करो स्मूथ जैसे मक्खन, फिर फ्रेम रेट को सेट करो अपने फोन के स्वाद अनुसार। ये लो भैया, हो गई आपकी सेटिंग।
जुगाड़ू जिग्नेश।
समझे? सब पॉसिबल है, बस सेटिंग लगाना।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसी बात आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
सर ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूं मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। Get ready to play pure.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the semi-finals of the BGIS. Of course, there's been a small change on the panel. In fact, a very big change on the panel. My friend Necro is back on the desk. How you doing, man? How was the game of Sanhok for you?
Listen, I know what you're trying to do over there. I know everyone over here who's currently watching the English stream knows what you're trying to do over there. But you know what? Speaking about the previous game of Sanhok, it was quite a nice game. As usual, you expect Sanhok to be quite exhilarating. That's how it was. Things started off in quite an interesting fashion. In the final few moments, though, speak of that, the final three teams was something that I personally expected. Big Brother Esports, Blind Esports, Gladiator Esports. One thing is for sure, Gladiator Esports is off to a great start.
Yeah, I mean, semi-finals has been very good for them as well, but not so good for Team Soul. I mean, their rotation was, at one point, it felt like it was a genius move. They came in all the way from ruins to the center of the circle, but then all of a sudden, multiple fights started happening. They lost their IGL Omega, and they kept on losing players against Brave Esports as well. And, I mean, it eventually was evident that Team Soul was not in a comfortable spot. Of course, all of this action, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to witness in the highlights. Even Medley Esports, as a matter of fact, and not being comfortable inside the game.
Yeah, not just that. Then speak of teams that were not really able to have a good start for themselves. Autobots is one of those teams that just got taken down off the bat as soon as the game started. And I genuinely thought Autobots could stand a good chance in today's day, considering they'd like to start things off on a great note.
Yeah, I mean, Autobots is one of my favorite teams, to be honest, because at one point inside the grind, I felt like this team, they had the most technical aspect of actually taking those fights. But in this one, they were just completely caught out in the open. They had no awareness of where the players were. Even Team Mayavi, right? For them, the start to the semi-finals has not really been great.
Yeah, well, even for Team Mayavi, as you mentioned, the start really hasn't been that great. Even inside the first game, Team Mayavi was struggling so much. Even now inside the Sanhok game, Team Mayavi has been struggling throughout the entire game pretty much. I do not know how things are going to be looking like in the future lines, but that's how Team Mayavi really likes to start things off though, right? On day one, they like to start things off on a little bit slow note, and then on day two, it's just like a big bounce back in the overall standing. Speak of the fights that erupted though, right? Brave Esports against the players of Team Soul. Now, Team Soul just getting completely picked off. Goblin was the only man that was alive. Team Soul, they definitely need to revamp things a little bit more.
They need to revamp things, right? I mean, when we talk about their passive play, which was so successful inside of round 4, we noticed one thing, that they were playing in from the edges. They were sometimes switching in between with the circle, center of the circle as well, but sometimes they were playing in from the edges as well. But this time again, the central positioning just kind of completely backfired against them.
Exactly, indeed it did, and look at this entire vault that came into play. Team X-Spark, the man was just caught with a nade in his hands, and the other guy just vaulted outside the window, chilling out, then just took him down with a shotgun pump, and once again was looking pretty good inside the game. But then, in general, the action was just so scattered, right? You do not really know how things can be unfolding in the front lines, but one thing was for sure, the only reason why Big Brother Esports won that previous game is because they were playing that one quite patiently. They had all the men alive in the final few moments, and in general, when you're going to have the man advantage, who's going to stop you from winning?
But of course, they had the best of positions inside the final circle. I mean, nothing taken away from them. And having 4 men alive, especially in such a chaotic circle, especially in such a chaotic situation, is a very big achievement in itself. And Big Brother Esports, like Johnny said, they are on a consistent route. They have been constantly playing really well, and it seems like this run of form might actually continue. But of course, map of Sanhok is definitely done and dusted. I'm just waiting to see a couple of more undergods to show themselves up. For example, we've seen Team TMZ constantly sort of, present themselves on the top.
Yeah.
GlitchX Reborn, of course, had a very good game, but I'm expecting 4 aggressive men to also start showing signs of life.
I mean, look, 4 a.m. is one of those teams that we see them pop off in one of the games in the past, right? I still remember it was the game of Miramar where 4 a.m. got themselves a chicken dinner, and it was sort of like a great start to kick things off at 4 a.m. The only reason why they got that game in the hand, too, was completely because of the rotation that they pulled off. Once again, the circle was on the left side in that game of Miramar. 4 a.m., they rotated a little bit late, but the rotation that these guys pulled off was so clinical. And then out of nowhere, these guys just found themselves on the prime spot, considering they also had the high ground to play with. And the teams that were right underneath, one of them was Marcos Gaming, if you remember that game.
I mean, Marcos Gaming, speak about them. They have been on a roll as well, right? I mean, Marcos Gaming, you look at SprayGod, you look at Siam as well. They are in red-hot form right now in this game as well. They do try to actually make some unorthodox rotations work out. We did see them, come down south from the sides of Sami and Lakawi as well and try and enter from a very unorthodox position, but they just could not really make it happen. They were picked up by multiple teams at once. Even on the map of Erangel as well, they tried to go in for a very unorthodox rotation. I remember they dropped in at Primox and go for the water rotation inside of military base as well. So these unorthodox rotation, I think, is something which is holding Marcos Gaming back. Otherwise, their firepower is spot on.
Yeah, of course. Marcos Gaming has always been known for their firepower, right? These guys have got some of the best players you can ask for. You've also got a man like SprayGod who adds on so much to the entire roster. SprayGod is one of those people that you always see in the MVP list. If Marcos Gaming is popping off, SprayGod has a big hand behind the success. But this time, Marcos Gaming is doing quite decent. It's not the ideal Marcos Gaming I want to see. I want to see an absolute domination from the side of Marcos Gaming, but I'm pretty sure still it's just the day one of the semifinals. I'm not really going to be commenting on a lot of things over here, considering, on day one, I do not really judge the teams. I just let the dust settle in.
Yeah, but on day 4, everybody, all of you guys, if you're actually playing inside the semifinals, you're going to be busted. But speaking, you talk about a very important point, and that was the MVP standings. We saw Delta PG from Gladiators being in red-hot form, 2 back-to-back games where he has gotten a lot of finish for himself. I think he's actually climbing the stairs and moving towards the very #1 spot of the standings.
I mean, that's what Gladiator Esports is. There's a reason why I called them the freaks of nature. And these guys have been proving that time and time again. Their name is the Gladiator Esports. If you remember back in the day, Gladiators, they used to rule the arena. And usually, if you do know the Gladiator Wars that used to happen inside the arena, it was one of the most, favorite thing to be watched by all the people in the kingdom. So considering Gladiators over here, once again, Gladiators is one of those teams that is my favorite to watch inside the entire competition. If you remember, still in the initial phase of the entire BGIS, Gladiator Esports, this team started off on a roll. They were the actual ones who created the first ever record.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about record as well. Once again, Delta PG with 5 finishes, consistent performance. That is something which I was talking about. Goblin, as a matter of fact, did manage to find very crucial 4 finishes for Team Soul. He was the last one who was still standing, but he could still pick off a couple of players from Brave Esports and some other teams, of course. You've got Big Brother Esports, Saf. I think a very healthy mention. Big Brother Esports have constantly tried to hit that tier 1 spot, but now they're finally here. Top Dog from L Esports and Justin from Gladiators. Now, this is something which is very interesting, right? Whenever it comes to Gladiator Esports, people always associate either Destro or Justin to actually pop off. But now Delta PG is actually at the top of the charts. He's probably crossed 40.
If you remember those 2 eliminations from Justin, that's literally from just one spray down that we saw on that vehicle against the players of GlitchX Reborn. And you brought up the entire topic about GlitchX Reborn. You want to see these undergods perform. I mean, especially when you're going to have teams like Blind Esports, Gladiator Esports just outshining the competition. It's tough for all the other half of the board to chime in. And I'm speaking about the latter half of the board. That means, which are the undergods. And for now, the struggles are being seen, but still slowly and steadily, teams like GlitchX Reborn, they're making a knowing for themselves. You can even look at the match scoreboard once again. GlitchX Reborn, this team has been consistent.
They certainly have been consistent. I mean, at the very top, of course, Big Brother Esports, 9 finish points, 15 position points. A very good game for them, a very wholesome 24 points which they have acquired. Gladiator Esports as well, 21 points for them. Blind Esports, 15 points. So it seems like Blind Esports, slowly and steadily, they are taking strides. But again, that sort of is very uncharacteristic of Blind Esports because they never take strides, they take leaps forward.
That is true, and so far Blind Esports, they're off to a slow start, but it's completely fine. As I mentioned, it's just the day 1. I would not really like to judge a lot of things on day 1 because some teams, they're probably just getting settled down. One thing is for sure, there has been a big performance change inside the semifinals. Not just performance change, even the strategic change inside the playstyles. And because of that, a lot of teams, they're not able to adapt on the fly just yet. So I would say day 2 is something we should be looking forward to. But still, we've got a couple of more maps, the repeated maps to be played.
we definitely have a lot of changes in terms of approaches, how the teams do decide to approach, right? We've seen teams who were very aggressive in the early stages. Now they just tend to whisk past other teams. I mean, Team Mavi, as a matter of fact, I still remember that moment where Team Mavi and Blind came so close on the map of Erangel, and Team Mavi just decided to fall back. When have we seen Mavi look at a team and then decide to fall back? That is just so uncharacteristic. But the approach has sort of changed. The game plan has sort of changed, where you now want to slow things down. You know, as a matter of fact, you have to be consistent in every single game that you play. You have to be in the top 16 of the overall standings. So no real point in trying to break out fights and trying to emphasis too much on the finish point.
Yeah, and exactly. Because of this change, that's why I think so Team Soul's passive and defensive play isn't really working out. Because if you're going to make an instant change in the play style, if you're going to make an instant change in the strategy and the positioning and the rotation in general, then the team that completely likes to play passive and defensive, they rely heavily on the analysis. They rely heavily on the info that they've got from the previous games. And because of a severe change inside the entire play style, that's why maybe Team Soul's not able to adapt just yet inside the day one. But maybe, as I mentioned, still some repeated maps are yet to be played. I'm speaking about Miramar and Erangel. Maybe in the upcoming 2 maps, Team Soul can try to bounce back once again. Before now, speak about the upcoming map. It's going to be the map of Vikendi. The match 4 will be on the way, and Group A and D will be the one to duke it out once again.
Oh my god, I mean, Group D is sort of one of my favorites, because just like how we talked about in the pre-show as well, Necro, it's filled with some great undergod teams. We've got Growing Strong, TWM, Blood Rose Esports team system as well. We just witnessed Group A play as well. Troublemakers is going to be a team to actually look out for, because their uncharacteristic play is sort of it comes out really well on the map of Vikendi. They might just be able to survive as well. But if you actually think of some aggressiveness, then Blood Rose, as simple as that.
That is true, Blood Rose. But even recently for Blood Rose, they have been sort of settling a little bit in the backward stance, right?
Yeah.
They haven't really been as aggressive as we've seen them in the initial phase of BGIS and even in the grind. So I would be really looking forward to the players of Growing Strong. I genuinely think so. These guys definitely do have a lot in them. And considering these guys directly qualified from the round 4, so we did not really get to see a lot of Growing Strong. But I'm pretty sure today on the map of Vikendi, Growing Strong would like to kick things off on a really fiery note.
I mean, speaking of that, I think teams who actually went towards the lower brackets, they did not really play a lot of Vikendi in their lower bracket games. I mean, I think there was just one map of Vikendi, if I'm not very mistaken, throughout the entirety of lower brackets. So that might, again, be sort of a thing, because teams who qualified from round 4 directly into the semi-finals, they have been practicing all the maps. Teams inside the lower brackets, they had to sort of practice majority of Erangel and Miramar. Again, I'm just hypothetically trying to bring a point. That might just be an advantage at this point.
Exactly. At this point in time, no matter what sort of a leverage you get inside the game will be counted as a big advantage, right?
Yeah.
These are the semifinals. If you manage to kick things off on a fantastic note, nicely done for you. This is the start that you're looking for. If you're not really able to start things off on a great note inside day 1, then day 2, you got to cross your fingers and hope for the best, right? That's all he can do as a player. That's all he can do as a team. That's all he can do as an organization as well. So all he can do is just sit back and trust on the players and let them play and let them roll inside the game. Before now, speak about rolling things, we've got the plane flight path for this upcoming Vikendi map, as the plane's going to hit the skies, and the plane flight path starting all the way from Krichas towards Milnar down south. Now this plane flight path is heavily tilted on the left side of the map, Salty.
I mean, this flight path is extremely slanted at this point. Towards the side of Dolromesto, majority of the teams will try and go towards the right-hand side of the map, because it's completely uninhabited. But everything comes down to the circle, right? We know where the circle is going to form. We know that Bound Kresnik is going to be a part of it. Maybe Villa and Castle. So therefore, there will be teams who try and acquire those positions as soon as they potentially can. I mean, God's Reign, they've already taken their drop. Very nice location, no real trouble whatsoever. But I'm still going to be watching out for those little skirmishes. Wait, am I mistaken? Is Omega dropping all by himself?
He just dropped a little bit earlier. It's completely fine. The only reason why Omega dropped over there is because he probably wants to scout out the teams that are around him, right? So, Omega, being the IGL, he dropped out earlier. And instantly he's going to be able to see all the teams that are around him, right? He's got that role as an IGL to scout things out, to let his team a little bit more on the avairing side. And SNS Soul is going to be a little bit aware of the foes that are going to be around them. Things might just be off to a great start. Team Soul, they're going to find themselves, or at least a safe footing inside Vinery. No issues whatsoever. Metal Esports towards Wall Nova. TMZ going towards Kantra and Hot Springs. So I don't think so any type of drop collisions is going to be seen off the bat. Everything should be a smooth, like a very well-oiled machine.
Should be a very smooth, well-oiled machine. We did see the circle pop off as well, and just like I said, Mount Kresnik is the smack center of it. And I mean, we know as a matter of fact, Necro.
Yeah.
Circle, it doesn't really play a part on the map of Vikendi, at least for the first 3 or 4 stages.
Indeed doesn't. And speak of a team that likes to play super passive or super defensive, Enigma Gaming. Right now, they're in the smack center. Looking pretty good in that spot, considering it's the map of Vikendi. Enigma Gaming, these guys might as well just start meditating on top of Mount Kresnik. That's what you like to do.
I definitely love to do that, but I don't think they have time to actually meditate at this point. They have to sort of unleash their inner beast. And be as aggressive as they potentially can. I mean, Enigma Gaming, I still remember they were the first team inside of the grind, if I'm not mistaken, to set a record for the most amount of points acquired in just one single day, in just 3 games. And after that, that aggression just completely disappeared. I just want to see that Enigma Gaming once again. And it seems like they are bringing glimpses of that brilliance.
Castle once again completely abandoned. I just don't like it, man. Castle's like one of those places that is stacked with a lot of loot, and no one likes to go over there. It's understandable. It comes with a lot of risk as well, but maybe you can have 2 players on the outskirts playing around, and then 2 players inside Castle itself, because there's a little bit of individual compounds around Castle too, where you can drop. So you can have that 2-2 split going inside the game too. And you will be able to accumulate so many first aids inside Castle. So that's a good thing.
You know why it's left empty? It's for the king. The king, I mean the winners of the BGIS. They are going to set up a kingdom at Castle. That's why it's been left empty. Nobody's allowed to go there right now.
Okay. I'll trust you on that. Rickson. Spray was there, but the connection wasn't. And it's the players' system. Team System, finally they got a name tag inside the game, right?
Oh,
Love
yes.
to see it.
Love to see it as well. I mean, I was sort of adjusted to reading Kalyug and Bad Boy and Yash 2 OP the way they were written initially, but now it seems so nice. Team System, well done.
Well organized.
They've been always unorganized in their play, so.
Oh, wow.
And that sort of works, right? It's a compliment.
Oh, wow. I guess sometimes unorthodox things really do work.
Yeah, I mean, Troublemakers is such a beautiful example. Team System is such a beautiful example. The only difference between Team System and Troublemakers is possibly the fact that Team System do decide to go in aggressive sometimes.
I like the fact that you brought up Troublemakers, right? This is a really good conversation to have now. Now, in the initial phases of the tournament, or at least in the previous phase of the tournament, Troublemakers was definitely unorganized.
Yeah.
But I genuinely think so. From the losers bracket to now on, Troublemakers, they've definitely adjusted and tweaked things a little bit. And they're seeming a little bit more organized.
I mean, if you think of it, majority of the times, Troublemakers all of a sudden will always be surprised that they are inside the podium finishes. They are inside the top four teams. Now, why is that happens? Because they barely get any screen time throughout the duration of the game because they don't fight.
Yeah, they're playing super passive and defensive, and this is why I'm saying now it just seems like they're much more organized than how they used to be in the previous lines.
They've been very adaptive of the opposition as well. And they must have felt that this is the way to victory, and they're certainly making it count. So I think that sort of an approach also works out for them. Even today, I mean, their performance was extremely brilliant on the map of Miramar. This game will find out what they can potentially pull off. They are currently at Hot Springs right now. They have to cover a massive distance to enter the circle, but I think an early rotation sort of works for them.
I mean, it's the game of Vikendi. Come on, like, what are you talking about? No matter whenever you decide to rotate, the first 25 minutes you're going to be chilling inside the game anyway, so it's not really going to matter. You can just sit in Hot Springs forever. Just go for the med strat.
I mean, if you want to chill, why not just chill inside the circle? That
I
is
guess,
way
yeah.
more preferable. But yeah, I mean, I do get your point. Hot Springs, definitely one of the best tourist spots on the map of Vikendi.
Yeah, I mean, look, its name is Hot Springs, right?
Yeah.
Especially on the map of Vikendi, which is supposed to be cold. So that's the best spot to be in. It seems quite cozy to me.
We will travel to Hot Springs together, Necro. Don't worry about it. And right after that, I'm going to go to Mount Kresnik to meditate. We just witnessed God's Reign on our screens right now. God's Reign is one of those teams who's sort of shown every single strategy or every single approach of playing. Look at this Team Soul though. Their tire has actually been burst off and now he's been knocked out. It was big brothers all along the way.
Omega screws up massively. Team Soul off to a bad start once again. Big Brother Esports. They really are making the big boys look like the small boys inside the game. Because they are supposed to be the big brothers.
So initially I thought that it was Team System who started firing shots. And then apparently it was Big Brothers who actually got them the final nail in the coffin. That was brilliantly done. But Team Soul once again in the disadvantage.
They have been throughout the day in a disadvantage. But it's their time to find themselves a little bit more safer ground to play with. It's the map of Vikendi. And if you're not able to find yourself a safe ground on this map, then you really got to question yourself. And for now, OR, Jelly too getting knocked out. TMZ, both the players are quite softened up. Jelly's trying to back away from this spot. Also trying to bob and weave a little bit. Some good moves, yeah?
Some good moves for sure, but could have been better if he was still alive.
Oh my God, this could have been so close. Both the players from TMZ are way too low for comfort. Mac looking forward to toss that nade. OR Esports, it's been a while. We've seen this team on the big screen, but finally we're seeing them. Some good three-pointers, but no connection. A little bit too late to the party, huh?
Actually very close to actually finding Jelly and his reviving, but now they're going to miss their IGL is still finding the shots connected through the trees. I don't know how that works.
That's what happens.
He just predicted the movement of the vehicle with its speed and the curvature of the road and just tried to take shots. Look at this, Optimus once again was finding someone out in the open. It was the players of MICI, some shots being taken to deny that little bit of a space. Just shoo them away, and they are back on their merry ways.
Troublemakers, these guys. Right now, they're not the troublemakers. They're the trouble receivers. Karan Jot and his teammates, they're barely making it inside the circle on the edge. 4 a.m. too, you brought a question up about 4 a.m. And right now, they're in a decent spot towards Cosmodrome, a little bit on the southern side, but still looking pretty okay. No issues over there. But if you take a look at the centric spot of the circle, it's just a big splash of colors. All the teams are accumulated in that same spot. And soon enough, it's going to be an all-hell break and lose, my friend.
The algorithm for Vikendi is just simple, right? You reach the center and you just sit, right?
Yeah.
And the majority of the teams will do exactly that. The circle, of course, is not going to move differently. Look at this. Look at the amount of teams inside the small little place. You've got Gladiator as well. You've got Team Enigma. You've got God's Reign right behind. And you've got a couple of players from Team Soul as well.
Yep. All you need to do is sit in the shack. And all the players from the side of Enigma Gaming, that's what they're doing. And the first stage is already over. It's done. Second stage already hit. You barely notice any difference. Because welcome to Vikendi, my friends. Vikendi is a land where difference is never being seen.
Well, I mean, there's barely any difference. We can see that. But OR Esports, currently their vehicle is being under fire. Not really sure coming in from whom, though.
Oh!
Fast and furious action, baby!
Must be so fun to drive the vehicles around when people are trying to take you down. Just so many shots upon you to dodge, right? Must feel good. And right now, OR Esports making a successful rotation. out of the gangster's paradise. Guys are going to be looking pretty safe. MICI Esports, they spot out OR. This could have been a little bit dire for them. Still, things are looking okay, though. Not that bad. OR Esports looking pretty safe in the spot they found themselves in. Admino separates on up a little bit, moves on forward, goes for the scout. Things are looking okay.
I mean, nothing really challenges OR Esports right now. MICI from the backlines could have been a potential threat, but then they've sort of dodged it, and MICI, they don't really look interested. They just got the information that, all right, fine, OR Esports is there, and yeah, let them just be at peace.
Yeah.
Even TMZ, as a matter of fact, they're playing from the edge of the circle towards Podvosto. Now, trying to make that entry towards Mount Kresnik, I think there might be a potential clash between OR and TMZ, but still not really certain.
Metal Esports too on the southern side, actually. These guys are quite the introverts. Do not want to join the party at all. Instead, just stay pinned down in that shack. Metal Esports. Finally, a couple of moves on the board. I like to see this, right? Go for the informational play. Try to accumulate as much info as you can. And try to pave a pathway safely enough to the upcoming circle that might just be coming in. If it's going to be a hard shift, I mean, still it's just the stage 3, so it's not going to be that hard anyways. No matter where it's going to shift to, you will still have a free pathway to make it in.
Yeah, but scouting compounds so late in this game might even be a little challenging for them, because that was a good jump with the vehicle. Did cross the fence, so 100 points to top dog.
That's a little bit too much. Maybe I would say 40 out of 100.
Since his rear wheel struck the fence, that's why he did that. Yeah, that was not a perfect jump though.
Got to cut out some points right there. If it would have landed on top of the roof though, that would have been 100 on 100.
I'm pretty sure that vehicle does not get on top of the roof with the speed that it came from. Like, that was just practically impossible. It had to come at a much higher space.
But as Dominic Toretto said, it's not the vehicle. It's about the man who drives the vehicle. So, once again, just waiting for the next circle shift, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to happen. Center's on up, no issues. All the teams, they're still going to be in their comfort zone. No one needs to step out of it. But still, Metal Esports, they need to find a better spot right now.
I'm actually more concerned with Autobots and TWM. I mean, TWM playing in from the edges, good stuff from them, just not really willing to engage. But we know, as a matter of fact, that the teams at the center of the Vikendi circles always have an advantage. So if their option is to actually try and go for the chicken dinner without going in for the heel battle, I think this is the time when TWM should also start pushing up forward.
Revenant Esports. Even these guys are looking in a decent spot. They're playing a little bit in the outskirts of the centric spot. Kind of like an off-center spot. But yeah, I mean, one thing is for sure. Revenant Esports, they're ready for whatever hits the deck.
Oh, they've been ready since, like, what, round 3, round 4 maybe? That is when the shift actually came. We know, as a matter of fact, that they just started to be very aggressive. But on the map of Vikendi again, I mean, just there's no point to try and be as aggressive as potentially. And I think I can see them sort of having that form and advantage staying up until like the 5th or the 6th circle. Now it all kind of comes down to how they actually use it. And they have got the firepower in the belt. I mean, Sensei, apart from Sensei, I think every single other player, MJ, Fierce, as well as Apollo, has been like hitting on all cylinders. Apollo, as a matter of fact, I think he was, if not inside the top 10 Rebels, he's close to it because he's been wreaking havoc inside the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams, they've got the firepower underneath their belt, and I just want them to take off that belt and start whooping each other. Troublemakers in front of us. Still sitting pinned down. Playing on the edges as usual. That's how troublemakers like to play. Especially on the map of Vikendi. That's how they play. It's a little bit weird. But still, I mean, that's what works out for them. Optimus, a little bit spread out from the rest of the squad. No issues over there. MICI is going to be in the front lines. Everyone at this point in time is just waiting for the next circle shift to hit the deck.
Yeah.
And a lot of these teams are on top of Mount Kresnik, Salty.
What is this weird silence all across the map? Like, it's so static. Everything is stationed.
Yeah.
This is when I actually start missing your life advices and our podcasts. I think Team Soul might actually use a couple of your life advices as well. That life isn't always nice. Like their position inside the game right now is.
Soul, they've got quite a decent position, though. You can't take away from that. And right now, the next circle shift as well comes on the board. It's going to shift a little bit on the northern side. Autobots, they found themselves in the best spot. Autobots, all they need to do is just keep themselves pinned down in the coal mine. Big Brother Esports 2 on the left line. System instantly making that move on the board. This might just be a big mistake from System, considering Yash is the only one entering the enemy fray. And he might just be picked off way too up close and personal against the foes. And yes, that's what happens. Autobots, they shut down Yash instantly. That immediate threat being neutralized.
I mean, desperate moves from Team System. That was definitely not necessary. Yash could have just waited for the rest of the cavalry to arrive. But man decided to push up all by himself. And Autobots, of course, is going to punish that every single day of the week. And now, once again, Mr. Spray just in a very good position. Nades being lobbed in as well. You can see that Insane has been knocked out. Now, Team System, for them, the approach was nice. They knew that this is the compound which will be in the prime position inside the circle. But they had to get the information whether it was unoccupied or was it hosting any sort of teams out there.
Autobots. These guys have got the high ground, so one thing is for sure, they will be reigning supreme in this fight too. All the advantages stacked with them. Team System right now in a big world of trouble. Insane is in the outskirts. They want to go for the resurrection onto Insane, but still Team System, there's a bit of hesitation coming into play. The smokes as well soon enough will start to fade away, so Team System, they need to be quick. And this nade is going to find the perfect knockout. Autobots, they find two knockouts actually. Kolyug, another man gets knocked out from the side of Team System. This is where the real trouble start knocking their door. And now somewhere else on the map, the players of Revenant Esports, they make the push happen against OR. Mac is going to be the only man in the clotheslines left alive, and eventually even he gets devoured.
Wow. Light work from Revenant Esports. I mean, OR did not really move a flinch. That was brilliant. And they are the first team to get eliminated. We are in stage 4, Necro, and OR Esports is the first team to get eliminated. We did not even get to see that particular fight. It was all smoke clouds, and then the ambush comes through. System, of course, they just have one player left, and that's Bad Boy.
I mean, even over here, the players of System, they made a lot of smoke clouds. And then they themselves got smoked. God's Reen. Taps taken. Another circle shift. Shifts up north. 4 a.m. They find themselves in the advantageous spot. Look at TWM out and over now. Even this team is in contention. Revenant Esports. These guys will have a smooth sailing inside the circle, but still, to be able to find a good compound inside the circle, that's going to be a tough challenge. These guys will need to overcome from. Gladiator Esports, even they've got their own troubles to deal with against the players of Revenant Esports. Delta, or Destro, I mean, is being knocked out behind that one single tree. Now starting to patch himself up. Gladiator Esports, how is this man even able to stay alive for such a long time? But eventually Destro gets picked off by another man from the side of Enigma Gaming. A little bit of assistance. That unknown assistant comes into play.
Yeah, but look at this. What a cluster there's actually formed. God's Reign infiltrating the compound and Ninja finding their first knock and finish. Now this is good stuff. He's already got 2 finishes to his name, and God's Reign, they knew, as a matter of fact, they had to charge in completely, and they charged in inside the circle at 4 Angry Men's compound. This is such a good position. Godsrain know this is an important fight to build their stability for the final circles. Still yet to find more knocks though.
Godsrain, this is a team that has been wreaking havoc in the lobby since a long time. Throughout this entire BGIS 2023, Godsrain, they've been a force to be reckoned with. But now from the back lines, Ninja Jod gets knocked out. Revenant Esports as well, just knocking on the doors with the third party. These guys are the uninvited guests right now. And Godsrain, they've got so much trouble to deal with. Ninja Jod getting knocked out. That's going to leave only 3 players of Godsrain in contention.
Good work by 4 aggressive men as well to just try to fall back, not really give up the compound, but still have the authority, still have a stake inside this particular fight. Now, they've stopped Godsrain dead on their tracks. The uninvited guests of Team Revenant Esports as well has sort of worked out for them. But now, what do they make out of this position is the question, because look at all the action, look at all the movement that is happening on top of the hill. Enigma Gaming, once again, just trying to completely slam in on top of TWM. Now, what's going to happen here, Necro?
Max Kosh is a little bit too low, but eventually Shotgun's in the close. The eliminations are starting to follow up all across the board, but the last guy from TWM, he turns around and keeps his head on a swivel and shuts him down. So many unorthodox things happen, so many unintentional pushes are being made. At this point, even I'm starting to eat up my words.
I mean, that's what is natural, Necro. So many teams just colliding against one another, and none of them are in the prime spot. The circle once again taking a hard shift, going away from Autobots. One of their players has been taken down, but this rotation isn't going to be easy. There's a lot of topography involved as well, and multiple teams in the fray, especially Blood Rose from the backlines. Now, they have such a great opening to try and chew up a lot of the HP. Orlo was almost down. Skrills is taking some shots, but from the backlines, it's someone. Oh, it's Orlo, in fact.
Or Z from Autobots. I mean, Autobots have been reigning supreme in this spot for a long time. These guys have been raining down death and destruction against any of the foes that stand against them. And once again, now this time on the receiving lines, it's going to be the players of Blood Rose. And indeed, Autobots is looking forward to put a full stop to the entire fairy tale of Blood Rose too. But Blood Rose Esports is not one of those teams that's going to give up that easily. The slogan for Blood Rose is "You can't see me."
For sure. Try and be like John Cena for one day instead. But Blood Rose Esports, they have to be as aggressive as well. They have to be finding or searching for those finish points. Look at this, Revenant, they're still after Godsrain and their dear life. Another player, Robin, was actually knocked out, but now he's been revived. This trifecta of Revenant Esports, 4 aggressive men and Godsrain, it's not going to get solved for a while right now. The distance which separates all these 3 teams, and of course their positioning, they're right at the edge of the circle. They don't have the extra motivation. The only person who can sort of be the icebreaker is Revenant Esports if they do decide to charge in on just one compound.
They do not really need to charge in though. They've got the high ground to play with. It doesn't make any sense to do that. So for Revenant Esports, the only thing they really need to care about is the backlines and the sidelines. As soon as they get rid of all the players in the back and the side, things can be in a really good way. But for now, Blood Rose Esports, even they're getting picked off. They've got their own troubles to deal with. A lot of smokes in the front. Blood Rose Esports can't see a thing. Autobots starting to roll out against the players of Blood Rose. And Autobots already taking so many shots against the post. Too many shots to dodge. All the 4 players behind the same single cover. Too many shots taken in the same direction. It's just a complete confusing affair. Even the players of Revenant Esports now starting to get pounced on by the players of Godsrain. Every single team right now at this point in time, they've got their own troubles to deal with. And within a flash, the entirety of Blood Rose and even Big Brother Esports, they get eliminated.
I mean, this was always supposed to happen. That entire southern part of the circle was completely laden with multiple teams, all trying to just dish out the damage at once. And of course, all we could see was just smoke clouds, teams running out of cover and trying to pop those shots and trying to break the skulls open. And Team Autobots, out of all of that commotion, they still have 8 finishes and they still manage to survive with 3 players left. But they have a massive rotation up front. And the only trouble that they have is going to be Godsrain from the downsides. 4 aggressive men, in fact, are still managing to survive. Look at Skillful, barely surviving from that nade. That was almost a 3-pointer.
Skillful, but HP no. Skillful almost could have been taken down in that scenario, but Autobots now, once again, these guys just never stop rolling out. Skrills, that nade's being tossed quite nicely. At least now he knows that there's no one really around that window. But this nade's gonna roll out right next to him. Skrills gets knocked out. Orlo still looking for to spam through that smoke. These guys are moving in slowly and steadily. I like the approach from the side of Autobots. Not really just taking things a little bit too aggressive. Instead, taking their time in approaching the fights, and Growing Strong's gonna be in the front lines. One thing is for sure, Growing Strong, they're looking for to keep the players of Autobots on the edge, in the edge. They're not really gonna let them cross on over inside the safe lines.
Mr. Spray has actually leapfrogged Growing Strong and find his spot inside of the circle. It's just basically Orlo as well as Skrills who's been caught off guard, and now Orlo is the only one who is still standing. Skrills and his finish will be confirmed, but now Growing Strong will make that big move. I think now this just basically is a grave that has been dug, but no, wait. They actually has taken down Orlo as well. I thought that Orlo would become a very big stakeholder in this particular fight because, of course, his position was left unmarked, but it seems like Growing Strong, they had a very nice awareness of where he exactly was. But look at God's Reign. Look at Gladiators, in fact.
Gladiator Esports against the players of God's Reign. Equinox, the nade's going to be tossed so close. Equinox, this man's trying to make a run for his life, but God's Reign, they're on a chase, they're on a prowl. They're not going to let him go away just like that. And yes, the nade stands it perfectly and shuts down Shogun. Now God's Reign, they've still got the 3 players up and alive. Backs against the wall of death. Nowhere to go. God's Reign, they need to make some quick moves on the board. This will be an impossible task to pull off, a daunting one indeed, but the players of TWM, they've got a really good and an advantageous spot. Also, they've got to know exactly where the players of Growing Strong are. So TWM now, they can start to pave a pathway perfectly inside the safe zone.
7 finishes for these lads. I mean, now that they've got 4 players surviving, I think the TWM can start their run of domination, can start racking up all the remaining players. Of course, Gladiators as well as MICI, they are in their own troubles whatsoever. Delta still trying to clear those angles with the nade itself, but MICI not just giving any sort of breathing room, but that is not going to be the ideal strategy for them because they are way behind from that circle itself. The circle and the hard shift just completely favoring Growing Strong. It seems like Growing Strong as well as Gladiators, they've taken hits from Team TWM.
Oh, good spam though. Delta PG, some good connections found, even going forward to get those confirmations rolling in. Delta PG from the back, try to sneak up against the foe, but Mudit, this man was way too aware, turns around, keeps his head on a swivel, and now Mudit just keeps on marching forward, finds out another knockout, but Shogun finds a good return. A swift return back inside the fight, back inside the fray once again, and Shogun now has got the entirety of the world to deal with. The opponents as well, slowly and steadily starting to creep on up inside this fight. The utility's going to be tossed against the players of Gladiators, and that's it. They've been shut down completely from the game, and it's all down to the last guy of MICI Esports, who's going for the mid strat.
I mean, yeah, MICI Esports very successfully done. I mean, from that situation to get the second position from them for themselves, 12 points acquired. This is absolutely brilliant. I mean, TWM, they were always supposed to get all the finishes, always supposed to get both Growing Strong as well as Gladiators, as well as the remaining players of MICI. But Kunal managed to uplift his team from just getting 8 points to 12 points. A difference of 4 points, pretty brilliant. But TWM, what a comeback it's been.
Some things never change. Before it's Mudit, now it's Kunal. The players of MICI Esports, these guys are really known to play that survival game in the final few moments, and they still somehow make it inside the top 5 all the time. And that's the consistency that's really been separating the players of MICI against all the other undergods. It's the consistency. And right now, even the opponents, even Growing Strong in the final few moments, they were looking quite in shape.
I mean, they certainly had a good position, but it was the numbers, right, which sort of like caused problems. That fight against Autobots we witnessed, Growing Strong were completely shook, even though they sort of dominated that fight. But when you kind of encounter a team like that, and encounter a team like Autobots inside the final circle who is just constantly throwing nades at you, there's a player coming in from the back lines, there's a player in the front, you know, as a matter of fact, you might be able to win that fight as well, but it completely shatters your confidence. And I felt like for Growing Strong, that's what it happens. They were not in position to fight the end game properly.
Now, once again, to let you know, TWM stands for the world of mafias. And these guys were indeed the mafia in the close lands, in the icy lands of Vikendi. And these guys played that to perfection. Till the initial phase of the game, we didn't even see TWM in contention in any of the fights. But then out of nowhere, as soon as the next circle shift came in, TWM were in the prime spot. And they just started striking teams down left, right, and center. But ladies and gentlemen, for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
पुश लेफ्ट ठीक है
पीछे आ
ब्रो यूसी कितना है जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा
अबे ये कहाँ गया
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकलने
अलग ही जोन में ये तो
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर।
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों
रॉयल पास ले डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले
है
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए
मुझे BGMI के नकली वाले कॉपी गेम्स नहीं खेलने। चलो क्या जिग्नेश भाई।
सबसे पहले गेम की सेटिंग में एंट्री मारो, फिर ग्राफिक को करो स्मूथ जैसे मक्खन, फिर फ्रेम रेट को सेट करो अपने फोन के स्वाद अनुसार। ये लो भैया, हो गई आपकी सेटिंग।
जुगाड़ू जिग्नेश।
समझे? सब पॉसिबल है, बस सेटिंग लगाना।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़े से सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसी बात आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। Get ready to play pure.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that slow start of Vikendi. But in the end, as usual, Vikendi is off to quite a chaotic ending, and that's what happened. A lot of these known teams collided against each other, but only a few of them were able to survive. And then in the end, TWM, for them, the patience paid off.
Yeah, I mean, it paid off quite nicely as well, and especially considering this was the first game of the day for Group D. Growing strong, TWM, both these teams performing really well for themselves means now they don't really have a lot of catching up to do, but you have to give props to Gladiators. I mean, next level consistency being displayed on board. They had a lot of finishes as well.
That is true. Even in the previous game of Sanhok, I mean, Gladiator Esports, they had quite a decent finish as well.
Yeah.
I think so they got taken out on the second spot in the overall game of the Sanhok. So Gladiator Esports, off to the bat, they're just having a really great consistency on day one. But then you speak about the usual suspects, Team Soul, they're just not able to find themselves in the groove.
I mean, the momentum that they wanted there to be for them, it's not really there. Even the map of Sanhok, as you mentioned, wasn't really something that went their way. And even in this game, Omega getting picked off early meant the team had just 3 players to play with for the rest of the match. And even though on Vikendi, as we discussed, I mean, you don't really have to move around the map that much. You can play for survival. It becomes extremely tricky to gather information about your surroundings if you do not have all 4 players available.
That is true. And speaking of Team Soul, this is how Team Soul exactly got wiped off as well from the game. Goblin was the man who was trying to go for the mid strat, but still things didn't just work out for them. TWM, even they faced themselves in a bit of a battles here and there, but they just managed to successfully come out on top most of the times. Revenant Esports as well, they had their own hurdles to deal with. Genuinely thought Revenant Esports could have the biggest advantage in that fight, but then even the third party is something Revenant Esports should have cared about. And this is what I mentioned as well during the cast. Revenant Esports, the only thing they need to care about is the sidelines and the backlines, and that's where they got shut down from.
But we all know Revenant Esports, their story, their arc is quite similar to what we see from Team Mayavi, right? Teams that do not really have a strong start to their stages, to their run in every particular stage of the tournament, but they know how to make a comeback. And for Revenant as well, I think Vikendi is a very difficult map to start your day off on, and I think we can give them the benefit of the doubt that alright, you had this off map that you had to perform on the very first game of the day, but there is still an opportunity for the team to bring themselves back in the next few maps.
I mean, speak of the opportunity, and even Autobots is one of those teams that genuinely thought they could win that game, but unfortunately for Autobots, I mean, these guys wore out in the open trying to make a rotation inside the circle. They needed to face against the opponents, which was growing strong, and growing strong, they just wiped him out. Not exactly in a flash. That fight elongated for a decent amount of time, but
it was extended.
In the end, it was extended for a decent amount of time, but in the end, it was just the players growing strong.
Yeah, GS is also another interesting name to bring in this conversation because growing strong has been growing quite strong, but with this sort of a start to the semifinals, now we have to sort of try to observe them a little bit more, because Vikendi, again, same conversation that I was, same thing I was saying a few seconds ago, wherein when you start on an off map, you really don't have time to get into your comfort zone or get comfortable with the game. You don't have any time to get warmed up. You're going to have to be a little bit more reactive. And this team's reactions were pretty on point. I mean, the decision-making on-the-fly movements were pretty decent. Managing to secure their top 4 finish was not that bad. I mean, it's off to a decent start. Just have to be a little bit more consistent in the future games.
In general, Group D, TWM, as you mentioned, even the players are growing strong. They're from Group D. And the best part about Group D is that there's not a lot of known teams in Group D.
Yes.
It's usually, or the majority of the Group D is just filled with the undergods, and they've been performing quite nicely. Yeah, Revenant Esports is also a part of that. And speaking about Revenant Esports, these guys went through a revamp throughout the entire BGIS 2023. They've made quite a lot of new strategies happen inside the game. They've adapted onto quite a lot of new things. They've also readjusted so many things in their playstyle.
Yeah, and one of those readjustments, actually one of the major ones, happened on the map of Sanhok, wherein we see them play slow on Erangel, we see them play slow on Miramar. Vikendi is a map where everyone plays slow. But Revenant Esports, I mean, we were expecting them to sort of emulate the same playstyle, play for a little bit more survival on Sanhoks that we've seen in the past. But turns out, like, new mindset for the team is just to be aggressive on that map and not really shy away from any fights. And it has worked out quite a lot for them. So Sanhok and Erangel are looking quite strong for this team, but we'll have to wait for those maps, for Revenant, in fact, to step on those maps.
Exactly. Before now, let's move on forward and take a look at the MVP of the previous game. It's going to be Shogun from Gladiator Esports. This man was always there in the front foot for the team, providing so much cover fire and also so much assistance to the teammates. 6 elimination points found, finished contribution of 54.5.
I mean, it was an incredible game for Shogun, and not just this match. I mean, their Miramar was good, their Sanhok was good, they've done well on Vikendi as well. Now, that leads me to believe that if we have a look at the overall standings at the end of the day, Gladiators might just be on the first position.
That is true. So let's move on forward and take a look at the top 5 Rebels of that previous game. Even Lobster's going to be there from TWM. Destiny is also going to be there from TWM with 4 finishes. Autobots Crores, another man who was always there in the front lines with the rest of his team. Autobots in general, now, as I mentioned, they keep on rolling out. Autobots, they did not have any other choice anyways. The circle moved away from their spot. The only chance there was left for them to grab inside the safe zone was to be the cleanup crew, and they tried their best to do so.
Yeah, but the problem with Autobots is also a lack of inconsistency being displayed in the past as well.
Yeah.
And I think that is something that I hope the team has worked upon since the lower bracket run till now, and maybe they've improved on quite a lot of those aspects of the other maps of the game. But let's see, I mean, what the entire day is going to look like for them. But we do have the rankings on our screen, and again, TWM Gladiators, this was their game, both of them.
Yeah, indeed, but still considering it was just the start for the players of Autobots, it's not a bad start at all. 12 points accumulated from the first ever game, considering there's also going to be a little bit of jitters when you step inside the playing field for the first time. Autobots, they've done a decent job. Of course, TWM, these guys are exceptionally well, and then you'd move on forward and take a look at Gladiator Esports. The consistency just moves on forward. MICI Esports getting 16 points. God's Green over there too.
We've just missed out on the lads from MICI Esports. MICI has actually done quite decent throughout the day. I mean, yeah, they did fail on the map of Sanhok, but it fell short. I mean, we're stuck in a corner, nowhere really left to go. I mean, but still, I think MICI, it's going to be quite interesting to see where they end up at the end of the semi-finals, in fact.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, soon enough, we might just be taking a look at the overall standings. So I really want to see where MICI Esports is now currently standing in the overall standings. Me and Salty had a full-blown conversation about MICI Esports in the previous game, and this is what I mentioned all the time. MICI Esports is known for their survival game.
Yeah.
And usually there's always that one guy going for the mid strat in the final few moments. And right now, as we do have the overall scoreboard in front of us, the top four suspects in front of us: Metal Esports, GlitchX Reborn, Big Brother Esports, Gladiator Esports, MICI on the 7th spot.
I mean, 22 points, they are at least in the top 8, so there is an opportunity for them to actually bring themselves into the top 4, get a little bit of a safety cushion going that they can work with in the future stages of this semi-finals. But again, I think the news of the day, the highlight in fact is going to be Gladiators with those 66 points sitting on the first position, and of course Glitch Reborn as well, who are on the 3rd position. But look at that, 2 matches played, and with this game, with this brilliant game, in fact, let me correct myself, TWM Gaming, the only team in the top 8 with just 1 game being played, but on that 5th spot.
That is what I was literally about to mention as well. TWM, they played that first game. They got the chicken dinner in the first game itself. 26 points accumulated. They find themselves in the top 5. That's some incredible stuff. But speak about the top 16. It's in front of us, the latter half of the board too. Marco's Gaming on the 9th spot, something I do not really see that often, but Marco's Gaming, for the first time I'm seeing them on the 9th spot of the overall standings. Troublemakers on the 10th. Blind Esports too on the latter half of the board. A lot of the names, we did not expect them to be here.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about as we were speaking about Autobots, the inconsistency that is there in the gameplay. As you see that 3 matches played, 12 finishes, just 5 placement points, 17 points. It is quite a close call among a lot of these teams, considering it's just the start of the semi-finals. But I think by the end of the day, things are going to change. We are going to see those differences or those barriers appear in the overall ranking. Although talk about teams being in a surprisingly low spot, I have to say Night Owls. I did not expect them to have such a slow start to the semi-finals.
Yeah, they've still got 1 more game to play though, so that's a good thing, right? And if I'm not wrong, for Team A, it's done. I mean, for Group A, it's done. All their games for today, it's pretty much done. So for Team Seoul, there's no chance of making a comeback in the overall standings anymore. They will have to be satisfied with whatever spot they've got so far in the overall standings. And well, as we do move on forward to the last page of the entire storyboard, this is where some more big upsets will be seen. Newman Gaming, saw Johnny on 27th spot, Midway Esports on 26th.
But now I have a very interesting question for you. We see a lot of these names on the last page of the leaderboard that look like some of the best teams we have ever witnessed in the BGIS. Which one of these is the most upsetting for you?
The most upsetting? I genuinely think so, none of them. I would say
Really?
Midway Esports though. A little bit upsetting Midway Esports, considering I had a lot of expectations from Midway Esports with how much performance they showcased in the losers bracket.
Yeah.
I genuinely thought inside the semifinals these guys might just be off to a great start, but no, so far that's not the case.
I do agree with you on that. I mean, Midway, we did think like, alright, at least the consistency was there during the last run as well, and we expected this team to at least have a decent start, be on the 2nd page or not lower than the 3rd page, but being on the last page. They still have 1 more match left.
Yeah.
Hopefully they bring themselves back in, and they don't have to do quite a lot to be able to pull it off.
Exactly. TWM has proved it. All you
Yeah.
need is 1 single good game, maybe like 25 plus points, and you might just be propelled all the way on the first half of the board.
Not even 25 points. I think teams with 15, 16 points are there on the 2nd page. Today, even if you can recover from the 4th to the 2nd page, good enough.
Anything can happen, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, the overall structure is way too sensitive. But you know what? Only future can answer all of our questions. Moving on forward and taking a look at the matchup for the upcoming game off Miramar. It's going to be Group B and D, duking it out on the Deserty lands.
Oh, this is going to be extremely fun. Revenant, OR, God's Reign, and especially watching how they go up against the big names from the other side as well. Maya V, Marcos, and Blind growing strong. Another team we are keeping an eye on. I mean, the improvements we keep talking about, we want to see them in action. And Miramar, we know, is considered a standard map in the competitive scene. So now these teams will finally have an opportunity to bounce back. Especially two names in particular, that one of which you have been talking about quite a lot since the start of the day, and one of which we were talking about quite a lot in the previous loser bracket run, Blood Rose and System.
Yeah, I really want to see what Blood Rose and System has got, especially System. It's one of those teams I did not even expect that could make it inside the semifinals, and they've definitely astonished me quite a lot, especially from the losers bracket, bouncing back all the way inside the semifinals itself in the first place.
Yeah.
So I really want to see what Team System's got. It's their time to showcase their real, true potential inside the games.
But we all know that making it this far is not going to be enough. You have to perform in order to secure a spot on that prestigious stage where there will be an opportunity for these teams to compete for that massive prize pool we talk about every single day. And yes, System, we have the expectations from this team, but along with them, I mean, even GS, we expected so much from this team. They have been delivering so far, but can they be consistent? I think that is what I would like to observe for this team in Miramar.
I mean, in general, a lot of questions are erupting in our minds, ladies and gentlemen, but only the game can answer all of those questions. So the upcoming game of Miramar is going to be on our screen soon enough, and here we go. As Miramar is going to be on our board, and the planes as well is going to hit the skies. The plane flat path starting all the way from El Azhar towards down south. Now, this is quite an interesting plane flat path, Johnny. It's dividing the map into equal halves.
At least just close to the center this time around, unlike the previous flight path we had on the previous Miramar, Impala to Valle del Mar leaning to the southern side. This one is going to be a little bit more standard. I think teams that might be in trouble would be, well, actually no one. Unless you want to go towards Los Higos or Prison or Valle del Mar, you have the entire map to your liking. But situations like these also lead to a lot of major drop clashes. So that is something that I would like to keep my eye out on, at least in the early stages of this match.
I mean, speaking of drop clashes, and considering we've already got the players of Marcos Gaming taking an exit towards Terra Branca, it's not a site that I've seen being used for a long time. So let's see how the scouting is going to work out for the players of Marcos Gaming. Especially the initial circle is something that will be a massive icebreaker.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely going to be an icebreaker for a lot of these teams, and especially if you are Marcos Gaming, as you mentioned, Tierra Bronca towards the northeastern quadrant of the map. If the zone is anywhere towards the western side, they're going to have a lot of questions already popping up in their heads. All right, which path do we take? Which teams drop where? And it's going to be a lot of difficult decisions that they will have to take in the mid-game stages. But let's see. The early game with how teams are dropping looks like we're going to be off to a standard start of Miramar, and we have a central circle as well. No. So not a lot of trouble for any of these teams.
Yeah, basic game of Miramar, I guess.
The dream game.
Dream game. Not for me.
Why not?
I want to see my dream game.
You like Vikendi.
No, my dream games are those islands on the right side of the map, inside the water lines. Now, that's what
that happens like once in 3 years.
Exactly.
It's like a leap year.
Exactly. That's a dream game right there, though.
Why is that a dream game?
Or maybe an Oasis circle.
Oasis is also like a pretty rare site, I mean.
Yeah.
But it is very fun.
I mean, we can't see Oasis a lot, but what we can see is Oasis from Enigma Gaming.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, speak of Oasis and his entire team, Enigma Gaming, I mean, so far, they're not really off to a good start, as usual.
True.
But maybe in the future lines, they can try to make something better happen.
A lot of these big names always go for comebacks.
Yeah. And Team Miyavi is like a big example of that. But you know what? A team that did not really like to go for comebacks is Blind Esports. They like to have an early leverage.
But today, it really hasn't been that case for them. The story looks completely different. The first game was a little bit of a struggle, not really a position where they want to be in right now. But Blind Esports, I think if the kind of testament, the kind of legacy they have behind them is just of the fact that this team is loaded with a lot of firepower. Their players, just absolutely brutal. Because of that, no matter how bad they look on the overall leaderboard, you will always be concerned about them.
And that's a really good point that you brought up, right? It's the trust. It's the faith that you have on that team. And you asked me a question about Newman Gaming. That's the difference between a team like Blind Esports and Newman Gaming. You just cannot really have that trust, that faith. And right now, Newman Gaming, they're all the way on the last page of the overall standings, if I'm not wrong.
They are. But even if you can't have faith, you can be hopeful. But your team making a comeback.
Yeah.
Securing a few points in the last game, which is going to be the next match they play, by the way.
I mean, hope is something that keeps us all going.
Yeah.
And once again, to let the audience know, in total, every single team is going to play 12 games, from which only 3 are done. They've still got, how many left? 9.
9. 12 minus 3, you had to ask that?
That's some quick maths, man. Listen, 2 plus 2 is 4.
Minus
1,
one,
that's
that's
3
three.
quick maths. But you know what? Marco's gaming in front of us. Vexy. I was going for the refuel. I like that.
Marcos Gaming, I mean, if we talk about them, they've been off to an interesting start. They have played well in a few games not really working out for them. But still, I mean, their position on the overall leaderboard looks like a place from where, if they do well on this Miramar, they can find themselves in a pretty decent spot in the top 8. And Marcos Gaming, I mean, in the last few days, specifically the last few matches that they played, they have showed incredible spirit.
So I was just wondering, Team X Spark is one of those teams, even this team's seen a lot of ups and downs in their entire journey, throughout the BGIS, of course. Even this was one of those teams that was seen in the losers bracket.
Yes.
And now they finally made it in the upper brackets, or the semifinals, if you'd like to call it. Team X Spark, one thing is for sure, they haven't really changed anything in their playstyle. But the teams that have returned from the round 4 directly to the semifinals, you're witnessing this little change in their playstyle, these little tweaks in their playstyle.
And a lot of them are these undergod teams.
Yeah.
And I think there is a reason behind it. I mean, teams with a lot of experience, they trust their skills, they trust in each other, and they believe that, all right, even if one day does not work out, 3 days will be enough to bring us ourselves back into the top 16. And if the first day does not go too well for them, they're going to go back, they're going to watch the wards, they're going to try to analyze what is the best plan of action against every single group that they will be matched with. And then from day number 2 is when we start seeing them take their true form. But talk about taking form, and we see a little bit of a formation happen on the map as we have team system, but in the distance, on the hills in the backlines, in fact, they're the players of Team Nest who are lining up.
Speaking of Team Nest, I really want to know, what are your thoughts about Team Nest? I mean, in the losers bracket, they surprised all of us.
Yeah, I'm really struggling to form an opinion about them. I mean,
yeah,
because
it's like one day we saw them pop off completely, the other day they were just not there.
Exactly.
But they're still somehow over here.
They made it this far, they're going to have to make it all the way to the finals. Just to prove a point, but
they tried so hard and they got so far, but hopefully in the end everything matters.
Yeah, because the end is not here yet.
It's not near. It's just the first day. You've still got 3 more days.
Exactly. And Nest, I mean, again, as we keep talking about undergod teams and their improvements, Nest is, again, one of those teams. I mean, as you mentioned, so to be fair, not every single day you play is going to be the best for you, right?
Yeah.
There are going to be bad days. You're going to have your good days. You're going to have mediocre days as well.
Yeah.
Which happen quite often. But for Nest, it's the same just like everyone else. And again, I think we will see them also adapt and make changes into their playstyle, even in the semifinals. But I want to see what their thought process is going to look like from our perspective as well, because we get to see the entire map and how the game unfolds. This is the complete picture of what is happening. But Lucknow Giants on our screens. Their run today has been a little bit upsetting, I'll be honest. I want big things from Lucknow Giants.
Yeah. Really not working out for them. Marco's getting spray got out in the open. Now he's the one getting sprayed down. The entirety of Blood Rose just unloading magazines onto that single vehicle, but eventually the pickup's going to be there.
That
arrives.
That was a quick rescue, by the way. Didn't even stop. Just slowed down enough to allow his teammate to press that get in button. As soon as he got in, Rickson was there just chasing them down, and Marcos Gaming, they do not care. We moved on to the next position, but even this one is going to be under heavy fire. Look at this. God's Reign with the high ground advantage. Looking to reign supreme like always.
Spray God was probably just spamming that button.
Yeah.
Of getting in. As soon as the vehicle arrived, he got in. But whenever I try to do that, whenever I keep on spamming the button, I get in the vehicle and instantly eject out. And then I get knocked out. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen,
be careful.
Be careful in what you spam. Because sometimes spam can prove to be dangerous. For now, the players of Marco's Gaming in a really good spot. GlitchX Reborn 2 starting to breach in from the northern side. Blind Esports as well. These guys will be moving in a little bit late. Lucknow Giants from the southern side growing strong. These guys are quite late to the party.
Late, but still there will be an opportunity for them to actually secure a lot of elimination, especially Glitch Reborn. I mean, they're going to keep themselves safe during the mid-game stages. It looks like they're heading towards that Hacienda del Patron position. And majority of the teams, as we mentioned, the cluster is towards San Martin, so a lot of chaos can be expected over there. A lot of teams losing players, losing bodies. In fact, teams also getting picked off entirely, completely. As we talk about getting picked off of Voids getting picked off. There was a little bit of suppressing fire on him from the high ground, I believe, from System.
System with the highest system to play with. The high ground, let's see how much it's going to favor these guys. One thing's for sure, they're able to accumulate a lot of info. Always out in the open. Shots taken. It's going to be tough to land any of these shots.
Yeah.
Especially Kalyug has been the star player for Team System. Let's see how well he's going to be able to perform today.
True, I mean, Kalyug has been absolutely incredible in the run so far for this side. Along with him, I think Insane and Yash also deserve quite a lot of credit, because when Kalyug falls, that is when those two players step up quite nicely, and they have delivered in the past as well. But let's see. Waste, just an absolute mad lad. First, he pulls in so much information from the opposing side, and now just closes in. What are his intentions? Because this hill, I mean, it's quite difficult to access the top, and unless you get to the top, taking an engagement against the players of System is going to be extremely, extremely difficult.
This is quite brilliant. Oh, I understand what he's trying to do, Johnny. It's the grab and snatch strategy. Always he rotated so close that the players of Team System will need to look downwards. So to do that, they will need to look on the other side of that ridge. They'll need to peek out in the open, and that's where his teammates will start shooting the opponents down.
But what if they don't bother looking towards him and just finish off his teammate in the distance?
Yeah, but once again, the teammates are not going to peek out. They've got the hardcore to play with, so it's tough to finish off the teammates anyway. So that's what Oasis is trying to pull off. So Oasis is basically serving as a bait in that scenario.
Well, we'll have to see if the players from the side of System actually take the bait. Or will the game plan just blow up in the faces of Enigma Gaming? On the other side of the map, though, quite an interesting mid-rotation collision. Revenant Esports, they find themselves against the players of Brave Esports just a little bit northwest of La Benedita. But look at this shift. My goodness, Power Grid.
Growing strong once again out of nowhere in contention. We thought that they were the latecomers to the party, and now they're going to be the early ones.
Like, there's another team just a little bit north of them. Look at the name.
TMZ, Troublemakers.
No, I was talking about Mayavi.
Oh, yeah. Team Mayavi and Troublemakers, so basically TMZ, and both of them do have the same color. Listen, TMZ has been a part of the conversation, especially with Salty, and these guys are literally in like my heads, even though they're not even playing inside the game. It's sort of like a, what do you say, a mark that they've made.
Yeah.
And they've also got the same color to play with inside the games.
Well, you'll have to see if Team Mayavi can challenge the inner Troublemakers and cause a lot of trouble for the teams pushing towards their direction from the northern side.
Yeah.
We remember last time they had a high ground advantage on Miramar, they just destroyed this entire lobby. But this time, they don't really have the same advantage to work with, but still a lot of cover. In fact, in this spot, X-Park is the first contender for this factory control, but will they actually be able to take it away from the opposing side?
Team Miyavi. I mean, right now, looking forward to be the troublemakers against the players of Team X-Spark. X-Spark making that move from the outskirts of Power Grid. At this point in time, all the good spots are already starting to get booked up. Team X-Spark, they need to adjust for whatever that's left over. And that's not a good position to be in at all, because you never know. The team that's inside Power Grid can peek out of that ridge anytime. They can peek above you anytime. So Team X-Spark, I do understand right now they're trying to adjust with whatever they've got their hands on, but this will be a tough position to play with.
You're going to have to use those vehicles as cover. Stay behind the ridges. Oh no, though. Nest Esports. Sakiro from that high ground has pointed out the moving vehicles in the distance, but Nest, they have their own position being compromised as they were distracted by the opposition for so long, as OR Esports and System have actually managed to close in. Glitz Reborn though, a little bit of a friendly vehicle collision might result in them losing out on one of their players. A little too close for comfort to the players of X-Spark a few moments ago, but they managed to get to a safer position, but will they actually stay alive for long? The answer is a simple no, as Roman in the distance is going to be knocked out by Blood Rose. Return fire from Ralph fails to connect.
Yeah, it actually hit the edge that was right in front. That just was for Ralph. That could have been a free knockout too, Johnny. The man was out in the open. Rickson. Blood Rose Esports, they're going to have a chance to go back and cover once again and re-strategize things to move in forward inside the circle. So many shots taken. You can just hear a little bit of pops all across the board. But the next circle shift comes down south right on top of the players of OR Esports and Revenant Esports. This is where Revenant, they will have a chance to get back in action once again. And even the same thing can be said for the players of OR.
OR and Lucknow Giants as well, because look at where Lucknow Giants are, right on that southern edge of the circle with no one to bother them for a long time. But talk about bothersome situations, and we see the players of Marcos Gaming as they are being surrounded from every single direction, but they do not care. Sayam goes to the flank, secures the opening finish for his team, sees the players of Blind Esports in the distance, shot fired towards Ronnie, fails to connect.
Oh, the sprays. So I'm not exactly able to find those sweet connections, but it's completely fine as long as Marcos Gaming, all the players are going to be up and alive. Everything should be good to go. Ronnie too. Shots being exchanged from both the sides, and Blind Esports now definitely looking forward to re-strategize, construct a good pathway inside the safe zone. And they're already on a move. It's going to be a huge wave of vehicles actually trying to make it inside the safe zone. This will be a tough one to pull off, Johnny.
It's definitely going to be a tough job for them. From being in the prime spot of the circle to being in the worst possible situation you could imagine. The only entry I see for them inside the circle is if they rotate wide from the western side and try to enter from the southwestern edge. But Revenant Esports, it seemed like this was going to be their game, but all of a sudden heavy fire from the players of Team X-Spark, Sarang especially, has made sure that Revenant, they're going to have Sensei, their IGL, pinned out quite away from his teammate.
X-Spark now looking forward to shroud themselves in the smoke. Sensei, the only man who's pinned in the front lines. Now it's a 3-1 split. That's over here. But Sensei needs to regroup with his teammate. That's the only best way to play with this situation. And right now, the players of PR against the players of Gretchik's Reborn. And Duke, he gets dealt with without any problem. Was not able to duke it out with that one nicely.
That was a quick wrap-up from Blood Rose Esports over there. I mean, we showed up mid-fight. 2 players knocked out. Last individual was trying to deal with the 1v2 situation, which can be quite stressful, but Blood Rose, they do manage to wrap things up quite quickly, and I wonder how many total points do they get from that fight. But Brave Esports up against the players of Enigma Gaming, and both these teams on the eastern edge of the circle, right on the edge. This is going to be an important fight for both of them, in fact. Whoever wins gets to survive a little bit longer inside this match.
Aditya? Oh, Brave Esports. Indeed wanting to be a little bit more brave inside the scenario. Simple's in the outskirts. As simple as he sounds, the more complex he is. And this nade's being tossed in. Told you, chipped up. Simple. Still in the outskirts. Unfortunately for the players of Brave Esports, Can's knocked out. But it's not going to be that big of a deal. Can's going to be back up on his feet without any issues. And And this is where Dulcet is now looking for to push up against the players of Brave Esports. A little return fire from both the sides. And Dulcet, he's playing around the bathrooms area. Brave Esports, they eventually managed to knock out that threat in the front lines, equalize it. But now Enigma Gaming, they're starting to fall down slowly and steadily. Dude, he's got his hands on the shotgun, but a good return from Xkosh inside the fight. Through the smoke, wanting to take the shots, and Simple, he's not really able to find the connections, but in the end, he does do so perfectly.
Well, quite an important pick for Simple and for his team as well, but all this commotion has attracted a lot of attention from the teams surrounding them. And see, since even the zone has abandoned this position, Brave Esports, they're going to be under heavy fire. But look at this, Blind Esports hunting the players of Growing Strong, the opening secured, and there's the trade. Mania dropping down.
Even Ronnie gets knocked out in that scenario. Now it's just down to these two players alive, Joker and Knuckle. Joker is supposed to be the assaulter, the backbone of the team. And too many utilities being tossed on against the players of Blind Esports is going to dish out so much damage. Growing Strong, indeed growing strong, time by time inside this situation. And speak of the time, it's starting to slip away from the players of Blind Esports. And Growing Strong already on a move.
Managed to gain a decent cover position for themselves, but we did see Godbot. He has run out of utility. The nades, not really an option for him anymore. In the meanwhile, Blind Esports, they have recovered 2 players. They could have lost 2 players in that entire fiasco against GS. A brilliant job just keeping their distance, backing off in the right nick of time. Now looking to see if they can snatch that compound away from the players of X-Park. Use it as a little bit of pitch stop in their journey ahead in this game.
Blind Esports, they need to be the cleanup crew to find a good spot inside the circle. OR Esports against Team Miami Blacks. This will be a fight worth watching, but eventually Blacks gets third party from the back lines. Unfortunate stuff for that guy. Team Miami not able to survive for long enough inside this game as well. Not really having a good day today. NEST in front of us, Nest Esports, they spot the entirety of Blind Esports, make a desperate rotation inside the safe zone, but Blind Esports, they're straight up gonna book it for the safe zone in the smack center.
Managing to thread the needle quite nicely, done by Blind Esports, but now Ronnie, he's stuck behind this tree, lobs the smoke just to gain a little bit of a soft cover for himself. But look at this. As fate has decided, the distraction is going to be there. Nest Esports getting picked off by the players of OR, and there's another team present towards their right-hand side. I believe it was the players of X-Park who have managed to secure that last finish. And Nest Esports, they're going to be kicked back to the lobby now. Blind Esports, they have the breathing room that they wanted, but their back is completely exposed. X-Park from one side, OR from the other. Which team do they pick off first?
OR Esports. Looking like the Alligators inside the game. And the Alligators might just be looking for to munch a few players away. X-Park, Sarang, and Aditya out in the open. The next circle shifts right on top of the players of Blind Esports. Blind Esports in the prime spot. Once again, being in the center might also mean you will be the center of attraction. So Blind Esports, they will need to take care of all the sight lines around them.
Lucknow Giants, I mean, we saw them in the prime spot of the previous zone, still playing for survival. I managed to protect 3 of their players so far in this matchup. Even moving forward, I mean, the amount of distractions from the team up ahead just work out in their favor.
Nice.
See the players of God's Rain on the flank, shots fired, but not really accurate enough.
Yeah, too late, and the vehicle spins out in the open. God's Rain, within a flash, the entire team gets eliminated just like that. Oh, such a big blunder while they try to make that rotation happen. And OR Esports now, once again, it's a swift return for them in the action.
Showcasing Lucknow Giants how it's done properly. You don't bring one man to take down a team rotating together. You bring the entire team. Max, along with his teammates, was able to do a brilliant job in that position. But now, their next target is Blind Esports. Mane already knocked out. Easy finish for Max to secure. But as soon as he goes over the ridge, he gets baited by the players of X-Park.
OR Esports, Max is still there. He does hear all that commotion around him. And Team X-Park, Sarang's in the front line. So many eliminations happening around him. Jelly, too, going for the shots in the smoke.
There's no one there.
Apollo did find a knockout with the nade, though.
Top 5 teams of this match. Line smack in the center of the circle. X-Pac taking control of that northwestern edge, growing strong towards the southwest. Revenant towards the southeast, and towards the northeastern edge you have OR Esports. Every single corner you're going to find a threat. And Blind Esports, they are smack in the bullseye. They are what everyone is aiming for right now.
Oh, Blind Esports Joker knocked out. Ronnie as well is knocked out there. I mentioned this, being in the smack center in the late game situations, not the way to go, because you will be the center of attraction, and that's what exactly happened with the players of Blind Esports. Ronnie's knocked out. It's all down to Knuckle, and even then a flash, even Knuckle gets eaten alive. That's it. OR Max, as I mentioned, OR Esports, they're looking like the alligators inside the game, looking forward to munch away a couple of players. And every single team, they've got their own corner to play with. It seems like a battle royale. It is a battle royale.
It is a battle royale.
But I'm speaking about the wrestling battle royale.
I mean, same concepts, Necro, but look at what is Growing Strong up to. They just take the vehicle and bolt it towards the players of X-Pac, securing those finishes. By the way, Growing Strong, Revenant, and OR Esports, all teams from that last page of the leaderboard, and these were the only three teams remaining. OR Esports, well, they're going to be sent back to the lobby, or in fact, they're down to their last player. Max is the only man alive. Growing Strong down to 3 players, and Revenant Esports also down to their 3 players. It's going to be a brilliant comeback for one of these sides after this match.
Growing Strong should try to move up close and personal a little bit.
Have the circle.
Max is the only player for the side of OR Esports. And right now, Max is also in a deadlock, considering the wall of death is starting to close in. Max, he needs to be a bit quick on the wheels. He's got a bucket to work around with, so it's not going to be an issue for Max at all. But as soon as he uses that buggy, all the attention will be attracted onto him. Growing Strong, now they've got a big threat to deal with. A man from Revenant Esports moves on forward, fierce in the clotheslines. And Sparky has got his hands on the utility, gonna toss the nade up. It finds the perfect knockout. What a perfect connection that was from Sparky. But then the sidelines are quite exposed, and a return knockout comes into play. Apollo keeps Sparky's head on a swivel.
Yeah, and Apollo, he's pushing for the flank. He does not want to back off. In the meanwhile, MJ is in the backline, and Apollo secures all 3. What a brilliant spray down. Revenant Esports, an incredible win coming their way. The only man standing in the way is going to be Max from OR Esports.
Yeah, they've got a man in the deadlock. And all that's needed is a perfect execution. And that's what happens. Max being executed from the game. What a perfect chicken dinner that was from the side of Revenant Esports. That spray transfer was phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, just taking down 2 players in a single clip and just lining it up was so important. Initially, when I saw Apollo running towards the flank and MJ backing off, I thought, all right, Revenant is done. There is a little bit of a miscoordination, and this man is running and charging towards a 1v2. But no, he just changes everything, turns the odds around, flips the table completely on the players of Growing Strong, and snatches away their win.
Revenant Esports, they just came in out of nowhere and scooped away that victory, especially from the side of Growing Strong. This is why I said Growing Strong, they need to climb up close and personal a little bit in that final moment, but no, instead, they played a bit too passive over there.
To be fair, they had the advantage of the Ridge to work with.
Yeah.
That is what they were relying on. They were relying on the fact that, all right, we have the Ridge, we have the cover, so now the ball is in the court of Revenant Esports. They have to close in because Revenant was just a little bit outside the zone, and they were relying on that. Fierce tried to move up forward. He got punished with the nade, but Apollo, just that final 1v3 was too awesome to say anything else. It was just awesome and amazing.
As usual, Apollo just once again shines through like a bright diamond from the entire roster of Revenant Esports. Apollo's been the man who's been putting up so many numbers for this entire squad.
Yeah.
But ladies and gentlemen, considering the previous game was quite nice, but as usual, you guys know the tradition. It's time for us to toss to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back within a couple of seconds.
पुश लेफ्ट ठीक है
पीछे आ रे पीछे आ
वो यूसी कितना है जोन में चला क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया
पुश पुश चल स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा
अबे ये कहाँ गया
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकलने
अलग ही जोन में ये तो
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर।
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है। ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले।
है
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए।
मुझे BGMI के नकली वाले कॉपी गेम्स नहीं खेलने। चलो क्या जिग्नेश भाई।
सबसे पहले गेम की सेटिंग में एंट्री मारो, फिर ग्राफिक को करो स्मूथ जैसे मक्खन, फिर फ्रेम रेट को सेट करो अपने फोन के स्वाद अनुसार। ये लो भैया, हो गई आपकी सेटिंग।
जुगाड़ू जिग्नेश।
समझे? सब पॉसिबल है, बस सेटिंग लगाना।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसे ही वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। Get ready to play pure.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen. It has been an exciting start to the semi-finals. 5 matches done, just one more map remains. This is Super Johnny joined by Salty alongside with me as we are about to step into the last map of the day, Salty, between Group C and D. But before that, let's discuss what went down on Miramar. So what is your perspective observing the entire game from the backline, especially that final fight, GS versus Revenant?
To be honest, I kind of felt like Revenant, for them, this beast was sort of always awakening. They were like a dormant volcano just waiting to erupt. And considering that we saw that a hardship form right on top of Revenant, they were like, alright, fine, boys, we've got this, right? This is our game. And they made no mistakes whatsoever all along the way.
Yeah, I do agree with you. I mean, GS, they were just waiting. Revenant as well was waiting. Both these teams, their objective was simple. Punish the mistake that was made from the other side. And it turns out Revenant did make a mistake, but then that absolute YOLO move from Apollo in the end just won them the entire game. I'm quite surprised by seeing Blind Esports and how they were struggling in this entire match, actually. That is one more topic I want to hear from you, on you from.
Exactly. I mean, I've never seen Blind so claustrophobic in situations like these. Essentially, when you see Blind entering into final circles, you see them marching inside the final circle. You see them sweeping across teams and then making their space. But you see, as a matter of fact, inside the semi-finals, or at least in the first day of the semi-finals, Blind in entirety has been very confused about how do they want to make the rotation happen in this game as well. They made that entire convoy move in a very weird fashion, all 4 vehicles just trying to leapfrog everything, a single team, and just getting that spot at the center. It just didn't really work out. It doesn't really work out in open circles like that.
Yeah, we were talking about open circles. Even before that, we just saw a few moments ago Team Mayavi getting picked off, and Mayavi was controlling the center at one point. Did not really work out for them as well. But now, in this moment, we head towards the end game situations. Blind, as you mentioned, just a willy-nilly move to run towards an open center position. Just nothing but the ridges to play with. and every single team around them knew exactly where they were, what their position was. So all of them came together, picked off Blind Esports first, and then went against each other.
And that's what's going to happen, right? You try and rush yourself inside a swarm of bees, you will get attacked first, and then the bees will carry on their usual business, and that's exactly what happened. Apollo, of course, was just absolutely lethal. We were talking about, me and Necro were talking about how Revenant Esports and this performance was always coming. Their shape in the way they've changed their game style throughout the tournament has been absolutely fabulous.
Yes.
I've been very vocal of the fact that MJ Fierce and Apollo has been in red hot form throughout the tournament. I feel like Sensei as well, obviously, like since he's the IGL, just doing all the back end stuff, controlling them really well, but his individual performance has been lacking. But I feel like Apollo and the kind of Super Saiyan mode he is in, I feel like all of that lack of firepower has sort of been overshadowed.
Yeah, I mean, especially Apollo and MJ, I think, as you mentioned, both of these players have improved so much in the recent days. And of course, Sensei as well. For an IGL to change the way he calls the shots completely can be extremely difficult, but this man as well, I mean, realizing, all right, what needs to be done, coming up with new ideas to lead the team. I mean, you have to give him props. I mean, and usually happens, IGLs of every single team are not going to have great stats in any game.
To be honest, Revenant is also not an outfit who always go for the flashy plays,
Yes,
right?
that is also important.
They're not the team who is supposed to be getting 20 finishes a game, but even their methodical approach has gotten them 20 finishes per game. That just goes to show that even textbook BGMI can reap you success.
Yeah, and at this point, what the new meta is, it is become more about playing the fundamentals to the best of your abilities and relying on those fundamentals of sticking to survival, playing for survival in the early stages, and then taking fights in the extreme late game stages. I mean, that is what was what the textbook playstyle was all about. Then we saw teams come up with new brilliant strategies where they would just vary their timings between zone rotations, pick off fights in the middle of nowhere. But that has all changed. It's gone back to the drawing board for the entirety of the game. Another team that we do need to talk about from the previous match was Nest Esports, actually. Nest Esports, we saw them, and then we didn't see them anymore. They just vanished. I mean, that's been happening 2 games in a row now.
I mean, Nest Esports have been very dicey. I mean, and in one certain stage of the tournament, we see them at the very top of the leaderboard, completely dominating the lobby. In some other part, we just see them struggle, barely making it through. We haven't really seen Nest Esports. I think apart from just one round, we haven't really seen the best of this particular team. But in the low brackets, we witnessed them actually how they can perform under pressure. And this team can actually perform under pressure. Not really sure. Possibly it's the first day of the semifinals. The first day jitters are always there. But hopefully this team can actually mount a comeback.
Could be. I think it is the first day jitters. I mean, doesn't really matter who you are or where you come from. Every single time you step into a competitive game where you know if you succeed, you're going to step on a stage to compete for 2 crore rupees. You're going to feel a little nervous. But ladies and gentlemen, this man was not nervous at all because we have the rebel of the match. And it's going to be OR Max from OR Esports, of course. 6 finishes on the board, 6, well, that's going to be the FD ratio as well. Finish contribution, just 46.1%. That means his teammates were also putting in a lot of effort, and that is why we see Jelly there, OR Esports. 11 eliminations on just 2 players.
11 eliminations on just 2 players, and we completely skipped on OR Esports and the topic and their impact in the game. They had a fabulous position as well, right alongside Revenant Esports, and the way OR Esports sort of want to play that aggressive game, I think it sort of backfired, resulting in a couple of eliminations here and there. You've also got Apollo and MJ inside the top 5 rebels. You've got Apollo on 6, MJ on 3, and out of nowhere you've got Blood Rose Esports, Viper, OP. Now for Blood Rose, yes, they are winning fights. They definitely are not racking enough numbers on the board. Like, they have to trouble the scorers a little bit more.
Yeah, they definitely do. But again, I mean, that was an individual moment of brilliance from the side of Viper. That because of which he has his position on the Rebel of the match. But we're going to look at the match scorecard now next. Revenant Esports leading the charge with 26 points, 11 eliminations on the board. And as you mentioned, OR Esports, the aggressive stance did in fact get them the 2nd position, Salty View, so we can't really take anything away from them. 25 points on the board. This will bring them from the 2nd page of the ranking, in fact, to, I believe, the 1st page now.
Interesting stuff. I mean, growing strong as a matter of fact as well. Have been a little consistent over the period of time. 13 points for them. X-Park also taking steady steps towards that good position on that overall standings. Blind Esports and Team Mayavi. These are the 2 teams who need to find form right now.
Look at who's on the 16th position, the winner of the previous match. Now, this is something that is not surprising, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that upsetting. Sometimes it does happen. You
Yeah.
win a game, you win that game in a brilliant manner. Next game, you drop in with a little too much confidence, and it does not really work out. EWM, so I think they're going to be hoping for a reset, showing up in the next game, looking to improve upon their rankings. But we do have the overall rankings in front of us as well, and Gladiator Esports, their matches are done. 66 points for them. Big Brothers, their matches are done. Glitz Reborn is done, so they won't be there for the last game. Revenant Esports now, 2 matches played. They will be playing the last game of the day as well. Do you think, can they cover up the difference against Gladiators? Because Gladiators is the most consistent team in the entire day, by the way.
Absolutely, and I'm not even surprised about Gladiators, but for Revenant to actually cover the gap, it's a huge ask, to be very honest. And the dip was massive. I mean, Gladiators, they've sort of established a league of their own. They're playing in their own, I don't know, league of 32 teams. But the rest of them, of course, they're still catching up. There's still a lot of catching up to do. 18 points is where the cutoff is, and it's extremely cutthroat. Now, you can't really draw a lot of analogies because all of these teams have just played 2 or 3 games respectively, and there's a very long journey ahead. Like, you have to keep on performing in every single game. It's just that there are certain teams who can potentially push forward inside of the first page, and they have to do it right now. I mean, for example, God's Reign is a matter of fact. Team Soul is a matter of fact. You kind of expect these teams to be inside the first page, and they have to do it as soon as possible, because maintaining the position then becomes all about consistency. But making that big jump, I'm not really sure where it comes.
Well, unfortunately, Team Soul and Lucknow Giants are going to take a dip even further on the last page of the rankings, I believe, after the next match, because we see that matches played counter. It shows 3. That means their matches for the day are done. Nest Esports as well, they're going to take a tumble, and I think they might just end up on the last position. If Enigma Gaming System, Newman, Midway, Team Empire, all of these teams just perform a little bit. Especially Enigma Gaming on that 32nd spot. That is heartbreaking.
That is heartbreaking as well. I mean, it's not just the big names of Newman and Enigma. You've got players, you've got teams like Night Owls and Blood Rose who came in with huge expectations, especially...
Empire was so good in the losers bracket.
They had about 92 points secured for themselves. They had 2 chicken dinners to work with. I don't really know what is going wrong with teams. But again, right, it's sort of something which I sort of expected. Like the big names having the experience, having played at this stage time and time again, it will obviously give them a familiar feeling. But then for the undergods, it's obviously a massive stage, a massive stake. Just like you mentioned, the prize pool as well. Not to forget the grand finals being in the picture as well.
I have a different perspective on this. I think the undergods are actually doing a brilliant job and living up to all the expectations. I mean, because we expected the teams that did not do so well for themselves during the losers bracket to actually improve, and they have improved, and because of which the teams that were at the top of their particular groups during the losers bracket, we see all of them on that last page, like majority of them on that last page. So I mean, it is a big wake-up call for a lot of these teams, but we still have one more match remaining. Wake-up call for us, last map of the day, map of Erangel, and this one is going to be played by the teams from Group C and Group D.
Yep, and we've got a great stack of teams, to be honest. I mean, Revenant Esports, just like you mentioned, they still have another opportunity to make it actually count, to try and proceed further. But it's not about Revenant Esports all that much. It is more about the lads of Enigma Gaming, Blood Rose Esports, Newman Gaming, Team Empire, Midwave. All of these teams are on the last page of the standings, and I'm pretty sure like they want to change that particular fate.
Even Night Owls. What has happened to Night Owls? I mean, we remember this team just dominating the lobbies. There was no fight they would lose, and now there's no fight they are winning.
I mean, it's probably because Cleo is not in his best of form. I'm expecting some individual heroics from this lad, of course. But it's, again, like, the difference is not massive, Johnny. You look at the first page of the standings, there are still teams who have, like, about 20, 25 points. The cutoff is not that huge. One good performance can actually propel them from the 4th page to the very first page, in fact.
But it can only happen right now, because this is the best part about day one, ladies and gentlemen. Day one, you will have an impressive opportunity. Even in the last game, you can take a massive leap, bring yourself into the top 16. But once we move on to tomorrow, and the 6 matches, we go through the 6 matches. For us 6 matches tomorrow, every single game is also going to be sitting there on the overall leaderboard with 6 matches played overall.
Yeah.
That will give us a much more clearer picture. And from tomorrow onwards, it's just a negative countdown. You have 6 more matches remaining, 5 matches remaining, 4 matches left. And if you can't bring yourselves back, if you can't be consistent, then all hope will just slowly and very slowly, painfully just fade away in front of your eyes.
Exactly, and that's why I said like the first day was sort of like the very most important day, to be honest.
Yes.
Whoever gets the lead first will sort of settle in. I mean, Gladiators, look at them, right? Their position is almost secure. Like, I'm not really sure if they have to sort of propel themselves forward. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we're still going to dive on to the last game of the day. It's the map of Erangel. It's a home turf for all of these teams. And the Big Bird has finally taken off, Johnny.
Yeah, and this flight path is going to be super fun to witness as well. It starts from the northern Georgia Pole City, well, between northern Georgia Pole and Georgia Pole City, and goes all the way towards that military base island. It is leaning towards that western part of the map, the western half. So that means Yasnaya, Poliana, Mansion, Prison. These positions are going to be a little bit of a challenge for teams to glide towards, but that means teams from Yasnaya can drop somewhere else. Give us an interesting start to this last Erangel.
It does lean a little bit towards the left-hand side, and I mean, I've always been vocal about secondary drop locations and having secondary drop locations in situations like these, but when you sort of play in underdog lobbies, you know as a matter of fact that there still will be collisions no matter what, and it seems like we have some of that brewing up. We've got Team Insane and TWM dropping in extremely close proximity. I think Team Insane is a little more split up as compared to Team TWM, but TWM still have the parachutes going on, and all of them have actually dropped in at hospital. Now, this is surprising.
Yeah, a little bit of a confusion confusing your teammates with the opposing team. And now I think it is a 3v2 situation in the favor of TWM, though. Destiny taking the shots through the window, the UMP. A few of them did connect, in fact. HP advantage is going to be there for the players of TWM to work with. Ninja, he's being an absolute ninja, in fact, just jiggling in and out from that corner. Oh no, Harshi has been caught and he's going to be put down as well. Destiny finding the knock. And the finish for his team. Team Insane, not really what they thought was going to happen when they went for this drop clash. But in fact, who went for this drop clash?
I mean, good movement from TWM. I mean, they got the weapons first. They were the first one to charge in. And as soon as they had the advantage, look at this. Oh, wait. Ninja was actually the one who actually found the knock. I kind of thought that, alright, that shotgun pump was into the wall and the timing was so perfect. I thought that this man actually knocked him out with the shotgun.
No, it was into the wall. You were correct about that. And it was a little bit more reactive, just instinctive. He just saw the pixels, instantly just went for the shot. But what about the other guy from the side of Insane? What was he doing? Just so focused on the footsteps that were coming from the left-hand side that he completely ignored the fact that there was a player point-blank range towards his right.
At this point, Team Insane, it's like a panic situation for them. They just want to get out of this position as quickly as possible, and that's why Dark Lord and Skips, they're going to mount on their vehicle and just race away from here. For Team Insane as well, I mean, we were talking about how this team was one of the most aggressive teams and always a team who sets records. We haven't really seen the records here in semi-finals.
You know what? We can be too harsh on Team Insane sometimes just because the name says Team Insane. But you also have to realize the fact that this is one of those teams that has a brilliant scouting program. They always bring in new players, and this is a new team that they built not that long ago. So they are kind of in the similar shoes of Undergods, but they have that experience of Adi being in their lineup, a brilliant IGL himself. And of course, Team Insane, they have like a system that works for them, because this team is a team that will build stars from scratch. And they're not afraid to do it again and again.
And we've seen those stars in action inside of the BGIS as well, just waiting to see those stars shine yet again. But has to be a distant thought for now, especially with Team Insane being reduced to 50% of what their original strength was. Now, you've got Team Night Owls as well inside of Northern Georgia Pole, but the circle is way towards on the right-hand side. Majority of the teams have taken the right drop location, especially Blood Rose, as a matter of fact. They finally managed to sacrifice school and are moving towards the central part of the circle. But Blood Rose have always had the tendency, not a tendency I would say, but they've had the curse of always being like drop clashed and taken out of the picture right from the get-go itself. I just wonder this time, I hope it's not Newman Gaming.
Yeah, me too. Well, unfortunately for them, it will be Newman they collide up against again. I think they are looking to move forward, and in fact, look at this, it happens. You just talk about it and it happens.
But this time they actually hit back. Now they definitely heard my voice, definitely heard my words. They're like, oh,
Still
wait.
lose one player.
Oh my
It's
God.
never for free, Salty. What are you talking about? It's never free. Nothing in life is free. Not even the pick on Avi for Blood Rose, apparently.
Oh my goodness, Blood Rose Esports. What is this curse that you have laid upon yourself? Need to perform a full-blown exorcism to try and take this away. I mean, Blood Rose Esports, from a team who will always win their early fights, just turn into a team of getting completely scrambled and picked apart. Now, there is a trade going in, but at what cost? You've lost Rix and IGL once again.
We just accepted his fate as well in that point. He's like, all right, I know I'm going down, but I will take one of you guys with me. It's just a kamikaze move by the man. Now, but Newman is in a much tougher spot, to be very honest, though. We did see on the map the players of Newman were split apart from each other, so all of them are isolated. And if Blood Rose manages to find those isolated players, they will have individual 1v3s in their favor. They can just wipe out the entirety of Newman, take entire control of Mansion and Prison for themselves. And as I said, I do understand, like Mansion Prison, you can't really control both of those spots because those are pretty difficult positions to challenge. But in the early stages, there's no one there. We know that. Blood Rose is going to have to take risk in order to gather the same amount of information. But as we transition into the mid-game stages, Salty, what do you think is going to happen to them?
I mean, I think for Newman Gaming, this was completely unexpected because Blood Rose, as a matter of fact, after the initial drop at school, they generally tend to divert their focus or try and explore the regions of Rozhok or maybe the southern part of school, the school apartments and all of that, right? It's probably the first time we've seen Blood Rose push towards on the right-hand side and challenge Newman Gaming in a lobby like this. And Newman Gaming, one of the reasons why they were split out, maybe because of the fact that the flight path was a little away from them and they did not expect this sudden ambush coming in from Blood Rose. But just like you mentioned, right, they might just be able to spot out these individual players from Newman Gaming, take them out one by one. But the question is, at what cost? I mean, they will get themselves the advantage of having that much control in the central part of the map, but can they actually hold that wide of a defense?
Yeah, it's going to be extremely difficult for them to actually pull it off. But a few moments ago, we did see the players from God's Reign, Yasna, Poliana. Their home ground is going to be, well, only theirs. And they will be so happy because we all remember it was a flight path starting and leaning towards the western side of the map. So God's Reign, they had to make a wide rotation super early. And if anyone in this matchup showed up with the notorious idea of challenging them in Yasna, Poliana, then they stood a chance of losing out on a few key individuals in the early game because it would have been a completely even fight. But now refocusing on the players of Revenant Esports, playing from that Milta city, quite a decent position in the circle. And I think they have allowed every single team just to stay on the northern, on their northern side, back towards farm, towards prison, shelter. Though don't really have a lot to worry about apart from this. Follow quite close to the players of Enigma Gaming. And Always just backs off because Enigma is not having a fun time on the overall rankings.
They have a very weird split that is in play right now, Revenant Esports. They have Fears, who is very close to the lads of Newman Gaming right now, and the rest of the crew, the rest of the convoy is definitely following up. Now, he was in charge of trying to scout out whether the deeper parts of the circle, the central parts of the circle are empty or are they completely crowded, but it seems like they've found that pathway.
Yeah.
And just like you mentioned, Enigma Gaming, they were pretty close, could have been a potential collision, but again, I mean, there's just way too much space inside of the first circle right now, so I'm not even contemplating any sort of fights happening. CS Esports on our screens. One of the teams whom I have great expectations from, saw glimpses of brilliant on that map of Miramar. But what are your thoughts on their performance so far on the first day of the semi-finals?
They brought themselves back pretty nicely. I have to give them props for that because with how the first game went for them, I did not think like an undergod team would have this level of composure to make a comeback in the very next game. And not just a comeback, have a big game in the next match. CS Esports made it happen. We have seen that from them in the past as well. We know this team is one of those teams that might not really have the strategies and the rotations down to the wire, but their firepower is actually quite good and it does work out for them.
I still remember that game where Ranadeep, as well as one of his comrades, just racked up 12 finishes between them, 6-6, in spite of the fact that they lost 2 players early on. That just goes to show the firepower. Like
Leo.
Yeah.
Ranadeep and Leo.
Ranadeep and Leo. Like, this is the firepower of Team CS Esports, and on their given day, given the right positioning, I'm pretty sure they can actually work things out. But this is such an interesting circle, Johnny. I mean, it's very much towards on the right-hand side of the map. It does cover parts of, in fact, the entirety of Lipovka, Milta Power, Milta. You've got Farm and Mansion in the picture as well. Completely out in the open, especially when you consider the prison and the shelter parts. And there's so much topography into play. Like, you can try and hide inside of shelter. You can try and play in from the high grounds of prison as well. There's just too much variables involved into it.
Exactly. I think the terrain is going to be a totally different challenge for a lot of these teams, especially that eastern edge from Mansion to prison to that Milta city. That is a weird spot to work from, but let's see who makes it work, doesn't, which teams are going to be stuck in an awkward spot. Night Owls so far were on our screens up until a few moments ago. Now we have switched to Team Insane. And I want to talk about this. I mean, we're talking about those early fights, Enigma backing off from an early collision. You have to understand, I mean, a lot of these teams, I mean, the overall rankings do affect how they play their matches. Enigma, they don't really have a luxury of losing out on players. They have to play passive, they have to play for points in this match no matter what. Insane was drop clashed, I believe, by the players of TWM. Now, TWMs are already there in the top 8. They don't have a lot to worry about. They're like, all right, we have our freedom, we've earned it, so we're going to do whatever we feel like. And they felt like a drop clash towards that hospital position where, to be fair, you do not really see a lot of teams employ that hospital position. And they knew this game, that Georgia area is going to be empty. So they utilized to their advantage, took a little bit of a gamble, and it paid off.
It was a very pleasant surprise to actually see a drop collision on the hospital terrace, because usually I kind of expected it to happen inside of Georgia Pool City, but we'll obviously have that conversation for later on, because Night Owls, it seems like they are on the charge. Now, I kind of expected majority of the teams to hold these squad houses, and majority of the squad houses, at least, who are like in close proximity, they have their lines of sight set. So Cleo will have a clear scope of vision on top of Team Empire.
I think Night Owls did, in fact, secure a knock from the side of the players of CS Esports. I believe at least it was Night Owls, not Enigma Gaming, because now Enigma Gaming also have a positional advantage against this team. But with how Night Owls are moving around in this game, I think Night Owls are back. They're going to have a big matchup. Game ahead of them in this match. Leo YT from the side of CS, trying to see if he can spot just a pixel as well from the players of Night Owls. Unfortunately, there's a literal tree standing in his way. And if you can't see, what are you going to shoot at?
This terrain is very tricky. Like, it's sort of divided in steps, and every single squad house or every single compound is like at a certain step. So you might think that you're at an advantage against the opposition who is at a lower ground, but then you always have somebody at the back lines who is just above you and has a direct line of sight.
You know what I struggle with quite a lot in game, and I don't know how all of these players just have it down perfectly down, is the fact that when you're prone, you will always have these blades of grass blocking your vision. And I, for some reason, am like, I struggle with just lining up the players if like I'm lining up a spray and a blade of grass is just like blocking my crosshair.
I mean, it's just experience for them at that point, I guess. They just sense it. They can smell it. The presence of the opposition.
For me, it's like I will instantly mess up. I'm going to be like 10 shots on the target. The 11th is just going to be completely off.
I think we're going to mess up anyways. I mean, it doesn't even matter if there's a blade or grass or no, but look at this. Harshu almost managed to find that Paris knock, but Viper on the shotgun did try to bring it back, but Newman Gaming, they managed to fight back. It's only Savitar who was knocked out, but as soon as I say that, Pasha OP just comes in from the back lines and completely lays upon Newman Gaming like a flash.
Oh my goodness, a massive... We were talking about mess-ups and Newman Gaming, this has to be the biggest mess-up we have seen in a fight. They had the 2 openings. At first, I thought when the lad in the backlines was... well, he had basically the entirety of Newman distracted in the other direction. He had their backs. I thought he was going to secure that 3K right then and there. Did not happen. He got taken out by Rex. They secured another knock. And I thought, all right, now Newman has this fight. There is absolutely no way they lose it. No. Pasha shows up from the backlines. with a DBS and just takes the entirety of the team down. But I mean, it was a clean fight for Pasha, not the entirety of Blood Rose, because look at what has happened. Even Blood Rose have made a mistake. They stayed out in the open for too long and have given away their point to Titan FTW in the distance.
Yeah, I mean, it was extremely sad to watch Harshu bleed to death, because in spite of the fact that Pasha did win that battle, he did try to like smoke it around and get his teammate back up and running, but constant shots from the third party situation just did not really save their life. And Blood Rose, they've often struggled with this central position. They have often struggled with teams just charging onto them. We might have a good view in this replay again. Viper OP, I thought that this was the guy who was supposed to like change it up completely, but then
yeah, I was wondering where did this man show up from, but apparently he showed up in style, eliminated the opposition in style, and for some reason was going for a revive out in the open.
I mean, barely had any HP left in that on that knock player, so he was like, alright, fine, I just go for my friend no matter what, but that just did not really work out. But look at this, TWM. Ninja spots out, I believe, Team System.
It was System as well. It was WSB alright in the distance. TWM, they have System towards their left, WSB towards their right. They were distracted by System a few moments ago, but then they moved up, and it was WSB who are their next target. But System, their early movement has granted them access to the circle, but it's a massive cluster, ladies and gentlemen, as you guys can see. In that southern half of the zone, we do see the players of CS Esports dropping down, hitting the floor, getting eliminated as well. And talk about elimination, Blood Rose Esports getting eliminated as Pasha OP is going to be finished off and shown the exit. We're down to 14 teams, 52 players still alive, heading into the 5th stage of this match. What is happening over here? Enigma Gaming under heavy fire in the middle of nowhere. Look at the radar. They're getting shot at from every single direction.
Yeah, I mean, there's Growing Strong, there's Titan FTW as well, and all of these teams, they are in such good positions. Even OR, as a matter of fact, I just witnessed it was Max, who is at the very top, and he has such a great sightline. Of course, it feels like he's just way beyond range for majority of these teams, but he still will get so much information to actually work with. And look at Team System right inside of the edge, and they've sort of pinned down God's Reign. They're on the right side of the circle, but it seems like the ball is in the court of Gods. They're the ones who need to charge up towards them, but out in the open, not really sure if this is a good fight to take.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely difficult for them. Oh, but look at this. Enigma Gaming. Oh, we thought it was going to be one of the players from the other side, but no, it was Titan FTW secure that knock, and now we have Team Empire under heavy fire. Insane OP is going to be picked off by WSB mid-rotation. No information absolutely to Team Empire about where the opposition is. This is a YOLO rotation coming in from this team, and it's not working out. They're down to their last player, last 2 players in fact. And Storm and his teammate, they're stuck in the middle of nowhere. They have TWM, who have the high ground advantage to work with. Ninja, Destiny, and Lobster in the back lines. Just one nade and Empire, their Empire is going to be burned.
Look at the radar. I mean, there's an entire convoy that's rotating right next to them, and that's WSB Gaming. And I think they are spotted. Of course, WSB will try and look to chime upon these finish feed. I mean, this is very obvious. Sams and the entirety of TWM, they will be ambushed. But WSB Gaming, did they just dig their own grave?
I don't think so. I think this is going to be absolutely brilliant, but they have to win the fight against the players of TWM. Lobster still remaining in the back lines, and he has one more teammate to help him out. Ninja on the flank. WSB, the movement was brilliant, but one nade from Lobster in the right spot can be the final nail in the coffin for the players of WSB, but the shots from OR Esports move, or in fact force Lobster to move in an awkward angle. And even TWM, they are stuck out in the open, because as soon as he steps out from behind that smoke, he's going to be visible to the players of, well, quite a lot of teams in fact. Empire on the flank, there's Growing Strong in the distance. It's Titan FTW in the distance, so even TWM is pinned out on this edge.
And I think even their vehicles have been taken out of commission as well. Look at this. On the other side, of course, Team Revenant Esports just charging their authority on top of CS, and Sevi plays remains to be the last one who survives that wrath, but I don't think he's going to survive for long. He's been spotted out, sprayed down, mowed down as well. Fierce is going to find himself the finish. Revenant Esports just going extremely strong, but they still have one more problem, who is going to prevent them from entering the circle, and that is in the form of Midwave Esports. High ground advantage for Revenant, but I think Midwave, they have the right side of the circle. They are in a not that bad of a position, to be honest.
Doesn't look that bad right now. I do agree with you, but with Revenant Esports on their backs and on their tails, will they be able to survive? Oh no, Sensei, that is a hero play right there. Runs out into the open with his vehicle just to make sure that Midwave won't be able to pin down his teammates. Sensei, the IGL himself, leading from the front lines, has in fact opened things up for his entire team now. Midwave, the tables are turned. They are on the outer side of the zone, and Revenant is on the inside. Fierce knocked out. A little bit of an opening for Midwave to work with, but on the other side, the entirety of Team Empire is being blown up by the nades that were lobbed upon them. Storm is the last player left for the team, I believe.
Of course, it's a sunny day on Erangel, but there's a virtual storm going everywhere because the floor literally is lava. Sensei, of course, is going to get knocked down as well. Midwave, the recovery from that particular situation, they read Revenant like an open book. They knew what Sensei was trying to do, and the fight back was absolutely brilliant. And with that being said, the winners of last game, they have been put down 6 feet under. Midwave Esports, good position for them, good opportunity for them to actually make that big climb.
Revenant, they are not done yet in this matchup. Two more players left, but look at this, growing strong, still growing strong like always. And this time Storm, he won't really be able to cook up a storm in this fight. Just last player left, no smokes around him. He was outside the smokes, in fact. Very easy finish for GS to secure, but on the other side, Team System, their system is getting hacked right now by the gods themselves. This is a good ridge to work with, in fact, if I'm being honest.
Exactly, that was something which I was thinking in my mind as well. This is possibly the best position inside the entire circle, because look at these. Every single team is just barely scrambling for position. They're trying to make that last-ditch entry inside the circle with their vehicles and trying to make it into a cover, but it's not really working out. Even OR Esports, as a matter of fact, they have been hit like a truck.
Yeah. Massive undertaking from OR Esports, and they failed to pull it off. Last player left on the back lines. Jerry takes a nice little spray from Godsbart right on his face. And well, OR Esports, they're going to be shown the exit as well. Down to the top 7 teams. 19 players still alive in this matchup. System on the verge of getting eliminated, but still fighting for survival, and the fight is looking quite strong in them. God's Reign, they were looking to move towards the left, but turns out it was the wrong direction, because now they've been caught off by 2 teams. Night Owls have taken down 2 of their players, and System, Yash 2 OP, is looking for revenge. He has gotten his revenge as well. 1 finish secured, but God's Reign, still 2 players left. It's going to be so difficult for them to bring themselves back into this matchup, and just because they have the numbers advantage in this match, I think Night Owls might be back in action, back in business.
They might just be, I mean, look at the hardship as well, right? Entirety puts that entire game in growing strong and their palms. Godbot is just unleashing himself at this point. He is feeling it. Dionysus has been taken down. The entirety of Midwave, it seems like, has been completely taken down. And now God's Reign is going in for that very desperate rotation. And Blaze is trying to set the place on fire, but it did not really happen. He himself gets blazed up, but Revenant Esports, MJ is still holding his team's responsibility on his shoulders. The solo survivor, and inside the top 4.
What a brilliant turnaround of Revenant Esports, but Night Owls, they look to go for a push on the players of System. They lose out on one of their men as well. They're still there out in the open. The players from the side of Growing Strong are there as well, but Night Owl, they see this eclair of smoke in the middle of nowhere, and they know for a fact that there's going to be a player hiding inside that smoke now. MJ has been spotted out. Shots connecting on MJ. He's taken a lot of damage as well. Spray inside the smoke by Dream. Doesn't catch anyone. Growing Strong, they can turn things around. If they pick off one more player from the side of Night Owls, then it's going to be a 2v2 between them. Oh, this nade looks good actually. MJ, I think he might be done.
It chips in a little bit of damage, but Night Owls, the sheer guts on this entire team is just absolutely ridiculous, to be honest. Inside the final circle, they knew that they had the advantage, and they just completely ramming vehicles left, right, and center. And a Sparky out of nowhere, man, just completely blows up Revenant Esports, and now it's a 2v3 in favor of Night Owls.
Let's see, growing strong, looking to redeem themselves for what happened in the previous game, and Night Owls on the other side, looking to redeem themselves for the entirety of the day. It's not going to be a tough fight for the players of GS, but if they can pull this off, it's going to be an incredible chicken dinner for them to end the day on. Let's see how this fight is going to go down. The players of Night Owls, look at them. They have control of the circle. They realize they do not need to fight. So they are backing off. The ball is in the court of the players of GS. What are they going to do?
Just throw it back. That is what they're doing. That is what they're doing, right? Trying to push back Night Owls with their utility usage. That is what they're trying to do. Throw in the smokes, throw in the nades, push back Night Owls, and put them in a situation where they're not comfortable. Push the defensive line as much as you possibly can so that you can make your play inside. There's a small little curve on the land which does deny the lines of sight, the straight line of sight between these two teams. And I believe that is one of the reasons why Dream wants to get the cover behind that airdrop. Now, this is such a great position, Johnny.
All the smokes lobbed by the players of GS allow Dream to close in the distance against that airdrop. But it's going to be clear from the side of Night Owls, who starts things off now. GS, they are down to their last player. And that, ladies and gentlemen, usually means the winners of this last game of today. The map of Erangel have been pretty much secured. Night Owls just waiting for things to come to an end. Sparky going for a little bit of a heal battle, still trying to secure at least one finish before the game ends for him, but it won't work out. Night Owls closing things off in a brilliant manner. An easy chicken dinner win coming in for this team.
Absolutely. I mean, such a great jump. They had 7 points. They were on the last page, and I'm pretty sure with the kind of performance that they have that massive jump towards that first page right now. This is why we say it, right? Every single underdog team, every single team, in fact, inside the top 32, they have an opportunity, and Night Owl just took it with open arms.
Yeah, I mean, it was a brilliant game, especially the pacing at which they took fights during the mid-games. We did not really see them. All their fights were in that final top 6, top 7 situation. And top 6 is when they actually started going for the picks. By the time they rolled around to the top 4, they were like all in, running in towards those fights and committing fully and wholeheartedly towards the other teams. And it was absolutely brilliant. Another team that did that was growing strong, but growing strong in the end, their position actually allowed them to rack up a lot of eliminations.
Absolutely, it did. And even Midwave Esports, as a matter of fact, the way they sort of took down Revenant Esports, I felt like this team has sort of found their mojo back again. But I mean, I think that was what their whole intention was with this game, just to find the rhythm, get back in the rhythm, and try and come back tomorrow.
Exactly. I mean, tomorrow we can be hopeful about Midway. But ladies and gentlemen, today is not over yet. We still have to look at the stats of this game and also the overall rankings at the end of the day. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this very short break.
पुश लेफ्ट ठीक है
पीछे पीछे वो यूसी कितना है
जोन में चले क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया
पुश पुश चल 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 स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा
अबे ये कहाँ गया
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें
अलग ही जोन में ये तो
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों
रॉयल पास ले डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले
है
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था
अभी नहीं चाहिए
जुगाड़
मुझे BGMI के नकली वाले कॉपी गेम्स नहीं खेलने। चलो क्या जिग्नेश भाई।
सबसे पहले गेम की सेटिंग में एंट्री मारो, फिर ग्राफिक को करो स्मूथ जैसे मक्खन, फिर फ्रेम रेट को सेट करो अपने फोन के स्वाद अनुसार। ये लो भैया, हो गई आपकी सेटिंग।
जुगाड़ू जिग्नेश।
समझे? सब पॉसिबल है, बस सेटिंग लगाना।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो।
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसे ही वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर।
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the semi-finals of BGIS 2023. Of course, we are completed. We have finished every single game of the day. But now is the time when we break the ice, when we see where does everything stand, where does the team stand when all of them have played equal number of games.
Exactly. I think the ice is already broken. This is the time when we show up with a flamethrower and start melting it down just to water, and by the end of Sunday, by the end of the last day Saturday, we are going to have it all evaporated and only the 16 teams are going to be left behind, ladies and gentlemen. But now, this is a very interesting start of things. I mean, if you think about it, because it's very confusing to figure out who will be at the top of the overall rankings. Can you figure it out?
And to be honest, we have a very good mix of everything, right? We've got unexpected teams coming up as well, just completely showing up. You've got some great underdogs who had potential, whom we knew were always going to perform. They've shown up as well. And then some very big teams also missing out, like every single piece of surprise that you would expect. Speaking of surprise, Pasha OP in this fight was a very big surprise.
It was the unpleasant surprise for the players of Newman Gaming. Shows up out of nowhere, and I think he just actually got to that watchtower with his vehicle, because we saw him exit the vehicle, and then he just runs over, not with the vehicle, but with his weapon, just runs over the entirety of Team Newman. WSB, very interesting game from the side of WSB, because I actually thought they were going to have a big game, but then they make the mistake of running out in the open, getting themselves sandwiched, and also they had the opening against Team Empire. They should have wrapped up that fight as quickly as possible. They weren't really able to do that.
I think the only problem with the fight with WSB was the fact that WSB only spotted Team Empire. They might have spotted, or they might have sensed Team TWM as well, but they did not really consider that it was an open terrain, and even from the other part of the circle they were getting shot and they were completely out in the open. I felt like that was sort of like being completely blindsided in that position. But Night Owls, like when they made that entry inside that final circle, we knew as a matter of fact that an entire army is coming with 4 players.
They showed up with a mission to just destroy the competition, and even growing strong. I mean, they had such a brilliant position to work with, but in the end, that final fight did not really work out too well for them. Night Owls, they had the numbers advantage, and that is the reason they were able to close out the match so beautifully. But one more team we have to give props to, Revenant Esports. What a brilliant way to bring themselves back into the competition. After the first game did not work out for them, we saw them all the way on the last page of the rankings. But from there, winning the game of Miramar and a top 3 finish on this Erangel, I think they will find themselves, if not in the top 8, quite close to the top 8 in the overall rankings.
100%, they were inside the top 8 already. Now another pretty good performance. They had a couple of finishes here and there. The only problem was, of course, their rotation right against Midwave. I kind of felt like Sensei, that move was really brilliant. The thinking process was completely fine to try and pin them down. But Midwave, like, they sort of read it. They saw it coming and they repositioned perfectly to counter that. And those are the things, those are the little things which you don't really expect from an underdog team. But then when you see it in action, it feels like somebody just playing the piano at this point.
Yeah, it was quite a musical
performance from them. I mean, at this point, you would just celebrate if you played like this. But I think there's still a long journey ahead of these teams and a long journey ahead of us as well before any actual celebrations take place.
Yep.
But in this game, we have talked about a lot of these big names popping off, doing a brilliant job. Let's talk about the team that was popped when the game started. Team Insane. What are your thoughts on their run today?
I mean, to be honest, today wasn't really their day. I mean, you expect this team to be at the very top. Anything outside the top 3 is probably a dismal day for Team Insane. And it's not just Team Insane, right? There are so many big names who have sort of unexplained performances. Team Insane, Team Mayavi, Blind Esports, as a matter of fact. It's like a collection of teams who are supposed to be firing on all cylinders, but all of those cylinders are running out of gas at this point.
And do you expect these teams to make a comeback tomorrow? Because, I mean, today they're going to have their sweet time to do all the research they want.
I mean, these are the teams who can actually make a comeback on the last day of the semi-finals as well. I do not doubt that they have the capability of getting 60, 70, 80 points in a matter of 3 games, especially when their day is right. And this just felt like a bad day for all of these teams. They just did not really feel themselves inside the game. Could not really feel out the lobby or how it actually plays out. You see, majority of the times, Blind, Team Mavi, they are completely lost. Their rotations are haywire and they're just making desperate attempts to just being inside the circle. That is not how they play. You want that control back in the action. I hope it actually comes back tomorrow or the day after, maybe.
I think it's going to be a little bit more important to bring it back tomorrow. Otherwise, day number 3 is going to be so stressful. And last day, I'll give you the fact that it is possible to bring yourself back into the competition on the last day as well. But being a big name, would you want to be in a position like that?
I mean, nobody would want to be in a position like that. But of course, I mean, with so many underdog teams performing, I think, just like you mentioned, the cutoff for the top 16 as well is going to be pretty high. Right now as well, it's somewhere in the mid-20s, if I'm not mistaken. But we'll talk about it, especially when the overall standings does come in front of our eyes. But now, though, of course, you've got to talk about the rebel of the match. And Godbot, this man was in scintillating form.
Yeah, he was absolutely incredible. I mean, we did see the amount of utility that was accurately dropped upon the opposition by him, and it seems like every single time Growing Strong has a good game, he is one of the key players behind it. If not securing the finishes of himself, he will be the distraction that his team needs to work towards those finishes. And we have him being followed by Sparky, the last surviving player from the side of Growing Strong. 10 eliminations of these 2 players combined. Incredible.
Incredible, I mean, for sure, but you look at this, right, Night Owls, for them, they haven't really one of the highest finishers in this particular game. They don't really have the most number of finish points. It's been Growing Strong who actually have that. But for Night Owls, it's been a fair share of journey as well. They did not really perform in the first 2 games. Now, of course, they make that big jump once again. But I still want that aggressive Night Owls. I still want that Night Owls where Leo would actually just go out and go all guns blazing. Draco, of course, is inside the top 5 rebels. He has always been the playmaker for the team. But him and Cleo together, I feel like that is a combination which I'm still yet to watch.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait for both of them to fire on all cylinders at the same time. It seems like one of them does well, the other one does well as well, but not as well as the other.
Yeah.
But still a brilliant game coming in from Night Owls as well. As we talked about it, the early game, they were quite passive. They picked a lot of fights during the end game stages, because of which they have those 7 eliminations and they have those 22 points on the board. But this game was dominated by the players of Growing Strong, ladies and gentlemen. 24 points secured in the last game of the day. Revenant Esports as well, as we talked about them. A consistent run in Miramar and in this last Erangel. Midwave, is this enough to bring them back on the rankings? Just 9 points.
I'm not really sure. I mean, Midwave, they kind of look very healthy, but then right now, not really a lot of finish points to go alongside. I was going to talk about one team in particular on the second page, though, and that is Team Enigma Gaming. Human as well, as a matter of fact. They were in the bottom and the second bottom positions, if I'm not mistaken, respectively, on the overall standings. And here as well, with just 2 and 0 points, this is not working out. Enigma Gaming possibly have just 1 point from the 3 games that they've played so far.
This might sound a little too harsh, but at least we saw what happened to them.
Yeah, Blood Rose Esports. Not even Blood Rose Esports, just Pasha OP happened to them.
I didn't even realize Enigma was in this match. They were so absent in this game.
I'm not really sure what's going wrong, but something certainly is, even for Team Insane. As a matter of fact, with just 2 points, you've got Team Empire and 3 points. Even they aren't looking their usual self. In certain games, they still find that sort of a position where they are getting some decent number of position points, but not really much. And on the contrary, you have a team like Team System who is sitting at 14 points. They've been so consistent, and out of nowhere, they barely get any screen time to actually work with. But when the overall standings comes, I don't know how they just are in the top 5.
Yeah, I mean, not in the overall. We will have to see where
Not
they
in
are
the overall, the
yeah.
match scorecard.
We're gonna have to see where they are in the overall. Because System, their first game was extremely bad. Not really being able to secure any points. And in this last game, they did bring themselves up to a decent marker. I think they will be somewhere on the 3rd page of the rankings in the overall ranking. So, but that is still quite good. I mean, at least you have a head start against all the teams on the last page, right? Tomorrow you are in a position from where first you're gonna target the 9 to 16, the 2nd page of the leaderboard, and then maybe on day number 3 you're going to try to get yourself into the top 8, the top 5 if you can, get that safety cushion going, because ladies and gentlemen, if you want to make it to the finals, you have to be in the top 16.
I mean,
As
of course.
simple as that.
I mean, I think at this point, the first page is like a sort of a luxury. The 2nd page is a necessity. 3rd page is basically just a problem, to be honest. And you don't want to be in the 4th page. It's again the trenches of hell. So teams at the first page, once again, they're going to have a good night's sleep, Johnny. I'm pretty sure they will try and come back, try and retain their lead. But the only problem is we've just seen the top 5. I mean, after the penultimate game, we've seen the top 5. They're in a league of their own. There is not really a much of gap from the bottom 5 and the 2nd page and the other pages as well. And that is what is concerning.
That is actually quite true, but that is also going to mean that when eventually we do have our matches again tomorrow, everything is going to be extremely volatile. Things are going to change in every single game. We're going to see teams take a leap of like 8 position, teams dropping 5 spots. A few teams are going to be there just because their competition is also performing on a similar level, so they might not be as lucky as the teams I talked about, because that might actually happen. A team just taking 8 position leap if they end up winning a game with like 15 eliminations or something. But still, I mean, we will have to see what happens tomorrow, because we know for a fact that a lot of these big names won't be happy with their performance today. They're going to go back to the drawing board and they will show up with new, rejuvenated game plans for their matches tomorrow.
You know, this does bring the question in my mind, of course. I've been tried to dial deep. We did bring up the fact as well that the experienced teams, they have the experience, they have the luxury of having played in such stages of the tournament multiple times, not just once, but multiple times. They've played in multiple LAN events as well. What can be the possibility? What is the... If you had to categorize all the underdog teams into one and just generalize them, what is the underdog teams doing which is sort of put these teams in such a tricky position, in such a pickle?
I think it's just the amount of unorthodox movements these guys bring, like what we saw from Pasha. Why was that play surprising? Because in an ideal situation, when you're fighting in a watchtower, you would not expect one of your lads to be just a little bit far off from your entire team. Usually when teams are fighting for that watchtower position, they like to stick around. They're going to have 2 players up, 2 players on the ground floor, and that is how they would position themselves. We saw the players of Newman contested. The entire team was together. There was absolutely no reason for Pasha to be separated from his teammate, but he was, and it worked out. So surprises like that, they work out, but not always. Another example for it, Night Owls. We talk about Night Owls so much, they won this matchup, right? They did not do anything different in this game than what they were doing in the previous match. The only unfortunate incident for them in the previous game was the fact that when they tried to control the open positions towards the edges during the late game stages, their position was clustered with a lot of teams. Because of that, they were under heavy fire. They got picked off. This time, it worked out quite nicely because a lot of these teams were closing in from the west, and Night Owls was toward the northeastern side. So they were left alone for a long time, which gave them a lot of breathing room, gave them the freedom to protect their players, and they made it work quite nicely for themselves. So these unorthodox plays do not necessarily work out always, but sometimes they might just surprise all of these veteran teams because they are so used to things being played in such a stringent manner that sometimes they do not expect, all right, this might also actually happen. It's not a good move to pull, but it might just happen, and we are not prepared for this. Revenant did one of these things. Sensei, his push out in the open, all alone. We normally in a position like that, you would expect one player pushing, the other 3 players step up from the flank and put additional pressure on the opposition. Did not happen. He just moved there, his teammates just followed up.
I mean, to be honest, it's sort of like a very nice thing to witness, especially when you see it action, you see all the action unfold, and you are like, all right, fine, these are new moves, to be honest. But I kind of feel like the experienced teams at this point, they've sort of have to pick up because they've been playing against these teams, especially against the underdog teams, for a while right now. And I think these moves, these unpredictable moves, should have been expected. But now there's been a very healthy balance. There is no underdog in the lobby. There is no tier 1. I've said this inside of, I think, round 4. And I think that just reaffirms the fact that inside the semifinals, there's basically no distinction whatsoever.
As Necro said, there's two ways to look at things, right? And there's two ways about all of these shenanigans as well. They only work once. These are just one-off plays that will work out once. The other time, you put Newman in a similar situation, the next time they will make sure they have one man marking the flank. They will make sure of it.
And I mean, they tried to, especially when the first fight happened. That was a suicide mission in that situation, that I'm going to take Rickson with me in that position as well. But the general movement, the general way the games have tended to flow is also different. And the overall semi-finals has sort of been like a sort of a disciplined affair. Majority of the teams just trying to stay away from each other. No cold blood, no cold war in the initial stages of the game. Of course, while we do talk about how the semi-finals has been going on, a lot of calculations are happening back end.
It started off in a peaceful manner, but Miramar and Erangel, especially these last two maps were... Yeah, teams had different plan. We had 2 drop clashes on Miramar, 1 towards El Pozo, 1 in Los Leones, with 4 teams in fact dropping Los Leones and 2 in El Pozo. This time, luckily for a lot of these teams, Erangel just had 1 drop clash. Well, unlucky for Team Insane because they lost 2 players in that. But still, I mean, I think that peace treaty that was signed at the start of the day has been torn off, completely shoved off in some corner, and no one's going to look at it anymore because now every single team has realized first 3 matches you just observe.
Yeah.
That is what every single team does. First 3 matches you observe what the other person is doing. Who is feeling confident enough to take the fights during the day, then you will try to avoid those guys. Or if you feel like, all right, we have beaten them once, you're going to try and beat them again and again and again and again until they eventually win up a fight against you, then you back off. So a lot of these teams just play these first 3 games to just try and observe, feel the waters, test each other out. And from game 3 onwards, you start bringing in, start showing your true self to the opposition, bring in the aggression, bring in your true rotations, the drop clashes. That is why we saw them happen in the later stage of the day. Now tomorrow, what will happen is the fact that now, since all teams have played 3 matches each, every single one will have a lot of study material available.
Yeah.
Not just the matches they played today, but the matches they've played in the later stages as well. But I think this is a conversation we're going to have another time. For now, we have something coming up on our screens, right?
Yep, it is the overall standings, ladies and gentlemen. The semi-finals, end of day 1. We have Gladiator Esports right at the very top, 66 points. Closely followed by Revenant Esports. Well, not that closely. There's still that 16-point buffer, but we'll still give them the benefit of doubt. 50 points from 3 games, not too bad.
It's that one game that Revenant did not perform in. That map of Vikendi is the reason that there's a 16-point difference.
Yeah.
Because Gladiator, let me tell you what the journey was like today. One game was chicken dinner. They won the map of Miramar. Then the next 2 matches, they secured a top 3 finish in both those games. So consistency was there. We see those 37 points on the board. Growing strong. Mad props to this team and OR Esports. OR Esports was on the last page of the rankings when they started their day. Now they're in the top 8 and growing strong, the only team in the top 4 with no chicken dinner to their name.
Absolutely. While we move on to the second page, of course, these are the teams who are still so far inside the top 16. That is inside the safe space of the top 32, ladies and gentlemen. Medal Esports, Blind Esports. Blind Esports is still pretty safe. Even X-Park, as a matter of fact, 26 points. It's not too bad, but it's certainly not at the level where we sort of expect them. Even Godrin, as a matter of fact, you've got some big names amidst CS Esports and Titan FTW who have also shown like signs of brilliances.
Yeah, I mean, MICI, we expect a lot more from them. In fact, God's Reign, for them, I think it is a balanced approach. But Blind Esports, this is not Blind Esports. What is happening? 9 finishes, 17 placement points. Usually it's the other way around. And I think that's going to happen tomorrow.
Might just happen tomorrow as well. Troublemakers, Team Mayavi, Team System, Autobots. Even the second half of this third page, all of these teams you expect inside the top 16. I'm going to say it straight up. Midwave, Brave Esports, they are tabletop material, to be honest. Even Team Insane, as a matter of fact, they're supposed to be breaking records, not 13 points.
You saying this about every single team. We expect them in the top 16. That's salty. Who's getting kicked out? This is the semi-finals. We have to cut the competition down from 32 to 16. Simple as that. And whoever does not perform is getting left behind. And right now, these teams did not perform.
I absolutely can't, right? I mean, all of these teams, they've sort of done such a good job. We've seen them for a month constantly being at the very top. It's very hard to actually decipher who gets eliminated and who doesn't. And then you have some big names on that last page. Oh my god, Johnny.
I mean, you talk about big names. Enigma Gaming, they played 3 games, weren't able to secure a single finish in the entire day. They have 1 point from 3 matches. Now, this is not a position we see Enigma in. Newman as well. Lucknow Giants on the 28th spot. Tomorrow is going to be absolutely brutal, man. I think this entire last page is going to turn up the heat.
I mean, they have to turn up the heat, right? And since we're talking about this last page, right, let's put ourselves in the shoes of Team Enigma Gaming right now. 1 point from 3 games, right? You know, as a matter of fact, you have to make that big jump approximately of 28 points. You trail by 28 points if you want to be inside the first page. How do you go about it? Do you just drop down and try and just start firing, or do you have a methodical approach of going about it?
You have to win 1 game. At least 1 chicken dinner is needed tomorrow from the side of Enigma if they want to stand a chance to finish in the top 16. If that does not happen, then it might be a little bit of a struggle. But as long as that 1 good game is there will be a possibility of making a comeback, and this is true for every single team. Yes, Revenant and Gladiators are like in a different league of their own right now, but you don't have to worry about them. This is the semi-finals. This is not the grand finals. Right now, the point of concern is to be in the top 16.
Exactly, and I think I sort of agree with that 1 good game as well. But the only problem is, you have 6 matches tomorrow, and then there are so many big names. Enigma Gaming, Newman Gaming, as a matter of fact. Team Soul, we didn't even talk about it. For Team Soul, their approach never really worked out. We kind of expected Team Soul to be a little passive. We've seen them play this approach in round 4 as well, where the first day where they played was just extremely calm and composed. They did not really have a lot of finishes on board. But the second day, they came in with all that research material and they just absolutely blasted off the charts. Do you think that a similar situation is happening today?
Yep. I think, yes. I think that is why I said tomorrow the entirety of that last page will turn up the heat. Because look at the teams that are there. 4 Aggressive Man is there. Team Soul is there. Newman is there. Blood Rose is there. All of these teams, we have seen the level of aggression they can drop at a whim inside of a match, and it is quite shocking to see them on that low in the rankings. But again, I think this is all just them bracing themselves. It is the calm before the storm, and from tomorrow is when the actual chaos of the semi-final begins.
If it does begin, I mean, then of course the overall standings will get pretty spiced up, because you mentioned it rightly, right? Every single team that we're talking about, they've been performing brilliantly. I'm supporting every single team. I don't know whom to eliminate at this point. I mean, it's not like I'm eliminating, but I don't know whom to think that, all right, this team is going to get eliminated. That is how dicey this entire situation is. And I'm pretty sure as the competition, as the semi-finals, of course, progress through multiple days, there's going to be some harsh decisions. And I'm not really sure if my heart can take that.
Hey man, no matter what happens, there is definitely going to be a lot of heartbreaks at the end of the semi-finals. Because as I mentioned, now we started off with so many teams. Imagine how many dreams have already been shattered. But now it's time for the final heartbreak for everyone to witness. But not today, of course. I mean, we still have 3 more match days left. But after that, once we have the final 16, it will be so exhilarating to wait to see them in action on that LAN finale stage.
I mean, I can't wait, to be honest. And I'm pretty sure you guys can't wait as well. It's one of the biggest events that we have ever had, to be honest.
Switch sides so fast, right?
Switch sides? Why?
Oh, it's going to be hard. We can't wait for the finals.
I mean, all right, fine. That's definitely true. I think I never really thought about it. Now that I contemplate about it, it's going to be hard to see certain teams bid goodbye. We've done that. Some big names have actually left us in the journey, of course. But grand finals are grand finals, Johnny. Everybody gets excited about it.
Yeah, I mean, plus we get to meet our lovely viewers in person who show up in the arena in Mumbai, ladies and gentlemen. But there's one more thing we're going to see right now. I guess that's the list of top 10 players, right?
Oh, yes. And I'm pretty sure at the very top there might be Delta or somebody from WSF. ZF was there at the start of the day, I remember. But Delta and his performance today was absolutely phenomenal.
Hey, it's Ninja Jot from God's Reign.
I was so wrong.
Yeah, so this is overall. And I think today Ninja Jot from God's Reign might have put in a little bit of an effort to bring his team back into the rankings. 44 finishes on the board right now. And even the finish contribution is 44. Look at that. Perfect synergy. But we have Blind Ronnie on the list. There is always going to be players from the list squad of Blind Esports. If there is a finish leaderboard, these men, you can't avoid them. They will be there.
But the problem is, majority of these finishes came from the earlier rounds, came from the rounds where Blind Esports were dominating. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, for the top 10 Rebels, once again reminding you, lower brackets are not going to be counted. So it's round 3, round 4, and semi-finals, and of course the grand finals. But just like you mentioned, Blind Esports, initially the performance was brilliant. Zerif today has been a little disappointing, to be honest. But Cleo is back in the picture. Cleo is inside the top 5.
It's always good to see new players making a name for themselves, especially in such a competitive scenario like this. Even Godbot on that 6th position, it's quite happy to see him there. And Roman from the side of Glitch Reborn. Then we have the usual contenders, Destro from the side of Gladiator, Esports Sarang from Xpark, and of course Aquanox from God's Ring.
I mean, these are the players who you sort of expect. But I think Ninja Jord with 44 finishes does have like a considerable lead, and he's going toward that 4 lakh rupee check that we have prepared for the MVP of the BGIS. But if, of course, God's Reign continue that momentum, if that momentum is broken, then it'll be difficult.
We were talking about IGLs not having good stats, right? Destro's there.
He always has stats.
37.
He always has finishes under his belt. That man is built like a tank.
Yeah, he is. And his entire team is like that. I mean, who do you think is like a weak link on Gladiators? No one. They're called Gladiators for a reason.
No, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily call them a weak link, but Destro as a person, and he's a very good friend of mine, and you meet him in person, you realize that that man is a tank. He would just breach past any team IRL even.
Yeah, but he's a sweet guy.
He's a very sweet guy. My friend, just like I said, he's supposed to be sweet.
Does being your friend make him a sweet man?
That's why you are
Nice
my
one.
friend and you are very sweet.
Oh, wow. Really? That's how we're going to go. I mean, you want me to take the evil route, all of a sudden turn into Deadpool or something?
We'll have this conversation off broadcast. But ladies and gentlemen, I mean, it's been a very nice, it's been a very good first day of the semi-finals. Give me your opinion about it. How was the experience of watching so many top-tier teams struggle?
I mean, well, it wasn't that great watching them struggle, but again, I mean, it was quite exciting watching the Undergods perform out of their minds today, and it was quite brilliant, specifically seeing a few of them bring themselves back into the ranking. Although, I mean, now we are reaching that point where no one is willing to back off. You talk about the Undergods, they are not willing to back off. The veterans, they won't back off no matter what happens. So tomorrow, I think, is going to be a pretty interesting day that will give us a little bit of a better insight as to which teams, we might actually see which teams move towards the finals and which teams might get left behind.
I mean, getting the picture is also pretty tough, but I guess I'll have to sort of live with the reality as well. But again, sort of expecting every single undergod who has sort of come this way from round 1 to perform really well, because that journey is something which cannot be put to words as well. And so many dreams on the line. As we progress towards day 2, ladies and gentlemen, of the semi-finals, I think the action is going to be turned up, not just a notch, but by multiple gears as well. But it's been such a fantastic day. I'm pretty sure Ninja Jord at the very top of the MVP ranking as well is just feeling pretty good about it. I'm feeling pretty good about it as well because, again, top 16 teams, they are going to be going to Mumbai to play that very good LAN. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, time's up. We'll see you tomorrow, same place, same time. And until then, take care. Goodbye.
Bye.